Letter of Transmittal, Preface and Introduction of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. A final report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. Letter of Transmittal. June 27, 1974. Honorable James O. Eastland, President pro tempore, United States Senate, Washington, D.C. Dear Mr. President, under the authority of Senate Resolution 63, 93rd Congress, First Session, as amended by subsequent resolutions, I am submitting on behalf of all the members of the Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities the committee's final report. As you know, the Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities was established on February 7, 1973, to make a complete investigation and study of the extent to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities occurred in the 1972 presidential campaign and election, and to determine whether new legislation is needed to safeguard the electoral process by which the President of the United States is chosen. I am pleased to report that the committee has completed the vital and historic task assigned to it by the unanimous vote of the Senate. It is urgent that the Congress implement the recommendations of the Select Committee as set forth in this final report in response to the mandate of Senate Resolution 60. With warm regards, sincerely, Sam J. Ervin, Jr., Chairman. Preface. This report represents the culmination of 1.5 years' work of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Our mandate was Senate Resolution 60, adopted on February 7, 1973 by a Senate vote of 77-0, which directed the Select Committee to make one of the most comprehensive investigations in the history of Congress. Although the task given to the committee appeared in the beginning to be hardly possible to fully accomplish, I am pleased to report at the end of our work that the committee did, in fact, successfully complete the mission given to it by Senate Resolution 60. It is a matter of special satisfaction and pride to me that our committee assumed its responsibility initially in a bipartisan manner, and despite all the pressures inherent in such a highly politically charged investigation, ended its work in a bipartisan manner. This report is a unanimous report of the full committee. I wish to express my deep appreciation and gratitude for the untiring and dedicated contributions and support of all the members of the committee. Without their sacrifice, valuable advice, and wholehearted participation, our task would not have been so fully accomplished. I wish to especially express my gratitude and admiration for the remarkably splendid and professional job done by the committee's chief counsel, Sam Dash. His was the responsibility to plan and supervise the investigation, the presentation of witnesses at our hearings, and the preparation of the report. Our hearings and report are a tribute to his excellent fulfillment of this responsibility. The staff who worked under Professor Dash's supervision were exceptionally able and talented young men and women. They were given a Herculean task and proved equal to the challenge. The committee is indebted to them for their tireless and inspired efforts, involving, through most of the committee's existence, late evening hours 7 days a week. Special recognition should be given to Assistant Chief Counsel David Bjørnsson, James Hamilton, and Terry Lenzner. The bipartisan constructive effort and cooperation of Minority Counsel Fred Thompson and his staff helped the committee to complete its work with one unanimously approved report. A select committee such as ours, created by the Senate for a special function, appears briefly on the nation's scene, does its work, and disappears. It is my firm belief that the bright light this committee has shed on the matter given it to study illuminated the American public's understanding and consciousness of the Watergate affair, and will not quickly fade. Sam J. Ervin, Jr., Chairman, Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Introduction. This report represents the findings and recommendations of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities based on its investigation of the Watergate Break-in and Coverup, illegal and improper campaign practices and financing, and other wrongdoing during the presidential campaign of 1972. Once termed a cancer growing on the presidency by a principal committee witness, Watergate is one of America's most tragic happenings. This characterization of Watergate is not merely based on the fact that the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate was burglarized in the early morning hours of June 17, 1972. Rather, it is also an appraisal of the events that led to the burglary and its sordid aftermath, an aftermath characterized by corruption, fraud, and abuse of official power. The Select Committee is acutely conscious that, at the time it presents this report, the issue of impeachment of the President on Watergate-related evidence is pending in the Judiciary Committee of the House of Representatives. The Select Committee also recognizes that there are pending indictments against numerous defendants, most of whom were witnesses before the committee, which charge crimes that, directly or indirectly, related to its inquiry. It thus must be stressed that the committee's hearings were not conducted, and this report not prepared, to determine the legal guilt or innocence of any person or whether the President should be impeached. In this regard, it is important to note that the committee, during its short lifespan, has not obtained all the information it sought or desired, and thus certain of its findings are tentative, subject to re-evaluation when the full facts emerge. Moreover, the committee, in stating the facts as it sees them, has not applied the standard of proof applicable to a criminal proceeding, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Its conclusions, therefore, must not be interpreted as a final legal judgment that any individual has violated the criminal laws. The committee, however, to be true to its mandate from the Senate and its constitutional responsibilities, must present its view of the facts. The committee's enabling resolution, Senate Resolution 60, 93rd Congress, First Session, February 7, 1973, which was passed by a unanimous Senate, instructs the committee to make a complete investigation and study of the extent to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities occurred in the 1972 presidential campaign and election, and to determine whether new legislation is needed to safeguard the electoral process by which the President of the United States is chosen, Senate Resolution 60, Sections 1A and 2. Thus, the factual statements contained in this report perform two basic legislative tasks. First, they serve as a basis for the remedial legislation recommended herein, which the committee believes will assist in preserving the integrity of the electoral process, not only for present-day citizens but also for future generations of Americans. Second, they fulfill the historic function of the Congress to oversee the administration of executive agencies of government and to inform the public of any wrongdoing or abuses it uncovers. The critical importance of this latter function cannot be overemphasized. As the Supreme Court said in Watkins v. United States, 354 U.S. 178-200, 1957, there is a power of the Congress to inquire into and publicize corruption, maladministration, or inefficiency in agencies of the government. That was the only kind of activity described by Woodrow Wilson in Congressional Government when he wrote, "The informing function of Congress should be preferred even to its legislative function." Id. at 303. From the earliest times in its history, the Congress has assiduously performed an informing function of this nature. And in United States v. Rumley, 345 U.S. 4143, 1953, the Supreme Court termed the informing function indispensable and observed, "It is the proper duty of a representative body to look diligently into every affair of government and to talk much about what it sees. It is meant to be the eyes and the voice, and to embody the wisdom and will of its constituents. Unless Congress have and use every means of acquainting itself with the acts and the disposition of the administrative agents of the government, the country must be helpless to learn how it is being served, and unless Congress both scrutinize these things and sift them by every form of discussion, the country must remain in embarrassing, crippling ignorance of the very affairs which it is most important that it should understand and direct. The informing function of Congress should be preferred even to the legislative function." Wilson, Congressional Government, 303. It is in part to fulfill the historic informing function that the committee reveals to the public the detailed facts contained in this report. Before turning to a recitation of the facts as the committee sees them, certain general observations based on the evidence before the committee are appropriate. The Watergate affair reflects an alarming indifference displayed by some in the high public office or position of concepts of morality and public responsibility and trust. Indeed, the conduct of many Watergate participants seems grounded on the belief that the ends justified the means, that the laws could be flaunted to maintain the present administration in office. Unfortunately, the attitude that the law can be bent where expediency dictates was not confined to a few government and campaign officials. The testimony respecting the campaign funding practices of some of the nation's largest and most respectable corporations furnishes clear examples of the subjugation of legal and ethical standards to pragmatic considerations. Hopefully, after the flood of Watergate revelations the country has witnessed, the public can now expect, at least for some years to come, a higher standard of conduct from its public officials and its business and professional leaders. Also, it is hoped that the Watergate exposures have created what former Vice President Agnew has called a post-Watergate morality, where respect for law and morality is paramount. In approaching its task of recommending remedial legislation, the committee is mindful that revelations of past scandals have often failed to produce meaningful reform. Too frequently, there is a tendency to overreact in the wake of a particular scandal and burden the penal code with ill-considered laws directed to the specific, perhaps aberrational, conduct exposed. This proliferation of criminal laws has tended to overcomplicate the penal code and, consequently, to impair the effectiveness of its administration. Moreover, legislation is, at best, a blunt weapon to combat immorality. While this report does make certain specific recommendations for new criminal legislation or for strengthening existing criminal laws, the committee has been careful to recommend only where the need is clear. Its major legislative recommendations relate to the creation of new institutions necessary to safeguard the electoral process, to provide the requisite checks against the abuse of executive power, and to ensure the prompt and just enforcement of laws that already exist. Surely one of the most penetrating lessons of Watergate is that campaign practices must be effectively supervised and enforcement of the criminal laws vigorously pursued against all offenders, even those of high estate, if our free institutions are to survive. The committee's mandate was broad, and its time to meet it brief. Nonetheless, the committee believes that, through its efforts and those of others, the basic facts of the Watergate scandal have been exposed to public view and, as a result, the American people have been reawakened to the task democracy imposes upon them, steadfast vigilance of the conduct of the public officials they choose to lead them. This public awareness, in turn, has provided the atmosphere necessary to support other essential governmental responses to Watergate, such as the work of the special prosecutor and the activities of the House Judiciary Committee on impeachment. Because the nation is now alert, because the processes of justice are now functioning, and because the time is right for passage of new laws to safeguard the electoral process, the committee is hopeful that, despite the excesses of Watergate, the nation will return to its democratic ideals established almost 200 years ago. 1. The committee and its staff. As noted, the U.S. Senate created the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities on February 7, 1973, by unanimous adoption of Senate Resolution 60. The 7 committee members appointed by the Senate leadership to answer the mandate of Senate Resolution 60 were Sam J. Ervin, Jr., Democrat, North Carolina, Chairman; Howard H. Baker, Jr., Republican, Tennessee, Vice Chairman; Herman E. Talmadge, Democrat, Georgia; Daniel K. Inouye, Democrat, Hawaii; Joseph M. Montoya, Democrat, New Mexico; Edward J. Gurney, Republican, Florida; and Lowell P. Weicker, Jr., Republican, Connecticut. Like the Select Committee formed to investigate the Teapot Dome scandals nearly half a century ago, the Senate Watergate Committee, as it was quickly renamed by the news media, was born in the crisis of a serious loss of confidence by the public in its national government. At the time the committee was established, the trial of the Watergate burglars had been recently completed with the conviction of the 7 defendants, all but 2 of whom had pleaded guilty. The trial was prosecuted on the theory that G. Gordon Liddy, former FBI agent and counsel for the Finance Committee to re-elect the president, had masterminded the break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters, and that no higher campaign or White House officials were involved. Chief Judge John Sirica, the presiding judge, never accepted this theory. His repeated questions to witnesses and the prosecution staff indicated his disbelief that criminal involvement stopped at Liddy. Courageous investigative reporters raised similar doubts in news stories and columns. The smell of cover-up was in the air. Senate Resolution 60, passed after the Watergate trial concluded, evinces the Senate's belief that the Department of Justice could not be trusted fully to investigate and uncover the true story of Watergate, but no substantial indication of the magnitude of the Watergate affair had yet emerged. The Senate Select Committee was given the broadest mandate to investigate completely not only the break-in of the DNC headquarters and any subsequent cover-up, but also all other illegal, improper, or unethical conduct occurring during the presidential campaign of 1972, including political espionage and campaign financing practices. All the investigative powers at the Senate's disposal were given the committee. Thus, the committee had the power of subpoena, the power to grant limited or use immunity to witnesses to obtain their testimony, and the power to enforce the committee's subpoenas by initiating contempt procedures. On February 21, 1973, at its first organizational meeting, the committee, on the recommendation of Chairman Irvin, unanimously appointed Professor Samuel Dash as Chief Counsel and Staff Director for the committee. Professor Dash had formerly been District Attorney in Philadelphia, an active trial lawyer, and Chairman of the Section of Criminal Law of the American Bar Association. At the time of his appointment, Mr. Dash was Professor of Law and Director of the Institute of Criminal Law and Procedure of Georgetown University Law Center. Shortly afterwards, Vice Chairman Baker, acting under the provisions of Senate Resolution 60, appointed as Minority Counsel Mr. Fred Thompson, a trial lawyer and former Assistant U.S. Attorney in Nashville, Tennessee. During the month of March, the Chief Counsel selected as Deputy Chief Counsel Mr. Rufus Edmonston, who also served as Chief Counsel of the Senate Subcommittee on Separation of Powers, and his Assistant Chief Counsel for the three areas of the investigation: Watergate Break-in and Coverup, campaign practices, and campaign financing. David M. Dorson was assigned supervision of the campaign financing phase, including investigation of the Milk Fund affairs. Mr. Dorson was especially aided in the Milk Fund investigation by Assistant Counsel Alan S. Weitz. Mr. Terry Letzner took charge of the campaign practices phase and also headed the investigation into the Hughes-Rebozo matter. Serving as Mr. Letzner's principal aides in these investigations were Assistant Counsel Mark Lackritz and investigator Scott Armstrong. Mr. James Hamilton was assigned responsibility for the Watergate break-in and cover-up phase. Because of the rapid change in events, Messrs. Dorson and Letzner also spent considerable time on this phase. Mr. Hamilton, with the aid of Assistant Counsel Ronald D. Rotunda, Special Counsel Richard B. Stewart, and a number of expert consultants, was also responsible for most of the committee's litigation efforts, including the preparation of the pleadings and briefs in its suit against the President, and, with Mr. Dorson, supervised the investigation into the so-called responsiveness program. Both Mr. Dorson and Mr. Letzner had been Assistant U.S. Attorneys in the Southern District of New York, and Mr. Hamilton was trial attorney with the Washington firm of Covington and Burling. Mr. Carmine Bellino, former FBI agent and a veteran of numerous important congressional investigations, was appointed chief investigator. Professor Arthur Miller of George Washington Law School was named chief consultant to the staff. Minority Counsel Fred Thompson, appointed as his chief assistant and investigator Donald Sanders, a former FBI agent and chief counsel and staff director to the House Internal Security Committee. Appointment of other lawyers, investigators, secretarial personnel, and research assistants followed over the next several months, bringing the staff to a peak strength of approximately 90 persons by August of 1973. 2. Investigative procedures. On March 21, 1973, while the committee staff was still in its formative stages, James McCord, one of the convicted Watergate defendants, began the unraveling of the Watergate story by transmitting a sealed letter to Judge Sirica. On the morning of March 23, which had been set by Judge Sirica for the sentencing of the Watergate defendants, Judge Sirica in open court unsealed the letter and read aloud McCord's first accusations of perjury at the January 23 Watergate trial and cover-up. At 1 p.m. the same day, Mr. McCord, through his attorney, called the Select Committee's chief counsel and offered to give information to the committee. The chief counsel met with Mr. McCord and his counsel that afternoon and the following day, and Mr. McCord testified before an executive session of the full committee early the following week. McCord's revelations to the committee were the first indication that former Attorney General John Mitchell, counsel to the President John W. Dean III, and Deputy Director of the Committee for the Re-election of the President Jeb Stuart Magruder, had participated in planning and discussion with G. Gordon Liddy respecting a large-scale covert intelligence operation that ultimately resulted in the Watergate break-in. Although McCord had been a participant in the break-in, he had obtained information about the planning meetings and the later payments of hush money to purchase silence through discussions with Liddy and others. Thus, the involvement of higher officials in Watergate activities could not be proved through McCord's testimony, since it was largely hearsay. Although a Senate investigating committee may receive hearsay testimony, the Select Committee decided, because of its desire to limit unfounded rumor and speculation, to employ a higher standard of proof for the establishment of crucial facts. It was thus decided that McCord's testimony would not be presented in public session until it could be corroborated by other evidence. Accordingly, the staff began an intensive investigation. Secretaries to key officials at CRP, the White House, and the Department of Justice, as well as other staff personnel, were questioned and their records subpoenaed and examined. Gradually, corroboration for McCord's story emerged. A secretary's diary was uncovered, which showed meetings in Mr. Mitchell's Justice Department office on January 27 and February 4, 1972, attended by Messrs. Mitchell, Dean, Magruder, and Liddy. A CRP staff member remembered Liddy's agitated search for an easel in the CRP offices on the morning of January 27th. McCord had told the committee that, according to Liddy had that day made a show-and-tell presentation respecting his intelligence plan in the Attorney General's office using large cards on an easel. A secretary recalled seeing Liddy with several large white cards wrapped in brown paper in the CRP offices prior to the January 27th meeting. The former FCRP treasurer, Hugh Sloan, informed the committee of Magruder's effort to suborn his perjury before the grand jury. Sloan also gave evidence as to the large amounts of cash paid to Liddy with Mr. Mitchell's approval for purposes concerning which Sloan said FCRP head Maurice Stens told him, "I do not want to know and you don't want to know." As hundreds of details were collected, it became clear that the committee could corroborate with circumstantial evidence much of McCord's hearsay testimony. More importantly, in April certain of the principals involved, Mr. Magruder and Mr. Dean, signified their willingness to testify before the committee. A. Use of immunity powers. It was then that the use of immunity powers granted the committee became important. Magruder and Dean were being questioned by the U.S. attorneys in preparation for their grand jury testimony. They were targets for indictment and could not be expected to cooperate with the committee without a grant of use immunity. The committee voted immunity for these witnesses and others, and thus secured the direct testimony of persons who had participated in criminal acts. The staff, most of whom had been employed in April, had uncovered by the middle of May much of the evidence it was to present during the Watergate phase of the hearings, a result obtained by around-the-clock efforts. Also, the members of the committee held frequent executive committee meetings to receive staff progress reports, legal opinions, and to vote use of subpoena and immunity powers to assist the staff in obtaining the facts. In exercising its immunity power, the committee weighed carefully the determinative question whether the testimony to be gained was vital to the committee's investigation or would reveal the significant involvement of persons of greater rank. The committee did not seek an immunity order for any witnesses who could not meet these tests and would only provide information as to his own involvement in the Watergate affair. In April, the committee announced that public hearings would begin May 17, 1973, on the Watergate and Coverup phase of the investigation. While this provided only short lead time, the committee was deeply conscious of public concern about the true parameters of the Watergate matter. It thus believed public hearings should start as promptly as possible. The committee opened its hearings on May 17, 1973, and maintained its hearing schedule, which increased from 3 to 5 days a week without interruption, except for 2 brief recesses, until August 7, 1973. 37 witnesses testified during this period. Hundreds of exhibits and documents were introduced into the record, and over 3,000 pages of testimony were transcribed. The committee's hearings on the Watergate break-in and cover-up phase constituted the longest, uninterrupted congressional hearings in the history of the Congress. B. Satellite charts on key witnesses. While many techniques to gain evidence were used, one investigative strategy in particular was responsible for some of the staff's most significant results, including the discovery of the White House taping system. In regard to each major witness, the Chief Counsel assigned a team of lawyers and investigators to collect as much evidence as possible respecting this witness from secondary sources. To accomplish this most efficiently, each team prepared what the staff came to call a satellite chart for every major witness. Plotted on the chart would be the name and position of every person who had a significant contact with the witness during the relevant time periods, and who had been in a position to receive pertinent information and records. One principal witness alone had 60 satellites on his chart. Each satellite witness was interviewed by the staff and his or her records subpoenaed and examined. The now famous ITT memorandum from Charles Colson to H.R. Haldeman was obtained from a satellite on Mr. Colson's chart, and Mr. Butterfield, who revealed the White House taping system, was interviewed simply because he was a satellite on Mr. Haldeman's chart. After John Dean informed the committee that he suspected that the president had taped a conversation between them in the Oval Office on April 15, 1973, some potentially knowledgeable witnesses were asked whether the president did, in fact, tape conversations. When Deputy Minority Counsel Donald Sanders asked Mr. Butterfield whether he knew of any facts supporting Dean's intimation that conversations in the president's office were tape recorded, Butterfield responded by informing the committee of the White House taping system. Then, in response to an earlier question by investigator Scott Armstrong, Butterfield stated that the reconstruction of the President's conversations with John Dean, which had been given the committee by special counsel to the President J. Fred Bushartz, must have been prepared by use of the tapes of those meetings. C. Computer operations. Another important investigative tool was the computer of the Library of Congress, whose capabilities were offered the committee shortly after its formation. The committee accepted this offer and developed a computer staff to utilize this facility. To the committee's knowledge, this was the first time a Congressional Investigating Committee employed a computer for the storage of information for investigative and analytical purposes. Almost all of the committee's investigative files and records were stored on computer tapes, including documentary records, witness interviews, executive sessions, public sessions, depositions in related civil cases, the transcript of the first Watergate trial, and certain newspaper clippings for the period from June 17, 1972 through the investigative phase. Computer printouts on individual witnesses permitted the staff to retrieve all available information respecting a given witness. Thus, discrepancies in testimony could easily be spotted and relevant documents identified for use in examination. The computer also proved a valuable tool for preparation of the committee's final report. On the basis of its experience, the committee recommends the use of computer technology in future congressional investigations. It also notes that the computer staff has provided the Special Prosecutor and the House Judiciary Committee with a complete duplicate of its computer tape, and that committee's impeachment inquiry thus had at its disposal the Select Committee's complete computer input. D. Other investigative procedures. The committee employed a variety of procedures for obtaining facts. Witnesses were usually interviewed informally and not under oath. Hundreds of witnesses were interviewed either in the committee offices, in the new Senate office building, or at various places throughout the country. In cases where the witness was testifying under a grant of immunity, or it was otherwise important to have his or her testimony under oath, the witness was examined in executive session. Oaths for executive sessions were administered by a member of the committee and verbatim transcripts of testimony prepared. Thousands of documents, records, and other tangible evidentiary materials were subpoenaed by the committee, examined by the staff and the committee, and stored in secure files. The committee's investigation was aided by the fact that the staffs of the White House and CRP frequently recorded their activities in documentary form. It appeared to be the practice of the officials involved to circulate duplicate copies of various memoranda throughout the White House and CRP, and the files of CRP were filled with duplicate copies of memoranda written by top White House officials. After the 1972 election, CRP delivered its files to the National Archives. When the Select Committee learned that this had occurred, a subpoena for these files was issued, and, over a period of months, staff investigators examined a vast collection of documents stored at the archives. A great number of confidential, eyes-only memoranda thus became available for the committee's inspection. A significant number of the memoranda revealed during the public hearings and/or embodied in this final report came from this source. 3. The public hearings. The character of the committee's hearings resulted from considerable planning and a basic philosophy. The committee, aware of the gravity of the national scandal it was investigating and the fact that its activities would be highly publicized, was determined to present dignified, objective hearings. It recognized that the ultimate impact of its work depended upon obtaining and keeping public confidence. In part for these reasons, the committee resisted calling certain so-called big-name witnesses at the beginning of its hearings. The committee and its staff wished to present a careful presentation of the evidence, establishing a foundation for the later testimony that implicated high government and campaign officials. Early witnesses of lesser stature that enabled the public to understand the context in which the Watergate affair unfolded were essential. The chief counsel and staff recommended this building block approach to the committee, and the committee unanimously adopted it. The committee followed a practice not typical of certain congressional hearings. It refrained from calling a witness in public session that it knew would refuse to testify on the assertion of the Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. When a witness in executive session claimed this constitutional right and declined to answer the committee's queries, the matter ended and the witness was not required to assert his privilege in public session. This policy was instituted upon the recommendation of the chief counsel, with which the committee agreed, on the belief that no legislative purpose would be served by public exhibitions of witnesses who claimed their privilege. The committee believed it was important that its public hearings be televised. Live television coverage occurred during the first phase of the committee's hearings, covering the Watergate Break-in and the Coverup. Public television carried, through its evening gavel-to-gavel coverage, most of the committee's public hearings. The committee's interest in televised hearings was not to obtain publicity for publicity's sake. The facts which the committee produced dealt with the very integrity of the electoral process. They were facts, the committee believed, the public had a right to know. Most citizens were not able personally to attend the working sessions of their government. Although thousands of people spent short periods in the caucus room during the hearings, these visitors represented only a small percentage of the electorate. Thus, it was desirable that every citizen be able to view the hearings, if not in the caucus room, then in his home or place of business. The ability to read about the hearings in the printed media was not sufficient. The full import of the hearings could only be achieved by observing the witnesses and hearing their testimony. It was for this reason that the committee opposed the efforts in federal court of Special Prosecutor Cox to prescribe television and radio coverage of the testimony of Magruder and Dean. The special prosecutor's expressed concern was that public hearings might prejudice future criminal trials. It was the committee's position that they would not, but, even if they did, it was more important in this period of crisis and national concern that the full facts be promptly made known. The public should not have to wait a year or more until the Watergate trials were over to know the scope of the corruption in its government. The court supported the committee's position and refused to interfere with the committee's public hearings. The committee believes that its position has proven correct, and that its public hearings awakened the public to the perils posed by the Watergate affair, to the integrity of the electoral process and our democratic form of government. Perhaps proof of the impact of the committee's hearings is found in the unprecedented public response to the firing of Special Prosecutor Cox on October 20, 1973. On that weekend alone, 500,000 telegrams came to the Congress. Hundreds of thousands of telegrams flowed in during the following days. The overwhelming sentiment of these telegrams was in opposition to the President's action. It is doubtful that public sentiment would have been so aroused by the President's action had the public not been sensitized to the issues involved through the committee's hearings. The committee wishes to note, before it proceeds to present its findings, that it has received no evidence suggesting any complicity in wrongdoing on the part of the Republican National Committee or the Democratic National Committee or their principal officers during the presidential campaign of 1972. End of introduction.
Section 1 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. Chapter 1, The Watergate Break-in and its Prelude, Part 1. The Watergate drama is still unfolding because all the facts are not yet in, because all the Watergate criminal trials and the impeachment proceeding are not concluded, and because the President has refused to produce to the Select Committee many crucial tape recordings and other evidence. This report, although it is the committee's final report, is incomplete, and this report is limited in another way. Because of the massive amount of evidence now available as to Watergate, developed in the committee's hearings and elsewhere, it is impossible in a document of reasonable length to deal with every fact or every version of the facts. The committee, therefore, in preparing this report, has exercised its judgment as to what facts are important and which versions of disputed facts should be included. Others may disagree with our account, but it is the committee's mandate under Senate Resolution Number 60 to present the Watergate affair to the public as it sees it. 1. The Watergate Break-in and its Prelude. In the early morning hours of June 17, 1972, James McCord, Bernard L. Barker, Frank Sturgis, Eugenio Martinez, and Virgilio Gonzalez illegally entered the Democratic National Committee headquarters on the 6th floor of the Watergate office building. Nearby, in a room in the Watergate Hotel, Howard Hunt and G. Gordon Liddy, the supervisors of this burglary operation, stood by keeping in walkie-talkie communication with Alfred Baldwin, who served as a lookout across the street from the Watergate complex in the Howard Johnson Motor Lodge. The mission was ill-fated. Within a short time after the break-in, a Washington Metropolitan Police Department plainclothes unit in an unmarked car responded to a call to assist a guard at the Watergate office building. The guard, Frank Willis, had become suspicious when, for the second time that night, he found masking tape on the edge of a door in the garage leading to the office building. The tape had been placed to hold back the locking mechanism, permitting the door to be opened without a key. Earlier that night, Wills had removed tape from the same door, thinking it had been inadvertently left by a building engineer. The plainclothes unit, under the direction of Sergeant Paul Leeper, entered the Watergate office building stairwell through the garage door and ascended to the 8th floor. The policemen worked their way down to the 6th floor level and entered that floor through the stairwell door, which they found unlocked by the same masking tape technique employed on the garage door. Alfred Baldwin, across the street at the Howard Johnson Motor Lodge, at first took no interest in the unmarked car which parked in front of the Watergate office building and in the casually dressed individuals who entered the building. That a plainclothes police squad in an unmarked car that answered the police dispatcher's call was fortuitous. The call initially went out to a marked police car, but that vehicle was on its way to a gasoline station. The dispatcher thus repeated the call for any tactical unit in the vicinity of the Watergate. Had the marked police car answered the call and had uniformed policemen entered the office building, Baldwin would have immediately taken notice and alerted the burglars who might have escaped. The true nature of the break-in might not have been discovered, and there might have been no need for the massive cover-up that followed, which, when exposed, became the most serious political scandal in the nation's history. Baldwin did not become alarmed until he noticed lights go on in the building, first on the 8th floor, then on the 6th, and saw two casually dressed individuals emerge on the 6th floor terrace of the D&C headquarters, one holding a pistol. Then he radioed Hunt and Liddy and asked, "Are our people in suits or are they dressed casually?" When the answer came back, "Our people are dressed in suits. Why?" Baldwin replied, "You have some trouble because there are some individuals around here who are dressed casually and have got their guns out." Within minutes, Sergeant Leeper and his unit discovered the 5 burglars and arrested them. Hunt and Liddy, however, escaped unnoticed from the Watergate Hotel. Baldwin was told by Hunt to leave the Motor Lodge, which he promptly did. Subsequently, Hunt and Liddy were indicted with the 5 men apprehended at the D&C headquarters. United States versus Liddy et al. Indictment of September 15, 1972. And Baldwin became a principal government witness against his former co-conspirators. All defendants initially pleaded not guilty, but as the trial opened in early January 1973, Hunt, Barker, Sturgis, Martinez, and Gonzalez changed their pleas to guilty. The remaining defendants, McCord and Liddy, were found guilty after a trial that left a number of questions, which disturbed the trial judge, Congress, and the American people. The crimes of wiretapping, burglary, and conspiracy had been proved, but why had these crimes been committed? Who sponsored them? What were the motivations? Was the break-in, as the White House immediately claimed, merely a third-rate burglary? This report attempts to put this crime in focus. We discuss below the background and planning that led to the break-in, as well as other activities by the burglary team now uncovered. We then deal with the extensive cover-up that followed the apprehension of the burglars. A. The background of Watergate. The Watergate break-in cannot be understood unless viewed in the context of similar White House activities. The evidence presented below shows that, from the early days of the present administration, the power of the president was viewed by some in the White House as almost without limit, especially when national and internal security was invoked. Even criminal laws were considered subordinate to presidential decision or strategy. The manifestations of this philosophy that preceded the Watergate break-in are now discussed. 1. The Houston Plan. The earliest evidence of this concept of presidential power existed is found in the 1970 top-secret document entitled Operational Restraints on Intelligence Collection, and the various memorandums from Tom Charles Houston to H.R. Haldeman, which were first revealed by John Dean. In preparation for his testimony before the Select Committee, Dean placed these papers, some of which bore the highest security classification, in the custody of Chief Judge John Sirica of the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. This step was taken by Dean on the advice of counsel to avoid violation of any presidential directive of federal laws prohibiting release of government documents affecting national security. After due consideration, Judge Sirica released one copy of these papers to the Department of Justice and one copy to the Select Committee pursuant to its motions. United States v. John Doe et al. Miscellaneous No. 77-73, May 14, 1973. The committee, with the aid of various intelligence agencies, reviewed these documents. While the committee sealed a few items therein which could involve national security considerations, it concluded that these papers, for the most part, dealt primarily with domestic affairs and were unrelated to national security matters. The papers, as sanitized by the committee, were entered into the committee's record during Dean's testimony. These papers and the President's own statement of May 22, 1973, disclosed that the President approved the use of illegal wiretapping, illegal break-ins, and illegal mail covers for domestic intelligence purposes. The President was fully advised of the illegality of these intelligence gathering techniques prior to approving them. In the top-secret document entitled Operational Restraints on Intelligence Collection, the recommendation for surreptitious entries, or break-ins, contained the following statement under the heading Rationale. Use of this technique is clearly illegal. It amounts to burglary. It is also highly risky and could result in great embarrassment if exposed. However, it is also the most fruitful tool and can produce the type of intelligence which cannot be obtained in any other fashion. On July 14, 1970, Haldeman sent a top-secret memorandum to Houston, notifying him of the President's approval of the use of burglaries, illegal wiretaps, and illegal mail covers for domestic intelligence. In the memorandum, Haldeman stated, "The recommendations you have proposed as a result of the review have been approved by the President. He does not, however, want to follow the procedure you outlined on page 4 of your memorandum regarding implementation. He would prefer that the thing simply be put into motion. On the basis of this approval, the formal official memorandum should, of course, be prepared, and that should be the device by which to carry it out." It also appears that the next day, July 15, 1970, Houston prepared a decision memorandum based on the President's approval for distribution to the federal intelligence agencies involved in the plan, the FBI, the CIA, the National Security Agency, and the Defense Intelligence Agency. In his May 22, 1973 public statement, the President reported that the decision memorandum was circulated to the agencies involved on July 23, 1970. However, the decision memorandum is dated July 15, 1970, indicating that it was forwarded to the agencies on that day or shortly thereafter. Houston's recommendations were opposed by J. Edgar Hoover, director of the FBI. Hoover had served as the chairman of a group comprised of the heads of the federal intelligence agencies formed to study the problems of intelligence gathering and cooperation among the various intelligence agencies. In his public statement of May 22, 1973, President Nixon stated, "After reconsideration, however, prompted by the opposition of Director Hoover, the agencies were notified 5 days later, on July 28, that the approval had been rescinded." Haldeman's testimony is to the same effect. Dean, however, testified that he was not aware of any rescission of approval for the plan, and there apparently is no written record of a rescission on July 28 or any other date. There is, however, clear evidence that, after receipt of the decision memorandum of July 15, 1970, Mr. Hoover did present strong objections concerning the plan to Attorney General Mitchell. Houston was concerned that Hoover's objections would interfere with the plan's implementation. On August 5, 1970, 8 days after the President states he ordered rescission, Houston sent Haldeman a lengthy top-secret memorandum on the subject, domestic intelligence, which strongly attacked Hoover's objections and made a number of recommendations concerning a forthcoming meeting regarding the plan among Haldeman, the Attorney General, and Hoover. Indicative of the fact that the plan was still quite alive, but imperiled by Hoover, is the following language in this memorandum. At some point, Hoover has to be told who is president. He has become totally unreasonable, and his conduct is detrimental to our domestic intelligence operations. It is important to remember that the entire intelligence community knows that the president made a positive decision to go ahead, and Hoover has now succeeded in forcing a review. If he gets his way, it is going to look like he is more powerful than the president. He had his say in the footnotes, and RN decided against him. That should close the matter, and I can't understand why the AG is a party in reopening it. All of us are going to look damn silly in the eyes of Helms, Gaylor, Bennett, and the military chiefs if Hoover can unilaterally reverse a presidential decision based on a report that many people worked their asses off to prepare and which, on the merits, was a first-rate, objective job. It should be noted that this memorandum indicates that the NSA, DIA, CIA, and the military services basically supported the Houston recommendations. 2 days later, on August 7, 1970, Houston sent a brief, confidential memorandum to Haldeman, urging that Haldeman meet with the Attorney General and secure his support of the President's decision, that the Director, that is Hoover, be informed that the decision will stand, and that all intelligence agencies are to proceed to implement them at once. Houston noted that Mr. Hoover has departed for the West Coast to vacation for 3 weeks. If you wait until his return to clear up the problems surrounding our domestic intelligence operations, we will be into the new school year without any preparations. Later, on September 18, 1970, almost 2 months after the president claims the plan was rescinded, Dean sent a top-secret memorandum to the Attorney General suggesting certain procedures to commence our domestic intelligence operation as quickly as possible. This memorandum specifically called for the creation of an interagency domestic intelligence unit, which had been an integral part of the Houston plan. Dean's memorandum to the Attorney General observed that Hoover was strongly opposed to the creation of such a unit, and that it was important to bring the FBI fully on board. Far from indicating that the president's approval of Houston's recommendation to remove restraints on illegal intelligence gathering had been withdrawn, Dean, in his memorandum, suggested to the Attorney General, "I believe we agreed that it would be inappropriate to have any blanket removal of restrictions. Rather, the most appropriate procedure would be to decide on the type of intelligence we need, based on an assessment of the recommendations of this unit, and then proceed to remove the restraints as necessary to obtain such intelligence." Dean's memorandum indicated that the creation of the Interagency Domestic Intelligence Unit would go forward and provide recommendations for the choosing of a unit director to serve as a right-hand man to the Attorney General, and for the selection of representatives from the various intelligence agencies who would serve on it. Dean closed his memorandum with the suggestion that the Attorney General call weekly meetings to monitor problems as they emerged, and to make certain that we are moving this program into implementation as quickly as possible. Recognizing that Hoover was still a problem, Dean added a note to the bottom of his memorandum. "Bob Haldeman has suggested to me that if you would like him to join you in a meeting with Hoover, he will be happy to do so." Hoover, however, never did come completely on board, and the plan for an interagency domestic intelligence unit was never implemented. A clue to the fate of the Houston plan is provided by the edited, unauthenticated submission of recorded presidential conversations to the Judiciary Committee of the House of Representatives by President Richard Nixon on April 30, 1974, where the following passage appears. D. What Bill Sullivan's desire in life is to set up a domestic national security intelligence system a White House program. He says we are deficient. He says we have never been efficient because Hoover lost his guts several years ago. If you recall, he and Tom Houston worked on it. Tom Houston had your instructions to go out and do it, and the whole thing just crumbled. P. Inaudible. Dean testified that the plan for the creation of an interagency domestic intelligence unit was the product of White House fear of demonstrations and dissent. Haldeman denied that such an atmosphere of fear existed in the White House. In his statement before the committee, Haldeman gave as the reason for White House interest in improving intelligence gathering operations the critical proportions of the domestic security problem in 1970 as illustrated by a wave of bombings and explosions, rioting and violence, demonstrations, arson, gun battles, and other disruptive activities across the country, on college campuses primarily, but also in other areas. On this issue, Ehrlichman's testimony corroborates Haldeman's. The Houston recommendations themselves refer to a major threat to the internal security and express the belief that the potential for even greater violence is present, and we have a positive obligation to take every step within our power to prevent it. For surely drastic violence and disorder threaten the very fabric of our society. The committee notes that the evidence presented to Senator McClellan's Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations of the Senate Committee on Government Operations in hearings beginning in July 1970 indicates that, in the several years preceding the hearings, there were significant increases in illegal acts of violence directed against government facilities and a disturbing number of such acts directed against law enforcement officials. Dean testified, however, that the White House concern was directed not only toward violent demonstrations, but also to peaceful demonstrations and dissent. As an illustration, he said, during the late winter of 1971, the president happened to look out of the windows of the residence of the White House and saw a lone man with a large 10-foot sign stretched out in front of Lafayette Park. Mr. Higbee called me to his office to tell me of the president's displeasure with the sign in the park and told me that Mr. Haldeman said the sign had to come down. When I came out of Mr. Higbee's office, I ran into Mr. Dwight Chapin, who said he was going to get some thugs to remove that man from Lafayette Park. He said it would take him a few hours to get them, but they could do the job. 2. The enemy's list. The White House's apparent concern over dissent and opposition is reflected in an organized effort to compile a constantly updated list of the administration's enemies. The basic rationale for maintenance of the enemies list is specified in an August 16, 1971 memorandum prepared by Dean for Haldeman, Ehrlichman, and others. It reads in relevant part, dealing with our political enemies. This memorandum addresses the matter of how we can maximize the fact of our incumbency in dealing with persons known to be active in their opposition to our administration. Stated a bit more bluntly, how can we use the available federal machinery to screw our political enemies? In brief, the system would work as follows. Key members of the staff, for example, Colson, Dent, Flanagan, Buchanan, should be requested to inform us as to who they feel we should be giving a hard time. The project coordinator should then determine what sorts of dealings these individuals have with the federal government and how we can best screw them. For example, grant availability, federal contracts, litigation, prosecution, etc. The project coordinator then should have access to and the full support of the top officials of the agency or department in proceeding to deal with the individuals. As a next step, I would recommend that we develop a small list of names, not more than 10, as our targets for concentration. Request that Lynn Knopfsinger do a job on them, and if he finds he is getting cut off by a department or agency, that he inform us and we evaluate what is necessary to proceed. Dean's advice to limit the list to not more than 10 was not followed. Even before this memorandum, George T. Bell circulated to Dean, Jerry Warren, and Van Shumway a sizable list of opponents that would be useful from time to time. The list contains such comments next to various names as, "A scandal would be most helpful here," "Positive results would stick a pin in Jackson's white hat," "Has known weakness for white females," "A real media enemy." On September 9, 1971, Colson sent the same list to Dean, with blue check marks next to the enemies who were top priority. Colson concluded, "I think you will find this a pretty good list. Right on." Other exhibits indicate that the list was constantly updated and expanded to include businessmen, actors and actresses, labor leaders, reporters, senators and representatives, civil rights leaders, McGovern aides, leaders of peace organizations, general anti-Nixon people, Democratic contributors, and others. Dean testified that the plan to penalize administration enemies was considered important to Haldeman, Ehrlichman, and others. Strachan testified that he believed that the enemies list was in existence when I arrived at the White House in August 1970. The list was maintained by Colson's office. White House efforts to use the federal bureaucracy to punish its supposed enemies are further reflected in Committee Exhibits 44 and 65. Exhibit 44 is a memorandum and briefing paper prepared for Haldeman for a meeting with the head of the Internal Revenue Service, which came from John Dean's White House file, entitled Opponents List and Enemies Project. The memorandum is undated and not marked other than its heading. To accomplish, make IRS politically responsive. Attached to this memorandum is an IRS talking paper that concludes with the following. Johnny Walters of the IRS must be made to known that discrete political actions and investigations on behalf of the administration is a firm requirement and responsibility on his part. We should have direct access to Walters for action in sensitive areas and should not have to clear them with Treasury. Dean should have access and assurance that Walters will get the job done properly. Dean recalled that, after an article was published in Newsday on Charles B.B. Rebozo, one of the president's closest friends, Dean was told that the authors of that article should have some problems. Dean discussed this with John Caulfield, who had friends in the IRS. Dean was reluctant to discuss it with Walters. Dean recalls that the IRS did audit the newsmen involved. It appears other enemies were also subjected to IRS investigation and audit. During the September 15, 1972 meeting with the president, Dean reported on IRS investigation of Larry O'Brien, according to information Fred Buzzhart, special counsel to the president, provided to Minority Counsel. In a memorandum of June 12, 1972, to Dean, Colson wrote that there should be an IRS audit of a union official who, you should know, is an all-out enemy, a McGovernite, ardently anti-Nixon. Please let me know if this one can be started on at once, and if there is an informer's fee, let me know. There is a good cause at which it can be donated. In Dean's meeting with the president on September 15, 1972, the president, Dean, and Haldeman discussed retaliation against administration enemies, according to a purported transcript of this meeting prepared by the House Judiciary Committee, published in the Washington Post on May 17, 1974, at pages A 26 to 28. This transcript indicates the president may have known of the enemies list. Haldeman, at the beginning of this meeting, referred to the fact that Colson had gone through, has worked on the list, and Dean's working the thing through IRS, and, in some cases, I think. The president allegedly replied, yeah. Other relevant excerpts from this September 15th meeting, based on the Judiciary Committee's purported transcript, appear below, with emphasis added. H. Unintelligible words. John, that is Dean, he is one of the quiet guys that gets a lot done. That was a good move too, bring Dean in, but it's P. Yeah. H. He'll never gain any ground for us. He's just not that kind of guy, but he's the kind that enables other people to gain ground while he's making sure that you don't fall through the holes. P. Oh, you mean... H. Between times, he's moving ruthlessly on the investigation of McGovern people, Kennedy stuff, and all that too. I just don't know how much progress he's making, 'cause P. The problem is, that's kind of hard to find. H. Chuck has gone through, you know, has worked on the list, and Dean's working the thing through IRS and, in some cases, I think, some other unintelligible things. He turned out to be tougher than I thought he would, which is what... P. Yeah. P. Well, just remember all the trouble they made us on this. We'll have a chance to get back at them one day. How are you doing on your other investigations? How does this... Unintelligible. D. I'm just about the end of the, H. What's happened on the bug? P. Hard to find. On the what? H. The bug. P. Perhaps the Bureau ought to go over... H. The Bureau ought to go into Edward Bennett Williams and let's start questioning that son of a bitch. Keep him tied up for a couple of weeks. P. Yeah, I hope they do. The Bureau better get over pretty quick and get that red box. We want it cleared up. Unintelligible. D. That's exactly the way I gave it to Gray. D. On this case, there is some bitterness between, for example, the Finance Committee and the Political Committee. They feel that they are taking all the heat and all the people upstairs are bad people and they're not being recognized. P. Ridiculous. D. It is, I mean. P. They're all in it together. D. That's right. P. They should just behave and recognize this. This is war. We're getting a few shots and it'll be over, and we'll give them a few shots and it'll be over. Don't worry. Unintelligible. And I wouldn't want to be on the other side right now. Would you? I wouldn't want to be in Edward Bennett Williams' position after this election. D. No. P. None of these bastards. D. He's done some rather unethical things that have come to light already, which Richie has brought to our attention. P. Yeah? D. He went down. H. Keep a log on that. D. Oh, we are indeed. We are. P. Yeah. H. Because afterwards that is a guy. P. We're going to. H. That is a guy we've got to ruin. D. He had an ex parte. P. You want to remember, too, he's an attorney for the Washington Post. D. I'm well aware of that. P. I think we are going to fix that son of a bitch. Believe me, we are going to. We've got to because he's a bad man. D. Absolutely. P. He misbehaved very badly in the Hoffa matter. Some pretty bad conduct there too, but go ahead. D. Well, that's along the line, one of the things I've tried to do is just keep notes on a lot of the people who are emerging as P. That's right. D. As less than our friends. P. Great. D. Because this is going to be over someday and we shouldn't forget the way some of them have treated us. P. I want the most comprehensive notes on all those who tried to do us in, because they didn't have to do it. D. That's right. P. They didn't have to do it. I mean, if the thing had been they had a very close election, everybody on the other side would understand this game, but now they are doing this quite deliberately, and they are asking for it, and they are going to get it. And we have not used the power in this first 4 years, as you know. D. That's right. P. We have never used it. We have never used the Bureau, and we haven't used the Justice Department, but things are going to change now, and they're going to change, and they're going to get it right. D. That's an exciting prospect. P. It's got to be done. It's the only thing to do. D. Well, there has been some extensive clipping by the counsel in this case, and I've gone through some of these clippings, and it's just phenomenal. P. Yeah. D. The amount of coverage this case is getting. They may never get a fair trial, they'll never get a jury that can convict them or pull it together. And the Post, as you know, has got a real large team that they've assigned to do nothing but this case. Couldn't believe they put MaryAnn's story about his libel suit, which was just playing so heavily on the networks last night, and in the evening news, they put it way back on about page 8 of the Post. P. Sure. D. And didn't even cover it as in total. P. I expect that it's all right. We've unintelligible. H. The Post unintelligible. P. It's going to have its problems. H. Unintelligible. D. Unintelligible. The networks are good with Mari coming back 3 days in a row and unintelligible. P. That's right. The main thing is the Post is going to have damnable problems out of this. They have a television station. D. That's right, they do. P. Does that come up too? The point is, when does it come up? D. I don't know, but the practice of non-licensees filing on top of licensees has certainly gotten more. P. That's right. D. More active in this area. P. And it's going to be goddamn active here. D. Laughter. Silence. P. Well, the game has to be played awfully rough. I don't know. Well, now, you'll follow through with who will over there? Who, Timmons or a Ford or a unintelligible. There are a number of Republicans. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. Chapter 1, The Watergate Break-in and its Prelude, Part 2. 3. The Plumbers. In June 1971, the leak of the Pentagon Papers prompted the president to create a special investigations unit, later known as the Plumbers, inside the White House under the direction of Egil Krogh. Krogh, in return, was directly supervised by John Ehrlichman. Krogh was soon joined by David Young, and in July, the unit, staffed up for a broader role, added G. Gordon Liddy and E. Howard Hunt, both known to the White House as persons with investigative experience. Liddy was a former FBI agent, Hunt, a former CIA agent. The Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty negotiations were compromised by the leak of sensitive documents at the time this unit was being formed, July 23, 1971. This problem was included within the Plumbers' mission. 2 subsequent leaks were likewise added to the purview of the unit's activities. The India-USSR leak, Ted Zolk article of August 13, 1971, and the India-PAK leak, Jack Anderson article of December 16, 1971. According to Ehrlichman, it was felt that White House supervision of the leak-finding unit would stimulate the various departments and agencies to do a better job controlling leaks and the theft or exposure of national security secrets within their departments. This Special Investigations Unit planned and carried out the burglary of the office of Dr. Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatrist, Dr. Louis J. Fielding. While this burglary is also discussed elsewhere in this report, it is relevant here as reflective of the White House attitude towards illegal intelligence gathering. Moreover, the activities of the Plumbers are closely related to the Watergate break-in because both operations were under the supervision of Hunt and Liddy, and both employed as burglars certain Cuban Americans recruited by Hunt. 2 of the Hunt recruits participated in both burglaries. Also, fear of revelation of the Ellsberg break-in contributed significantly to the massive cover-up following the Watergate burglary. The committee report demonstrates that Crow and Young, as directors of the plumbers, recommended to Ehrlichman a covert operation to obtain Ellsberg's psychiatric records, which were in the custody of Ellsberg's psychiatrist, Dr. Fielding. Crow pled guilty on November 30, 1973, to a federal charge based on his role in that affair. On the question whether Crow and Young were acting with the approval of Ehrlichman, the Select Committee received considerable evidence. On August 11, 1971, Young and Crow sent a memorandum to Ehrlichman, which included the following report and recommendation. We have received the CIA preliminary psychology study, copy attached at tab A, which I must say I am disappointed in and consider very superficial. We will meet tomorrow with the head psychiatrist, Mr. Bernard Malloy, to impress upon him the detail and depth that we expect. We will also make available to him some of the other information we have received from the FBI on Ellsberg. In this connection, we would recommend that a covert operation be undertaken to examine all the medical files still held by Ellsberg's psychoanalyst covering the 2-year period in which he was undergoing analysis. Beneath this recommendation were the words approve and disapprove, each followed by a blank space. The handwritten letter E was placed in the blank space after the word approve, and beneath it, also in handwriting, was the message, if done under your assurance that it is not traceable. Ehrlichman testified that the letter E and the handwriting beneath it are his. Ehrlichman testified that he did not approve or have knowledge of the break-in in advance, and that his understanding of the term covert operation did not include a break-in. And in the edited presidential transcripts for a March 27, 1973 meeting, Ehrlichman, in reference to this break-in, is quoted as saying, "Well, sir, I didn't know what this crowd was up to until afterwards." However, the committee notes that the August 11th memorandum called for a covert operation to obtain medical files still held by Ellsberg's psychoanalyst. Other documentary evidence is also relevant. Thus, in a memorandum dated August 26, 1971, from Young to Ehrlichman, concerning a plan to disparage Ellsberg by feeding selected information to a congressional investigation, a footnote makes the following point. In connection with Issue 9, relating to changing Ellsberg's image, it is important to point out that with the recent article on Ellsberg's lawyer, Bowden, we have already started on a negative press image for Ellsberg. If the present Hunt-Liddy Project No. 1 is successful, it will be absolutely essential to have an overall game plan developed for its use in conjunction with the congressional investigation. In this connection, I believe that the point of Buchanan's memorandum on attacking Ellsberg through the press should be borne in mind, namely, that the situation being attacked is too big to be undermined by planting leaks among the friendly press. If there is to be any damaging of Ellsberg's image and those associated with him, it will therefore be necessary to fold in the press planting with the congressional investigation. I mentioned these points to Colson earlier this week, and his reply was that we should just leave it to him and he would take care of getting the information out. I believe, however, that in order to orchestrate this whole operation, we have to be aware of precisely what Colson wants to do. Recommendation: that you sign the memorandum to Colson asking him to draw up a game plan. Tab A. Tab A was a memorandum from Ehrlichman to Charles Colson dated August 27, 1971, which was only several days prior to the Ellsberg break-in, on the subject Hunt-Liddy Special Project No. 1. The memorandum from Ehrlichman to Colson stated, on the assumption that the proposed undertaking by Hunt and Liddy would be carried out and would be successful, I would appreciate receiving from you by next Wednesday a game plan as to how and when you believe the materials should be used. The only Hunt-Liddy special project under consideration when these memorandums were written was the covert operation to obtain Ellsberg's medical records, and thus the only materials that would be received if the project were successful would be those medical records. It appears from these memorandums and Hunt's testimony before the committee that a primary strategy of the Plumbers was to obtain information to fuel a campaign to damage Ellsberg's image. This political motivation is highlighted in Young's August 26 memorandum to Ehrlichman by a bracketed note connecting Democratic Party leadership with the Ellsberg matter, which states, "I am sending you a separate Hunt to Colson memorandum, which attempts to select the politically damaging material involving the Democratic hierarchy. I personally believe a good deal more material could be developed along these lines. To begin with, we have Conan, Lansdale, Harkin, and Nolting, who could possibly be called to testify." There is also a July 28, 1971 memorandum from Hunt to Colson in which Hunt states, "I am proposing a skeletal operations plan aimed at building a file on Ellsberg that will contain all available overt, covert, and derogatory information. This basic tool is essential in determining how to destroy his public image and credibility." In his testimony before the committee, Hunt denies that the primary reason for the break-in was to destroy Ellsberg's public image, but he did admit that certain material expected to be obtained from Dr. Fielding's files might have been useful in discrediting Ellsberg. David Young has insisted to committee staff that the thrust of the entire psychiatric study of Ellsberg was to determine whether Ellsberg was the kind of person capable of manipulation or whether he was acting alone. In this regard, it should be noted that in the memorandum of August 26, referred to above, Young informed Ehrlichman, "It may well be that although Ehrlichman is guilty of the crimes with which he is charged, he did not in fact turn the papers over to the New York Times. The Defense Department's analysis of the printed material may even show that Ellsberg did not have some of the papers which the New York Times printed. Furthermore, the whole distribution network may be the work of still another and even larger network." Crow, in his statement after sentencing, disavowed any continuing belief that the Fielding operation was justified by national security. Judge Gerhard Gesell, the trial judge for the Ellsberg break-in case, also has rejected national security as a defense in that matter. Order of May 24, 1974. The edited transcripts of the presidential conversation submitted to the House Judiciary Committee suggest that the national security defense for the Ellsberg break-in may well have been an afterthought contrived to provide protection for those involved. The following exchange is at page 336. E. If Hunt talks, I would put the national security tent over the whole operation. P. I sure would. On June 3, 1974, Charles W. Colson pled guilty to a charge of obstructing justice by engaging in a scheme to prepare and obtain derogatory information about Daniel Ellsberg and to leak such information to certain newspapers for the purpose of publicly discrediting Ellsberg. Colson admitted he engaged in this conduct to prejudice Ellsberg in the criminal case against Ellsberg relating to the Pentagon Papers incident being prosecuted by the federal government. Colson had agreed with Hunt's recommendation that Ellsberg's psychiatric records be obtained, a recommendation that led to the burglary of Dr. Fielding's office by the Plumbers. Note: on July 12, 1974, after this report was prepared, Messrs. John Ehrlichman, Gordon Liddy, Bernard Barker, and Eugenio Martinez were convicted in federal court of conspiring to violate the civil rights of Dr. Fielding by illegally entering his office. Mr. Ehrlichman was also convicted on 2 counts of perjury to the grand jury investigating this matter. The evidence before the committee demonstrates that, in July and August 1971, the CIA provided technical assistance to Howard Hunt that, among other uses, was instrumental in the break-in of Dr. Fielding's office. This assistance was made available after then Deputy Director General Robert E. Cushman received a request for aid from the White House and met with Hunt on July 22, 1971. According to Cushman, CIA assistance to Hunt was terminated when Hunt's demands became too extravagant that Cushman refused to meet them. Cushman testified before the committee that in July 1971, he received a call from Ehrlichman asking for assistance for Hunt. Cushman further testified that Ehrlichman stated that Howard Hunt was a bona fide employee, a consultant on security matters, and that Hunt would come to see me and request assistance which Mr. Ehrlichman requested that I give. Ehrlichman has denied any recollection of this call. He has also said that any call to the CIA is the kind of call that I usually have little or no difficulty in remembering. CIA records, however, indicate that it was Ehrlichman who made the July 1971 telephone call. The minutes of the meeting of the top CIA officials held several days after the telephone call show that Cushman reported that it was made by Ehrlichman. A transcript of the Cushman-Hunt meeting on July 22, 1971, indicates that Ehrlichman placed this call. Also, the CIA has provided the committee with a recently discovered transcript of the Ehrlichman to Cushman phone call prepared by Cushman's secretary. The transcript clearly shows that Ehrlichman made the call seeking assistance for Hunt and invoked the president's name in order to procure this aid. The transcript of this conversation reveals the following statement by Ehrlichman. Mr. Ehrlichman: I want to alert you that an old acquaintance, Howard Hunt, has been asked by the president to do some special consultant work on security problems. He may be contacting you sometime in the future for some assistance. I wanted you to know that he was in fact doing some things for the president. He is a longtime acquaintance with the people here. He may want some help on computer runs and other things. You should consider he has pretty much carte blanche. There is additional evidence regarding this telephone call that is instructive. On December 16, 1972, after the Department of Justice began its investigation of the Fielding matter, Cushman called Ehrlichman and stated that he was uncertain who called him in early July 1971 about Hunt. Ehrlichman told this to Dean, who requested that Ehrlichman ask Cushman to put this in writing. But Cushman, on January 8, 1973, sent a memorandum on the Hunt matter to Ehrlichman, stating that the early July telephone call was probably made by Ehrlichman, Colson, or Dean. Ehrlichman immediately called Cushman to complain about the inclusion of his name. Cushman, therefore, sent Ehrlichman another memorandum regarding Hunt, dated January 10, 1973, which stated that he could not recall who in the White House had called him. This memorandum was later given to Assistant U.S. Attorney Silbert. These two memorandums were written before Cushman refreshed his recollection by examining CIA documents prior to his testimony before the Select Committee. In late August 1971, after Hunt's demands became excessive, Cushman called Ehrlichman to complain. Ehrlichman said he then asked Cushman what Hunt's assignment was, and Cushman said he did not know. According to Ehrlichman, he, that is Ehrlichman, then said that he would take responsibility for terminating the CIA's assistance to Hunt, and if there were any squawks or kickbacks from anyone in the White House, to simply refer them to me. Shortly after this telephone call, CIA assistance to Hunt was terminated. 4. Project Sandwedge. The committee to re-elect the president was gearing up for its own political intelligence gathering program around the same time as the Ellsberg break-in. In September 1971, John Dean asked Jeb Stuart Magruder to join him for lunch with Jack Caulfield. Caulfield, a White House investigator who had conducted numerous political investigations, some with Anthony Ulasewicz, wanted to sell Magruder his political intelligence plan, Project Sandwedge, for use by CRP. Magruder had been organizing the campaign effort since May 1971, having received this assignment from Mitchell and Haldeman. In essence, the Sandwedge plan proposed a private corporation operating like a Republican Intertel to serve the president's campaign. In addition to normal investigative activities, the Sandwedge Plan also included the use of bagmen and other covert intelligence gathering operations. Project Sandwedge had been proposed to the White House by Caulfield in the spring of 1971, but was not favorably received by Mitchell and Ehrlichman. After the initial luncheon meeting between Magruder and Caulfield, the plan was again put to Mitchell, this time for use by CRP, but he again rejected it. 5. The hiring of G. Gordon Liddy by the Campaign Committee. With Sandwedge rebuffed, Magruder and Gordon Stockman of Haldeman's staff asked Dean to find a lawyer to serve as CRP General Counsel who could also direct an intelligence gathering program. Magruder stated that he and Dean had, on previous occasions, discussed the need for such a program with Attorney General Mitchell. The man Dean recruited was G. Gordon Liddy, who moved from the Special Investigations Unit in the White House to CRP. Magruder testified that, when Dean sent Liddy to the committee to re-elect the president in 1971, he, that is Magruder, was unaware of Liddy's activities for the Plumbers, particularly his participation in the break-in of Dr. Fielding's office. Dean had first asked Crow whether David Young would be available for the special CRP assignment. Crow said no, but suggested Liddy, with the caveat that Ehrlichman must approve of the transfer. Subsequently, Crow informed Dean that Ehrlichman did approve. Dean then called Mitchell to tell him that Crow, with Ehrlichman's sanction, had recommended Liddy and to arrange for Mitchell to meet Liddy. Ehrlichman, however, denied in a committee staff interview that he approved Liddy's assignment to the CRP and has stated that he first learned of Liddy's CRP employment after the Watergate break-in. The record shows that Mitchell, still the Attorney General, interviewed Liddy on November 24, 1971, and approved Liddy for his position with CRP. B. The Committee for the Re-election of the President and its relation to the White House. Before relating the evidence regarding the planning of the CRP's political intelligence gathering program that ultimately resulted in the Watergate break-in, it is important briefly to identify CRP's close relation with, if not domination by, the White House. The evidence accumulated by the Select Committee demonstrates that CRP was a White House product answerable to top White House leadership. It appears that H.R. Haldeman, the President's Chief of Staff, was principally responsible for organizing CRP. John Mitchell has stated that Haldeman was the moving force. In May 1971, Jeb Magruder, then a Haldeman staff assistant, was released from his White House position and assigned the task of building the re-election committee. With Magruder on this assignment were Harry S. Fleming, Hugh W. Sloan, Jr., Herbert Porter, Robert Odle, and Dr. Robert Merrick. All but Merrick were former White House aides. Magruder cleared all recruitment of White House personnel for the committee with Haldeman. Although Attorney General Mitchell also passed on the appointment of persons to important re-election committee positions, Richard Kleindienst, in a meeting with the President on April 15, 1973, characterized Mitchell's role in the formulation of CRP as that of a puppet. The evidence, however, shows that Mitchell assumed a political managerial role as to the election effort as early as the spring of 1971, a year before he left his position as Attorney General. It was understood, even at that early time, that Mitchell would take full charge of the campaign when it went into high gear. Thus, Mitchell received memorandums for his information and approval from CRP as early as May 1971. The campaign organization eventually evolved into two entities. 1. The Committee for the Re-election of the President, which had the responsibility for political activity. 2. The Finance Committee for the Re-election of the President, the organ responsible for campaign fundraising and disbursement. Approximately 35 White House aides left their positions to assume key or low-level positions at CRP or FCRP. A comparison of the CRP organization chart and the White House organization chart for the period of 1971 to 72 shows that most important positions in the campaign organizations were held by former White House aides. Magruder was the caretaker director of the campaign political arm from May 1971 until March 1972, when Mitchell took over the duties of campaign director. To keep Haldeman informed daily of CRP operations, Gordon Stockman, a Haldeman staff assistant, was designated as the liaison between Haldeman and Magruder. On a regular basis, Magruder provided Stockman with reports of CRP activities and decision memorandums requiring Haldeman's approval. Robert Odle, CRP administrative assistant under Magruder, testified that CRP memorandums went to the White House in such significant numbers that there was a sample memorandum in the staff manual showing the prescribed form for a memorandum from a CRP staffer to Haldeman or other White House personnel. Magruder also sent a flow of memorandums to Mitchell for his reaction or approval. Examples of memorandums to Mitchell while he was still Attorney General are exhibits number 74 and 75. As noted, Mitchell's campaign activity began as early as May 1971. Prior to his appearance before the Select Committee, Mitchell testified in March 1972 before the Senate Judiciary Committee that he had no re-election campaign responsibilities before his resignation as Attorney General. The two divisions of the campaign organization were ultimately headed by two cabinet members. Mitchell became director of CRP, and Secretary of Commerce Maurice Stans retired to head FCRP. Mr. Stans testified before the committee that, as FCRP director, he raised approximately $60 million for the campaign. These funds were dispersed on the basis of decisions made by a budget committee consisting of key officials of CRP and FCRP. These decisions were at times reviewed by Haldeman. After the November election, FCRP had a substantial surplus, much of which was apparently used to defend itself in lawsuits and to pay legal fees of former CRP and FCRP officials involved in various Watergate-related legal matters. As the Select Committee files its final report, approximately $3.5 million in FCRP surplus is still held by the Campaign Liquidation Trust. On the basis of this evidence, the committee finds that the Committee for the Re-election of the President and the Finance Committee to re-elect the President were, in the main, White House staffed and White House-controlled political organizations. It finds that they were initially conceived and created for the purpose of assuring White House control over the campaign funds raised by FCRP and the campaign strategies planned and implemented by CRP. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. Chapter 1. The Watergate Break-in and its Prelude, Part 3. C. The Planning of Gemstone. From the time that G. Gordon Liddy was appointed CRP General Counsel in December 1971, his principal efforts were devoted to developing, advocating, and implementing a comprehensive political intelligence gathering program for CRP under the code name Gemstone. The Select Committee's knowledge of Liddy's activities comes from sources other than Liddy himself, since he refused to testify, although instructed to do so by the committee upon the conference pursuant to court order of use immunity. Liddy's role in the Gemstone plan was detailed to the committee through the testimonies of James McCord, Jeb Stuart Magruder, John Dean, John Mitchell, and E. Howard Hunt. Although it is not clear from the testimony who originated the Gemstone concept, there is no dispute that it was Liddy who, with the aid of Hunt and McCord, formulated the plan and presented it for approval to Dean, Magruder, and Mitchell. 1. The meeting of January 27, 1972. The first Gemstone plan was presented to Attorney General Mitchell by Liddy at a meeting in Mitchell's Justice Department office on January 27, 1972. Magruder and Dean were also in attendance. The plan was a Liddy, Hunt, and McCord composite. McCord's input was the budget for the equipment needed to implement the electronic surveillance aspects of the plan. Hunt, still employed at the White House, aided Liddy in formulating the plans for other intelligence gathering operations. The testimony of Mitchell, Dean, and Magruder as to this meeting is fairly consistent concerning the nature of Liddy's presentation and the general contents of the plan. Liddy illustrated his presentation with 6 large white posters on an easel, each one portraying a specific coded component of the overall plan. The plan called for 1. The use of mugging squads and kidnapping teams to deal with leaders of anti-Nixon demonstrations. 2. Prostitutes stationed on a yacht, wired for sound, anchored offshore from Miami Beach during the Democratic Convention. 3. Electronic surveillance and break-ins at various targets not yet identified at the time of the meeting. The budget for the plan was $1 million. Liddy's plan was not approved at the meeting. Dean testified that he was surprised at Liddy's plan and had not known of its contents prior to the meeting. He testified that Mitchell was likewise amazed and told Liddy to revise the plan, focusing on the problem of demonstrations. Magruder testified that he and Dean also indicated to Liddy that the project must be redone. According to Dean, Mitchell told him privately that Liddy's proposal was out of the question. Mitchell testified that at the January 27th meeting, he told Liddy to take the stuff out and burn it. However, Hunt testified that Liddy reported that the plan had been turned down because it was too expensive, and that he, that is Liddy, had been instructed to redraft it. McCord confirms this testimony. Despite these reactions of record by those who listened to Liddy's plan on January 27th, the fact remains that such a plan was presented in the office of the Attorney General of the United States, and that Liddy, after the meeting, still held his position as CRP General Counsel and continued to have the responsibility of developing an intelligence gathering plan. Magruder testified that he reported the details of this meeting to Strockman in accordance with his custom of keeping Strockman advised on important matters so he, that is Strockman, could report to Haldeman. Strockman, however, claimed that Magruder mentioned nothing to him regarding a CRP intelligence plan until after March 30, 1972. 2. The February 4, 1972 meeting. On February 4, 1972, the same group again met in the Attorney General's office and listened to Liddy present a watered-down version of his intelligence plan. This time, the plan called only for surreptitious photography and electronic surveillance. The budget for the new plan had been stripped down to $500,000. According to Magruder, Mitchell actually discussed possible targets for the new plan, including the Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington and at the convention, and the headquarters of the Democratic nominee. Also, according to Magruder, Mitchell suggested as additional targets DNC chairman Larry O'Brien and Las Vegas publisher Hank Greenspun, who allegedly had explosive material damaging to Senator Muskie in his office safe. Liddy's proposal, Magruder testified, was not approved at the February 4th meeting, but postponed for consideration at a later time. Dean testified that, after arriving late for this meeting, he advised Liddy that such discussions should not go on in front of the Attorney General of the United States. After the meeting, Dean testified, he told Liddy that he would never again discuss the matter with him, and that, if Liddy's plan were approved, he did not want to know. Mitchell testified that he and Dean were still aghast at Liddy's proposal. Liddy apparently left the meeting believing that the basics of his plan were unobjectionable, but that his budget was still too high. Moreover, McCord testified that Liddy said Dean had stated to Liddy that a method would have to be devised to ensure Mitchell's deniability regarding the operation, including the means by which the money would be dispersed. Magruder also testified that a discussion concerning the Attorney General's deniability took place at the February 4th meeting. Dean testified that Liddy may have misunderstood his statements concerning the impropriety of discussing the plan in front of the Attorney General and believed that Dean's only concern was with Mitchell's deniability, not with the appropriateness of the plan. Magruder testified that once again after the meeting, he reported the events to Strockman so Haldeman could be informed. This time, Magruder testified, he sent Strockman the documents Liddy had presented at the meeting, including budget sheets, and told Strockman by telephone the general content of the meeting, including the specific proposed targets for the intelligence operation. Strockman, according to Magruder, told him that any decision made by Mitchell regarding the bugging proposal was acceptable to the White House. But Strockman, during his testimony, denied receiving this information from Magruder after the February 4th meeting and claimed he had no knowledge of the Liddy plan until after March 30, 1972. Dean testified that, following this meeting, he met with Haldeman and told him about the meeting and the Liddy plan. He testified that he expressed his own view that the plan was incredible, unnecessary, and unwise, and that the White House should have nothing to do with it. Haldeman, according to Dean, agreed and instructed him to have no further dealings on the matter. Thus, according to both Magruder's and Dean's testimony, Haldeman knew about the Liddy intelligence plan after the February 4th meeting. Haldeman testified that he has no recollection of Dean's telling him about the February 4th meeting, but was willing to accept Dean's version of this conversation. But on March 27, 1973, Haldeman admitted to the president that he had a meeting with Dean during which Dean warned him about Liddy's plan and recommended that it be dropped. Moreover, Dean informed the president of his conversation with Haldeman, telling the president, "Bob and I have gone over that after the fact, and he recalls my coming to the office and telling him about this crazy scheme that has been cooked up." While Dean may have felt the plan had been disapproved, Magruder did not leave the February 4th meeting with that view, since, as subsequent developments show, he continued to work with Liddy on modifying the plan, and on March 30, 1972, presented it himself a third time to Mitchell in Key Biscayne, Florida. It is also noteworthy that, after the February 4th meeting, Liddy continued to serve as general counsel for CRP. 3. The Colson phone call. There is evidence that Liddy believed he needed additional White House assistance to get his intelligence plan approved. After the February 4th meeting, and before his meeting with Mitchell in Key Biscayne on March 30th, Magruder, according to his testimony, received a call from Charles Colson, special counsel to the president, who told him to get on the stick and get the Liddy project approved so we can get the information from O'Brien. Hunt testified that, after the February 4th meeting, Liddy requested an introduction to Colson and that he brought Liddy to Colson's office. Hunt said he sat in the rear of the office while Liddy and Colson conversed and was not involved in their discussion. Colson made some phone calls during the conversation. Colson did not testify under oath before the committee, but asserted his Fifth Amendment privilege after he was informed he was a target of the grand jury. However, Colson had earlier submitted to a staff interview. At that time, Colson admitted that Liddy and Hunt told him they could not get anyone to listen to them, and that he, therefore, called Magruder to ask him to hear their plan. Colson summarized this meeting with Liddy and Hunt in a June 20, 1972 memorandum. Colson said Hunt and Liddy told him about elaborate proposals for security activities which they could not get approved. Colson said he called Magruder and urged resolution of the Hunt-Liddy proposal. He stated in the memorandum that he declined Hunt's offer to apprise him of the details because it was not necessary and it was of no concern to me. Hunt, however, testified that he did not offer to provide details to Colson. In his public testimony, Hunt testified that when he left Colson's office after Colson had made the phone calls, Liddy told Hunt, I think I may have done us some good. Hunt also testified it was not necessary in the March meeting to give Colson details about the Liddy plan. He stated that in January 1972, he had informed Colson he would be working on a special project with Liddy that would require him to use the same Cuban Americans he had employed in the Ellsberg break-in, and that Colson indicated he was aware of the comprehensive covert intelligence plan which Liddy had in preparation and which had the approval of the White House. Hunt testified, however, that Colson was not specifically aware that the DNC headquarters would be a target of the Gemstone plan. Another witness to the Colson call to Magruder was apparently Fred LaRue. Magruder testified that LaRue was in the room with him when he received the call, and Mitchell testified that LaRue told him that he was present when Colson called. LaRue, however, could not recall being present. Magruder's description of Colson's call, especially the reference to a need to get the information from O'Brien, provides some evidence that Colson was doing more than simply being helpful to Liddy and Hunt. Dean told the president in the Oval Office on March 21, 1973, that he thought Colson's call to Magruder helped get the thing off the dime. At the same time, Dean told the president that Strockman, on Haldeman's behalf, was pushing Magruder for intelligence information and that Magruder took that as a signal to probably go to Mitchell and to say, "They are pushing us like crazy for this from the White House." 4. The March 30, 1972 meeting. The third and final time Liddy's intelligence plan was presented to Mitchell was on March 30th in Key Biscayne, Florida. Magruder testified that he had a large number of accumulated matters, including the Liddy plan, to submit to Mitchell for his approval. By this time, the plan's budget had been reduced to $250,000. Prior to traveling to Florida, Magruder testified he sent a copy of a memorandum on the pared-down Liddy plan to Strockman for communication to Haldeman. Magruder said this was in accordance with his practice to send key papers for discussion with Mitchell to Haldeman so that Haldeman could comment prior to his, that is Magruder's, meetings with Mitchell. Strockman, however, denied receiving an advance copy of this memorandum. Magruder testified that the Liddy memorandum was the last item discussed in his meeting with Mitchell in Key Biscayne, and that, although no one was enthusiastic after discussing its pros and cons, Mitchell approved the project. Magruder testified that the approved $250,000 project called for an initial entry into the Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington, and at further dates, if funds were available, entries into the headquarters of the Democratic presidential contenders in Washington and at the convention in Miami. Mitchell, however, denied approving Liddy's plan. He said he told Magruder, "We don't need this. I'm tired of hearing it. Let's not discuss it any further." LaRue, who was present with Mitchell and Magruder during the discussion of the various proposals Magruder presented to Mitchell, testified that, when Mitchell asked him, that is LaRue, what he thought of Liddy's plan, he replied that it was not worth the risk, and Mitchell said, "Well, this is not something we will have to decide on at this meeting." In a March 27, 1973 meeting between the president, Haldeman, and Ehrlichman, Haldeman reported on information CRP lawyer Paul O'Brien had received from Magruder. The final step in approving the Watergate break-in plan was when Gordon Strockman called Magruder and said Haldeman told him to get this going. The president wants it done, and there is to be no more arguing about it. This, meaning the intelligence activity, the Liddy plan. Magruder told Mitchell this, that Strockman had told him to get it going on Haldeman's orders, on the president's orders, and Mitchell signed off on it. He said, "Okay, if they say to do it, go ahead." Magruder did not give information of this nature to the Select Committee in either public or executive session. In addition, during an April 14, 1973 meeting between the president, Haldeman, and Ehrlichman, Ehrlichman stated that Magruder told him that Mitchell orally approved Liddy's third proposal, but that the approval was reluctant and that they, Mitchell and Magruder, felt bulldozed into doing it by Colson. 5. Financing the operation. When Magruder returned to Washington the following day, April 1st, he took certain actions that indicated his belief that the plan was approved. He told Robert Resner, his administrative assistant, that Liddy's plan had been approved and asked him to notify Liddy. He called Strockman to tell him the plan was approved and informed Hugh Sloan, FCRP treasurer, that Liddy was authorized to draw $250,000 during the campaign and would probably initially need a sizable amount. Liddy quickly requested $83,000 from Sloan. Sloan testified that he first checked Liddy's request with Magruder, who told him that it was in order and to comply. Sloan became concerned because the $250,000 budget was to come from cash funds kept in a safe in his office that represented cash received prior to April 7, 1972, the effective date of the new campaign fund reporting law. Since $83,000 was totally out of line of anything we had ever done before. Sloan took the matter up to Stans, the director of FCRP. Stans told Sloan he would check with Mitchell. After meeting with Mitchell, Stans confirmed that Magruder had authority to make this kind of decision and that Sloan should pay the funds to Liddy. Responding to Sloan's concern about the purpose of such a statement, Stans, according to Sloan, said, "I do not want to know, and you don't want to know." Although Stans disputed the context in which Sloan placed the remark, he agreed that it was the substance of what was said. Mitchell, however, testified that he only told Stans that Magruder had authority to pay money to Liddy and that there was no mention of substantial funds. Stans' meeting with Mitchell to clear the cash payment occurred only a few days after the March 30th meeting in Key Biscayne among Mitchell, Magruder, and LaRue. 6. Transmittal of information to Strockman. Magruder testified that he completely apprised Strockman of the Liddy $250,000 plan, including the fact that its first target was the Watergate D&C headquarters. In his March 13, 1973 meeting with the president, Dean told the president that Strockman had prior knowledge of the Watergate burglary. The president immediately concluded, "Well then, he probably told Bob. He may not have." Dean assured the president that Strockman would not testify against Haldeman. He was judicious in what he relayed, but Strockman is as tough as nails. He could go in and stonewall and say, "I don't know anything about what you are talking about." He has already done it twice, you know, in interviews. Strockman testified that Magruder told him only that a sophisticated political intelligence gathering system had been approved with a budget of $300,000. Strockman stated that he prepared Political Action Memorandum No. 18 for Haldeman that relayed this information. Strockman said that, when the memorandum was returned for filing, Haldeman had checked the item concerning this matter, indicating that he had read it. Haldeman, however, claimed he did not recall seeing such an item. 4 days after the March 30th meeting in Key Biscayne, Haldeman and Mitchell met. Strockman testified he prepared a talking paper for Haldeman for the meeting that included a section respecting CRP's $300,000 intelligence plan. Haldeman testified he did not recall directing Strockman to prepare this talking paper, nor did he recall seeing such a document. Haldeman and Mitchell both testified that a CRP intelligence plan was not discussed at the April 4th meeting. Haldeman testified that his meeting with Mitchell on April 4, 1972, was in connection with a meeting with the president and Mitchell, which covered the ITT Kleindienst hearings and a review of Mitchell's plans for assigning campaign responsibilities. They, that is his notes, indicate no discussion of intelligence. Also in April, according to Strockman, Haldeman called him into his office and told him to inform Liddy to transfer whatever intelligence capability Liddy had from Muskie to McGovern. Haldeman, Strockman said, had a particular interest in discovering what the connection between McGovern and Senator Kennedy was. Strockman said he made a note of the instruction, called Liddy to his office, and literally read the statement to him. D. Events leading to the break-in. 1. The McGovern headquarters attempts. In addition to the DNC offices at Watergate and propitious targets at the Miami Convention, the Watergate conspirators hoped to bug Senator George McGovern's Washington campaign headquarters. This target appears consistent with the instruction Liddy received from Haldeman through Strockman in April to transfer whatever capability he had from Muskie to McGovern, although bugging was not specifically mentioned in that instruction. McCord said he was involved in several attempts to bug McGovern's headquarters. On May 15th, McCord and Tom Gregory, a student Hunt had hired to infiltrate the McGovern campaign, walked through the McGovern headquarters in order to acquaint McCord with the office layout. Later, on the evening of May 26th, McCord and Baldwin drove to the McGovern headquarters and, through the use of walkie-talkies, rendezvoused with another car occupied by Hunt, Liddy, and others. The group had planned to break into the McGovern headquarters that evening, but because of Gregory's absence and the continued presence of a man standing in front of the headquarters, the mission was canceled. The Watergate conspirators also unsuccessfully attempted to bug the McGovern headquarters on May 28th. McCord had hoped that the offices of Frank Mankiewicz and Gary Hart would be vacant so that bugging devices could be installed, but the mission this time was aborted because persons were working late inside the headquarters. And Gregory, who had been instructed by Hunt to position himself outside and report when they left, was asked by a policeman to leave the area. 2. The first Watergate break-in. Liddy and Hunt then turned to the main target of the Gemstone Plan, the Democratic National Committee headquarters in the Watergate office building. They planned the break-in for the Memorial Day weekend. Hunt alerted his Cuban-American contact in Miami, Bernard Barker, to be prepared to bring a trained burglary team to Washington. Barker, who had performed this same type of mission for Hunt in the Ellsberg matter, had also served under Hunt in the Bay of Pigs operation. He was a refugee from his native Cuba and considered himself a patriot committed to the mission of freeing Cuba from Castro. The Cuban Americans he recruited for Hunt's projects were cut from the same cloth. The motivations of Barker and his crew were clearly stated by Baker. E. Howard Hunt, under the name of Eduardo, represents to the Cuban people their liberation. I cannot deny my services in the way that it was proposed to me on a matter of national security, knowing that with my training, I had personnel available for this type of operation. I could not deny this request at that time. On May 10th or 12th, McCord and Hunt reconnoitered the Watergate office building by walking through it in the early evening after work and again around 9 or 10 p.m. On May 17th, Martinez purchased 6 one-way tickets to Washington from Miami for Frank Carter, alias for Barker, J. Granada, alias for Reynaldo Pico, Joseph D. Alberto, alias for Sturgis, Raul Gaudi, alias for Gonzalez, Jose Piedra, alias for De Diego, and G. Valdez, alias for Martinez. On May 22nd, the Miamians registered at the Manger Hamilton Hotel in Washington, and on May 26th moved to the Watergate Hotel, where they stayed until May 30th. Barker testified that he met with Hunt at the Manger Hamilton Hotel shortly after his arrival in Washington, and Hunt explained to him the general nature of the mission. Barker, however, did not relay the nature of the assignment to his team until just before entry into the DNC headquarters. At that time, the different tasks of the participants were discussed. By the early morning hours of May 28th, the Watergate conspirators, after 2 frustrated attempts, completed their first break-in of the DNC. The entry was made late on May 27th, when Gonzalez picked the lock of the ground floor door of the Watergate office building. The burglary team then went to the 6th floor offices of the DNC headquarters. McCord placed electronic bugging devices, miniature transmitters, in the telephones of the DNC chairman, Larry O'Brien, and another official, Spencer Oliver, and Barker and his team photographed papers from DNC files. 3. The fruits of the first break-in. After the DNC telephones were tapped, Alfred Baldwin, a former FBI agent recruited by McCord, monitored intercepted telephone conversations from a room in the Howard Johnson Motor Lodge across the street from the Watergate office building. He typed the conversations almost verbatim and gave the logs to McCord. McCord gave the logs to Liddy, who had several retyped by his secretary, Sally Harmon. Liddy told McCord he wanted them in final form before his discussions with Mitchell and other recipients of the logs. The Gemstone project had its own stationery with the word Gemstone printed in large letters at the top. Sally Harmon testified she used Gemstone stationery when she retyped the telephone logs. Harmon also said she saw a stack of 8 by 10-inch photographs of documents from the DNC headquarters held by fingers in rubber gloves. Ms. Harmon testified that she began to type certain general intelligence memorandums for Liddy in April that led her to believe that CRP had infiltrated the headquarters of McGovern and Muskie. In keeping with the spy motif that characterized Liddy's operations, code names referring to information sources were used in the intelligence memorandums. The 3 code names she could recall were Ruby 1, Ruby 2, and Crystal. Magruder testified that, after Liddy's project was approved, he did not hear from Liddy until after May 27th, when Liddy reported the DNC break-in and installation of the telephone tapping devices. Magruder said he reported the May 27th entry to Strockman, but at that time gave Strockman no further details. After the May 27th DNC break-in, Magruder received from Liddy 2 installments of documents embodying the fruits of the break-in. The installments included summaries of phone conversations on Gemstone stationery and photographs of documents. Magruder testified he showed these Gemstone materials to Mitchell in a regular 8:30 morning meeting with him in his office in either CRP headquarters or his law firm, which was located in the same building. According to Magruder's testimony, Mitchell found the documents of no use and called Liddy to his office and told him the materials he received were not satisfactory and was not worth the money that he had paid for it. Magruder said Liddy explained there was a technical difficulty with one wiretap and that one had been improperly placed. Liddy said he would correct these matters and hopefully obtain useful information. Mitchell denied receiving any Gemstone material or informing Liddy that he was unhappy with the intelligence information. In fact, Mitchell testified that he did not see nor talk with Liddy between February 4, 1972 and June 15, 1972. However, Magruder's administrative assistant, Robert Reisner, testified that several weeks prior to June 17, 1972, Magruder handed him materials on stationery bearing the letterhead Gemstone for the purpose of preparing a file for Mr. Mitchell for a meeting between Mitchell and Magruder. Reisner also testified that, on another occasion, he saw Gemstone stationery and envelopes and photographs or what appeared to be photographs with the stationery. Mr. Reisner identified Committee Exhibits 16 and 18, which are copies of Gemstone stationery and the envelope for Gemstone materials, as being the same type stationery and envelopes he saw in Magruder's office and used to prepare Mr. Mitchell's file. The Gemstone envelopes bore the words "sensitive material" in large red capital letters and the words "handle as code word material" in smaller letters. In the lower left-hand corner of the envelope were printed the abbreviated words ex-dis, followed by no dism. These abbreviations apparently stood for executive distribution and no dissemination. Also at the bottom of the Gemstone stationery were the printed words, "Warning, this information is for intelligence purposes only. Exploitation may compromise source and terminate flow of information." Magruder also testified that he showed Strockman the Gemstone documents he received from Liddy. He said that, because of their sensitive nature, he had Strockman view them in Magruder's office. He and Strockman, Magruder said, agreed there was no substance to the documents. Strockman denied that Magruder showed him wiretap reports or Gemstone documents and said he never heard the term Gemstone prior to June 17, 1972. Haldeman stated in a staff interview that Strockman never reported to him that he had seen a gemstone file. 4. Factors leading to the second break-in. The second Watergate break-in was apparently made to correct the difficulty experienced with the wiretap device on Mr. O'Brien's telephone. Dean testified that on June 19, 1972, 2 days after the June 17 break-in, he met with Liddy, who told him that the men arrested in the DNC were his men. When Dean asked Liddy why he had been in the DNC, he told Dean that Magruder had pushed him into doing it. He told me he had not wanted to do it, but Magruder had complained about the fact that they were not getting good information from a bug they had placed in the DNC earlier. He then explained something about the steel structure of the Watergate office building that was inhibiting transmission of the bug, and that they had gone into the building to correct this problem. Dean later gave this same account to President Nixon on March 21, 1973. But Ehrlichman, during a meeting with the president and Haldeman on April 14, 1973, said Magruder told him that the second DNC break-in was Liddy's own notion, and that neither Mitchell nor Magruder knew that another break-in was contemplated. Ehrlichman said Magruder told him that Liddy had met with Mitchell and, referencing the difficulties experienced, had only said, "Mr. Mitchell, I'll take care of it." McCord testified that Liddy had told him a second break-in was necessary because Mitchell wanted a second photographic operation, and that, in addition, as long as that team was going in, that Mr. Mitchell wanted Mr. Liddy to check the malfunctioning of the second device that was put in, and see what the problem was, because it was one of two things: either a malfunction of the equipment or the fact that the installation of the device was in a room which was surrounded by 4 walls. In other words, it was shielded, and he wanted this corrected and another device installed. In any event, it appears that the second DNC break-in in the early morning hours of June 17th was carried out with a sense of urgency by Liddy, and without the planning engaged in for the first successful break-in. The urgency of the second break-in is emphasized by the fact that the burglars decided to proceed with the operation, even though McCord found that the tape initially placed on the garage door leading to the stairwell had been removed, making it necessary to pick the lock again. The risk of discovery was obvious to all the break-in team, yet after hurried consultation with Liddy in the Watergate Hotel, the decision was made to continue. A second piece of tape was placed on the basement garage door, an action that was the burglars' undoing, for it was the Watergate guard, Frank Wills, who had found the first piece of tape and removed it, thinking that one of the engineers for the building had put it on the door. When he made his rounds again and saw the door re-taped, he telephoned the police. Within minutes, Sergeant Leeper's plainclothes squad arrived at the Watergate office building, searched the stairwell, and entered the 6th-floor offices of the Democratic National Committee headquarters, when Officer Barrett discovered the burglars and yelled, "Hold it! Come out!" The break-in team was apprehended in the midst of setting up photographic equipment. The next afternoon, Leeper obtained search warrants for the rooms which the burglars had occupied. There police found $4,200 in $100 bills, all with serial numbers in sequence, more electronic equipment, sets of blue surgical gloves, and a small notebook containing the name E. Howard Hunt. The burglary was over, but the Watergate scandal had just begun. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1, Chapter 1. The Coverup, Part 1. The Coverup. The news of the break-in at the DNC that reached the public in the newspapers on June 17th and 18th provided little hint of involvement of high campaign and administration officials. For many months, the facts set forth above regarding the planning and implementation of the Gemstone Plan were hidden from public view. This is because on June 17th,
Just hours after the burglars were arrested, a massive cover-up was begun to conceal the true facts from the nation. This cover-up eventually encompassed destruction and secretion of documents, obstruction of official investigations, subornation of perjury, and offers of money and executive clemency to the Watergate defendants to secure silence. That there was a cover-up of some form can no longer be seriously disputed, since 4 of its participants, John Dean, Jeb Magruder, Fred LaRue, and Bart Porter, have pleaded guilty to crimes related to it. Dean, Magruder, and LaRue have admitted involvement in a conspiracy to obstruct justice, the basis of which was their participation in cover-up activities, and Porter has confessed to making false statements to the FBI to hide the true Watergate facts. A. White House and CRP activity, first 3 days after the break-in. On the morning of June 17th, Liddy called Magruder in Los Angeles and informed him that 5 men, including McCord, had been apprehended in the DNC headquarters. Magruder, who was on a campaign trip with Mitchell, Fred LaRue, Robert MaryAnn, and Bart Porter, repeated Liddy's report to LaRue, who relayed it to Mitchell. Magruder testified that later in the day, Mitchell told MaryAnn to have Liddy speak to Kleindienst concerning the possibility of releasing McCord. MaryAnn denied this, but LaRue said that Mitchell asked someone, probably MaryAnn or Magruder, to tell Liddy to contact Kleindienst, who in turn was to contact Police Chief Jerry Wilson for details. In any event, in the late morning hours of Saturday, June 17th, Liddy, accompanied by CRP staffer Powell Moore, went to the Burning Tree Country Club near Washington to ask Kleindienst to arrange the release of the 5 Watergate burglars. Kleindienst, who had received word of the break-in from Henry Peterson at 8 a.m., telephoned Peterson in Liddy's presence and ordered that the Watergate 5 receive no special treatment. Kleindienst testified he then told Liddy to leave the premises. That afternoon, the scene of activity shifted to CRP headquarters. Liddy, rushing by Hugh Sloan, commented tersely, quote, "My boys got caught last night. I made a mistake. I used someone from here, which I told them I would never do. I'm afraid I'm going to lose my job." End of quote. Robert Odle later observed Liddy go to the shredding room with a pile of documents about, quote, "a foot high," unquote. In a telephone conversation later in the day, Magruder, still in California, directed Odle and Robert Reisner to take certain sensitive CRP files home over the weekend. In particular, Magruder asked them to remove the blue file containing gemstone papers from the office. Reisner put the gemstone blue folder file in Odle's briefcase for Odle to remove. Meanwhile, the FBI investigation of the Watergate incident had begun. FBI agents first became aware of Hunt's involvement during the afternoon of June 17th, when, in the course of searching the 2 hotel rooms previously occupied by the arrested men, they discovered address books with White House telephone numbers used by Hunt and Liddy. The FBI interviewed Hunt on the evening of June 17th, but he revealed little. On that same evening, the FBI contacted Alexander Butterfield of the White House staff to determine Hunt's precise affiliation with the White House and to inform the White House that Hunt was possibly involved in the Watergate break-in. After the disclosure of McCord's association with CRP appeared in the newspapers on June 18th, Mitchell issued a statement from Los Angeles, quote, "McCord and the other 4 men arrested in Democratic headquarters Saturday were not operating either in our behalf or with our consent in the alleged bugging attempt," end quote. He commented further that there, quote, "is no place in our campaign or in the electoral process for this type of activity, and we will not permit or condone it," end of quote. In a telephone conversation on June 18th, Magruder informed Haldeman, then in Key Biscayne with the president, of the break-in and McCord's involvement. Haldeman responded, Magruder said, by asking Magruder to, quote, "get back to Washington immediately and talk with Mr. Dean and Mr. Strachan and Mr. Sloan and others on Monday to try to find out what actually happened and whose money it was and so on," end of quote. Haldeman confirms the phone call, but he said the conversation concerned a review of a press release on the break-in. The next day, June 19th, Ronald Ziegler, also in Key Biscayne, announced that the White House was not conducting an inquiry into the Watergate incident. He declined to comment on what he termed a, quote, "third-rate burglary attempt," unquote. On June 20th, the press reported that Hunt's name had been found in the address books of Barker and Martinez. After first identifying Hunt as a consultant to Colson, The White House later denied he worked for Colson. The cover-up began to take form in a number of meetings held on June 19th. Probably the most significant was an evening meeting in Mitchell's apartment attended by Mitchell, Magruder, LaRue, MaryAnn, and Dean. Earlier in the day, Odell had returned various files, including the gemstone files, to Magruder. Magruder, according to his testimony, asked the others present at the meeting what he should do with these sensitive files. LaRue testified that Mitchell replied that it might be a good idea if Magruder had a fire in his house. Magruder similarly testified that those at the meeting concluded that the gemstone file should be destroyed immediately. Mitchell testified that there was no reference to a gemstone file at the meeting and that he did not suggest the destruction of any papers. Dean did not remember whether the destruction of files was mentioned. MaryAnn testified that there was no discussion of destruction of, quote, gemstone files or sensitive files, unquote, while he was at the meeting. Dean testified that he participated in a number of other Watergate-related meetings and conversations on June 19th. On that morning, Ehrlichman told Dean to discover what he could about the Watergate incident and specifically to explore Colson's involvement. Dean immediately informed Ehrlichman of a conversation he had just had with Magruder, who had stated that, quote, this was all Liddy's fault, unquote. Dean later talked with Colson, who suggested that they should meet with Ehrlichman as soon as possible and expressed concern over the contents of Hunt's safe. Shortly before noon, Dean and Liddy met. Liddy told Dean that the men arrested in the break-in were, quote, his men, unquote, and that, quote, Magruder had pushed him into doing it, unquote. Dean testified that, shortly after his meeting with Liddy, Strachan came to Dean's office and reported that, at Haldeman's direction, he had removed and destroyed damaging materials from Haldeman's files over the weekend. Strachan later confirmed this in testimony before the committee. Haldeman testified he did not recall giving Strachan such instructions. Dean met with Ehrlichman twice during the afternoon of June 19th. In the first meeting, Dean testified he told Ehrlichman everything he had learned from Liddy, and Ehrlichman requested that Dean keep him advised of the results of his inquiries. Dean testified he also told Ehrlichman at this time about the earlier meetings he attended in Mitchell's office in late January and early February, and his subsequent conversation with Haldeman, where he expressed concern over the proposed Liddy plan. Ehrlichman testified he had no recollection of receiving such a report from Dean at that time. According to the edited presidential conversations, Ehrlichman made a similar statement to the president. Colson was present at the second meeting, during which, Dean testified, Ehrlichman instructed him to call Liddy and advise Liddy to tell Hunt to leave the country. Dean said he did this, quote, without even thinking, unquote, but later called Liddy back to retract the instruction after he and Colson convinced Ehrlichman that such a course would be unwise. Ehrlichman, however, testified that he gave Dean no orders to instruct Liddy to tell Hunt to leave the country. The edited presidential transcripts, page 1022, 1179-80, indicate that Ehrlichman told the president that he gave no such instruction. Colson raised at this meeting the matter of Hunt's safe and suggested, with Ehrlichman's concurrence, that Dean take custody of its contents. Bruce Carley, the White House staff secretary, entered the meeting and was instructed by Ehrlichman to have the safe opened in Dean's presence. The safe was opened that evening, after Dean had departed, by Carley with Fred Fielding, Dean's assistant, in attendance. Carley knew that the contents of the safe were to be delivered to Dean. Colson's concern about Hunt's safe apparently derived from a comment Hunt had made to Colson's secretary, Joan Hall, earlier in the day. Before leaving the White House for the last time, Hunt stopped by Colson's office and said to Hall, quote, I just want you to know that the safe is loaded, end quote. On June 19th, or possibly June 20th, Dean also met with Kleindienst and Henry Peterson in Kleindienst's office. Kleindienst testified, and Peterson agreed, that the purpose of the meeting was, quote, to inform Dean as counsel to the President that the Department of Justice and the FBI would be compelled and would immediately launch a full-scale, intensive, thorough investigation, end quote. Dean also testified he told Kleindienst earlier in the meeting, before Peterson arrived, that he was, quote, very concerned that this matter could lead directly to the President, unquote, and that if the investigation led into the White House, he suspected that the chances of re-electing the President would be severely damaged. Dean also testified he informed Peterson, after Kleindienst left, that he had no idea where, quote, this thing, unquote, might end, but he did not think the White House could stand a wide-open investigation. Dean said Peterson gave him, quote, the impression that he realized the problems of a wide-open investigation of the White House in an election year, unquote. Peterson recalls only some discussion about a general probe of the White House in an election year. He gave assurances there would be no fishing expedition. B. The disposition of the contents of Hunt's safe. Dean testified that, in mid-morning on June 20th, GSA representatives brought him several cartons containing the contents of Hunt's safe, and in the afternoon he and Fielding examined these materials. In addition to electronic equipment in a briefcase, Dean discovered numerous memorandums to Colson regarding the plumbers, a psychological study of Ellsberg, various materials related to the Pentagon Papers, a number of classified State Department cables, and a forged cable implicating the Kennedy administration in the assassination of South Vietnamese President Diem. Dean called David Young, who agreed to store the classified cables in his office. Subsequently, Dean testified he met with Ehrlichman and described for him the contents of the safe. According to Dean's testimony, Ehrlichman instructed Dean to shred the documents and to, quote, deep six, unquote, the briefcase containing the electronic equipment. Dean said that when he asked Ehrlichman what he meant by deep six, Ehrlichman explained, quote, well, when you cross over the bridge on your way home, just toss the briefcase into the river, unquote. Fred Fielding has testified that Dean told him that Ehrlichman instructed Dean to, quote, deep six, unquote, the briefcases. Ehrlichman denied to the committee that he gave such instructions. Ehrlichman also denied to the president that he, Ehrlichman, had given a deep six order. Dean testified he did not follow Ehrlichman's order. However, in January 1973, Dean, in fact, did destroy certain Hunt notebooks which had been in the safe. He did not volunteer this information to the special prosecutor until after he had pleaded guilty to a conspiracy to obstruct justice charge. Furthermore, he did not volunteer this information when he testified publicly or privately before this committee. Dean testified that on June 25th or 26th, he went to Ehrlichman to argue that because there were many witnesses to the removal of the various items from the safe, it would be too dangerous to destroy them. He suggested that the material be turned over to the FBI and that sensitive documents be given directly to Patrick Gray, its acting director. By following this procedure, Dean said, he would be able to testify under oath that to the best of his knowledge, quote, everything found in the safe had been turned over to the FBI, unquote. Dean retrieved the State Department cables from Young and, on June 26th or 27th, gave FBI agents all the materials from the safe except 2 envelopes containing politically sensitive materials and the Hunt notebooks. Dean told Ehrlichman what he had done on June 28th, apparently not mentioning the Hunt notebooks. Ehrlichman informed Dean that he was meeting with Gray later that day and that Dean should attend and bring the politically sensitive documents. Dean testified that when Gray met with Dean and Ehrlichman in Ehrlichman's office, Dean told Gray that the Hunt materials had been turned over to the FBI agents with the exception of 2 envelopes which he did not believe related to Watergate in any way. But Dean testified he told Gray, quote, should they leak out, they would be political dynamite in an election year and thus should never be made public, unquote. Dean then gave the envelopes to Gray. Gray testified that Dean said that these files were, quote, political dynamite, unquote, and, quote, clearly should not see the light of day, unquote. He testified that, although Ehrlichman and Dean did not expressly instruct him to destroy the files, quote, the implication of the substance and tone of their remarks was that these 2 files were to be destroyed, and I interpreted this to be an order from the Counsel to the President of the United States, issued in the presence of one of the 2 top assistants to the President of the United States, unquote. Ehrlichman has denied that anyone instructed Gray that the documents in the envelope should never see the light of day. However, Gray, in December 1972, burned the documents at his home in Connecticut. C. White House concern over the Mexican and Dahlberg checks. On the morning of June 21, 1972, Ehrlichman called Gray to inform him that Dean would be handling the Watergate inquiry for the White House and that he should deal directly with Dean on Watergate matters. Dean and Gray met on the 21st and again on the 22nd. During these meetings, Gray informed Dean that the FBI, in the course of investigating the $100 bills found on the burglars and in their hotel rooms, had discovered that 4 Mexican checks totaling $89,000 and a check for $25,000 from Kenneth Dahlberg, which were originally contributed to the president's campaign, had been deposited in Bernard Barker's bank account in Miami. Dean testified that, about the same time, Mitchell and Stans asked him to attempt to prevent disclosure of the Dahlberg check, which might prove embarrassing for Dwayne Andreas, the campaign contributor behind the check. Dean testified he went to see Gray on June 22nd at the request of Haldeman and Ehrlichman to discuss the Dahlberg and Mexican checks. Dean had been informed by Stans that the checks had reached Barker's account after Sloan turned the checks over to Liddy for cashing. Liddy had used Barker for this purpose. The serial numbers on the $100 bills obtained from the burglars demonstrated that this was money Barker gave Liddy when he cashed the Mexican and Dahlberg checks. D. White House use of the CIA to restrict the FBI Watergate investigation. On June 22nd, Helms and Gray conversed by telephone. According to Gray, Helms, during that conversation, assured Gray that the CIA had nothing to do with the Watergate break-in. Haldeman testified that the next day, acting at President Nixon's direction after meeting with him, Haldeman and Ehrlichman called CIA Director Helms and Deputy Director Walters to the White House for a meeting. At this session, according to Helms and Walters, Haldeman asked if there were any CIA connection with the Watergate break-in. Helms replied there was none. Haldeman, however, suggested that an FBI investigation in Mexico might uncover CIA operations or assets. Helms replied that no FBI investigation of Watergate would jeopardize any CIA operations. Nevertheless, Haldeman and Ehrlichman directed Walters to meet with Gray and tell him that any further investigation into Mexico could endanger CIA assets there. Ehrlichman contends the meeting's only conclusion was that Walters and Gray, quote, would sit down together and talk through what the problems might be, unquote. Haldeman does not recall that the question of the Mexican money was raised at the meeting with Helms and Walters or with the president earlier in the day. But Haldeman testified that he did request Walters to meet with Gray to assure that the FBI investigation would not expose, quote, earlier national security or CIA activities, unquote. Ehrlichman, however, recalled the president's concern about, quote, the Mexican money or the Florida bank or whatever, unquote. Walters and Gray met later in the afternoon. Walters told Gray he had just talked with, quote, senior staff members at the White House, and then related the White House concern about the investigation into the Mexican money. Gray assured Walters that he would abide by the general agency agreement that the CIA and the FBI would not expose each other's sources. A memorandum which Walters prepared on this meeting indicates that Gray was concerned with how to, quote, low-key, unquote, the Watergate investigation. But Gray testified he did not mean to imply, quote, that the FBI investigation would be other than aggressive and thorough, unquote, and only wanted to, quote, pursue this investigation without compromising CIA assets and resources, unquote. After the meeting between Walters and Gray, Gray telephoned Dean, who urged that the FBI not conduct any interviews that would expose CIA sources. Gray agreed to postpone temporarily the interview of Manuel Ogarrio, whose name appeared on the 4 Mexican checks deposited in Barker's account. Meanwhile, General Walters, after discussions at the CIA, had concluded that the ongoing FBI investigation could not jeopardize any CIA sources or activities in Mexico. On June 26th, Walters was called by Dean regarding the matters Haldeman and Ehrlichman had earlier discussed with Walters at the White House. Walters testified that he checked on Dean with Ehrlichman, who told him it was appropriate to discuss these items with Dean because, quote, he is in charge of the whole matter, unquote. Walters met with Dean on June 26th. He testified and Dean confirmed that Dean pressed him about the possibility of CIA involvement in the Watergate break-in, and that he emphasized to Dean that there was no CIA connection. He said he told Dean, quote, Mr. Dean, any attempt to involve the agency in the stifling of this affair would be a disaster. It would destroy the credibility of the agency with the Congress, with the nation. It would be a grave disservice to the President. I will not be a party to it, and I am prepared to resign before I do anything that would implicate the agency in this matter, unquote. Walters testified that the following morning, June 27th, he again received a telephone call from Dean asking him to come to Dean's office. He said Dean told him that, quote, some of the suspects were wobbling and might talk, unquote, and that Dean again asked if he had discovered any CIA involvement in the matter. Walters testified that, when he replied that there was none, Dean asked whether there was any way the CIA could meet the bail or pay the salaries of the defendants while they were in jail. Walters said he informed Dean there was no way the agency could involve itself in this. Dean testified that he first heard discussion concerning payments to the defendants at a meeting on June 23rd or 24th with MaryAnn, Mitchell, and LaRue, where MaryAnn told the group, quote, the CIA could take care of this entire matter if they wished, unquote. Walters testified that on June 28th, Dean called him again, asking him to come to his office. Dean then told Walters that a scheduled meeting between Helms and Gray had been canceled and that Ehrlichman wanted Gray to deal with Walters instead. Dean asked whether Walters could assist to limit the FBI investigation to the 5 defendants. Walters said he had no authority in this matter and told Dean that the CIA could become involved only at the president's direction. Dean confirmed this testimony. Dean testified that his meetings with Walters were at Ehrlichman's express request. Dean said Ehrlichman told him to deal with Walters because he was a good friend of the White House, that the White House had installed him as deputy director so it could have influence over the CIA. On the evening of July 5th, Gray telephoned Walters and said he would pursue the investigation in Mexico unless Helms or Walters wrote a letter stating that the investigation would uncover CIA assets or activities. The next morning, Walters met with Gray. Walters testified, quote, I told Mr. Gray right at the outset that I could not tell, and even less could I give him a letter saying that the pursuit of the FBI's investigation would in any way jeopardize CIA activities in Mexico, unquote. It was at this meeting, Gray testified, that he first suspected that someone might be trying to interfere with his investigation. After Walters left Gray's office, Gray called Clark McGregor in San Clemente and expressed the opinion that, quote, people on the White House staff are careless and indifferent in their use of the CIA and FBI, unquote. Gray asked McGregor to inform President Nixon of his problem. 37 minutes later, the president telephoned Gray. Gray testified that he said to the president, quote, Mr. President, there is something that I want to speak to you about. Dick Walters and I feel that people on your staff are trying to mortally wound you by using the CIA and FBI and by confusing the question of CIA interest in or not in people the FBI wishes to interview, unquote. Gray testified that after a, quote, slight pause, unquote, the president said, quote, Pat, you just continue to conduct your aggressive and thorough investigation, unquote. Gray testified he believed his message to the president was, quote, adequate to put him on notice that the members of the White House staff were using the FBI and the CIA, unquote. However, in his May 22, 1973 statement, the president maintained that, despite his July 6 conversation with Gray, he was not aware of, quote, efforts to limit the investigation or to conceal possible involvement of members of the administration and the campaign committee, unquote. The president did not ask Gray what people on the staff were trying to use the CIA and FBI. He did not indicate that the charges were serious or that he would suspend or fire those involved. Gray testified, quote, frankly, I expected the president to ask me some questions, and for 2 weeks thereafter, I think it was on the 12th and again the 28th, I asked General Walters if the president had called him. And when I heard nothing, I began to feel that General Walters and I were alarmists, unquote. In his May 22, 1973 statement, the president admitted directing Haldeman and Ehrlichman to take steps to ensure that the FBI Watergate investigation not expose, quote, an unrelated covert operation of the CIA, unquote. The president also conceded in his May 22 statement that he had directed Haldeman and Ehrlichman to restrict the FBI Watergate investigation to prevent the exposure of the activities of the plumbers. As is shown later in this report, the payoffs and promises made to Howard Hunt appear to have been largely motivated by a fear of Hunt's revelation of his activities for the plumbers. E. MaryAnn LaRue Liddy meeting. On June 20th or 21st, 1972, Liddy, MaryAnn, and LaRue met in LaRue's apartment to allow Liddy to give a first-hand report of the Watergate operation. Liddy told MaryAnn and LaRue that he had employed the 5 men arrested at the DNC, that he and Hunt had organized the operation, that they had occupied a room in the Watergate Hotel during the break-in, and that he had shredded documents from his files that related to the break-in. Liddy assured LaRue and MaryAnn that the operation could not be traced to him, but that if an investigation did implicate him, he would never reveal any information. He stated that he was even willing to be assassinated, quote, on any street corner at any time, unquote, if LaRue and MaryAnn were not satisfied with his assurances. MaryAnn testified that Liddy conveyed the impression that he conducted the break-in, quote, on the express authority of the president, unquote, with CIA assistance. According to MaryAnn, Liddy said Hunt felt it was CRP's obligation to provide bail money, legal fees, and family support. LaRue testified that Liddy did not discuss who had approved the Watergate operation, although he did mention that Magruder had been pressuring him to improve the surveillance equipment in the DNC offices. During this meeting, LaRue first became aware of financial commitments to the Watergate defendants for bail, attorney's fees, and family support. On the same day, LaRue and MaryAnn briefed Mitchell on Liddy's report. According to Mitchell, he then learned, for the first time, of Liddy's involvement in the Watergate burglary, quote, the Ellsberg matter, the Dita Beard matter, and a few of the other little gems, unquote. Referring to these other scandals as, quote, White House horrors, unquote, Mitchell testified that, in his opinion, their exposure would have been more destructive to the re-election campaign than the Watergate break-in, and that therefore he had participated in activities to conceal those matters from the public during the campaign. End of Section 4. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 5 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1, Chapter 1, The Coverup, Part 2. F. Pressures on Hugh Sloan. On June 22, 1972, FCRP Treasurer Hugh Sloan and Magruder met in Magruder's office prior to Sloan's being interviewed by FBI agents later in the day. Magruder suggested the total amount Sloan had disbursed to Liddy was approximately $75,000 to $80,000. When Sloan protested that this figure was far too low and that he had no intention of perjuring himself, Magruder, according to Sloan's testimony, replied, quote, you may have to, unquote. On the same day, Sloan testified, he was questioned by LaRue concerning a $50,000 cash contribution delivered to Sloan by Herbert Porter after April 7, 1972. Sloan confirmed to LaRue that he had received this cash, which was then still in his safe because Porter had never identified its source. Sloan testified that, when he expressed his concerns regarding the large expenditures of money to Mitchell, Mitchell's only response was, quote, when the going gets tough, the tough get going, unquote. Sloan testified that he did not understand what Mitchell meant and found his remark of no assistance. Magruder confirms Sloan's recollection of Mitchell's response to Sloan's expressions of concern. The FBI interview of Sloan was confined to the identification of Alfred Baldwin and his employment at CRP. After this interview, Sloan testified, LaRue sought a briefing on the FBI's questions and emphasized to Sloan the importance of giving a low figure for, quote, the Liddy money, unquote, because it was, quote, very politically sensitive, unquote. Sloan was becoming very concerned and thought he should talk to top White House officials about the troublesome CRP financial transactions. He arranged an appointment with Ehrlichman on June 23rd. Prior to that meeting, Sloan testified, he stopped by Dwight Chapin's office, expressed his concerns, and was told by Chapin that he was only overwrought and needed a vacation. Sloan testified that, when he met with Ehrlichman, he did not, quote, point fingers, unquote. He did not mention his conversation with Magruder, but told Ehrlichman he believed that somebody, quote, external to the campaign, unquote, should look at the cash disbursements since the entire campaign might be in danger. According to Sloan, Ehrlichman's initial response was to interpret Sloan's statement as a personal problem. Ehrlichman said he would be glad to help Sloan obtain a lawyer, but then, Sloan testified, Ehrlichman said, quote, do not tell me any details. I do not want to know. My position would have to be until after the election that I would have to take executive privilege, unquote. Ehrlichman generally concurred in Sloan's testimony. On June 23rd, Sloan made a final report to Stans on cash disbursements of pre-April 7th contributions. This report showed cash disbursements totaling $1,777,000. Of this amount, Liddy had received $199,000. Other cash disbursements of significance were $250,000 to Kalmbach, $350,000 to Strachan, $100,000 to Porter, and $20,000 to Magruder. As of the final report to Stans, there was a balance of $81,000 in cash remaining. According to Sloan, Stans, fearing a GAO audit, told Sloan to take approximately $40,000 of the remaining $81,000 home with him. Sloan understood that Stans would take a similar amount with him. However, Sloan said that Stans later told him he never removed the money from the office. On June 23rd, at Herbert Kalmbach's suggestion, Sloan destroyed the cash book he had used to prepare the report for Stans. Stans later gave his $40,000 to LaRue either directly or through MaryAnn. Sloan gave his $40,000 to LaRue about July 5, 1972, after receiving a telephone call from LaRue asking about the money. Around June 24th, according to Magruder, Mitchell and Magruder requested that Stans, quote, try to work with Mr. Sloan to see if Mr. Sloan could be more cooperative about what had happened with the money, unquote. Sloan testified that he met with MaryAnn and gave him a full report on the cash disbursements from the pre-April 7th contributions. Sloan recalls that when MaryAnn learned about the $199,000 to Liddy, he exploded, saying, quote, Magruder lied to John Mitchell. He told him it was only $40,000, unquote. MaryAnn's account is basically consistent with Sloan's. On July 5th, after Sloan had returned from a Bermuda vacation, Magruder asked him to have a drink at the Black Horse Tavern. During this meeting, Magruder suggested that they visit U.S. Attorney Harold Titus. Magruder said he would tell Titus he authorized the payments to Liddy, and that Sloan should merely confirm he made distributions under Magruder's instructions. However, according to Sloan, Magruder said that they had to agree on a figure. The figure mentioned this time by Magruder, $40,000 to $45,000, was even lower than the figure Magruder suggested earlier. Sloan testified he told Magruder he would think about the request. But when Sloan met Magruder again on the morning of July 6th, he told Magruder he would not perjure himself. Sloan said Magruder dropped the subject and never again suggested seeing Titus. According to Sloan, LaRue checked with him later that day to ascertain whether he had agreed on a figure with Magruder, but when Sloan informed LaRue what he told Magruder, LaRue discontinued the conversation. On July 6th, Sloan testified, he met with Kenneth Parkinson and Paul O'Brien, attorneys for CRP, during their debriefing of Mrs. Judy Hoback, Sloan's bookkeeper, following her testimony before the grand jury. Robert Odell was also present at the beginning of the meeting. Sloan testified he asked everyone to leave the room except the attorneys because he wanted to talk to them alone. Sloan then gave O'Brien and Parkinson a complete accounting of the cash disbursements and also informed them of Magruder's efforts to have Sloan alter his story. Sloan testified that O'Brien and Parkinson became angry and said, quote, well, we have been lied to by the people here. We have not even been able to see John Mitchell, and we are a month in this thing, unquote. Sloan said the attorneys remarked that with the new information they had available to them, they needed time to confront other campaign officials, and suggested that Sloan leave town if he had any legitimate business reason to do so. Mr. Stans at that time was on a trip on the West Coast, and the attorneys suggested that Sloan join him. Stans, during his testimony, recalled that MaryAnn recommended that Sloan join him in California. That evening, Sloan received a telephone call from LaRue, in which LaRue impressed on him the urgency of his departure to California. LaRue suggested he take a 6 a.m. flight from Dulles Airport the next morning. Sloan followed this recommendation. Sloan returned from California on July 12th and met with LaRue the next day. Sloan said LaRue began by reviewing the options open to Sloan. He suggested that Sloan might have campaign law problems and might consider taking the Fifth Amendment with regard to any testimony before the grand jury. Sloan remarked to LaRue that it appeared obvious to him that the only way for him to stay in favor with the campaign organization was either to commit perjury or plead the Fifth Amendment, but that he would do neither. He told LaRue it would probably be in the interest of all concerned if he resigned. LaRue did not challenge Sloan's assessment of the situation, and suggested that he talk to Stans. Sloan called Stans that evening. Stans told him not to talk on the telephone, but to come to see him the following morning. When Sloan met Stans the next morning, July 14th, Stans told him that he had already informed the FBI that Sloan had resigned. Although Sloan had not yet resigned, he did so immediately. Stans confirmed the call, stating that Sloan wanted to talk about his resignation. On the same day, Sloan retained a lawyer, and on July 20th, he and his attorney met with Messrs. Silbert, Glanzer, and Campbell of the U.S. Attorney's Office and gave them a complete statement, including Sloan's account of Magruder's efforts to suborn his perjury. G. Magruder and Porter perjury. Mitchell resigned his position as campaign director on June 30th, 1972, but Magruder was retained as deputy director. Dean testified that during the last 10 days of June, he attended a meeting in Haldeman's office, where Haldeman and Ehrlichman asked Dean for his recommendation on removing Mitchell and Magruder from the re-election committee. Dean said he told them there was a real chance Magruder would be indicted, and thus should be removed in a graceful way that would not jeopardize his position. Dean was therefore surprised when it was publicly announced that Mitchell was resigning, but that Magruder would remain. He said it was clear to him that Magruder was the link to the White House, and that he might not hold his tongue if indicted. Dean testified that he specifically warned Haldeman about this possibility. Thereafter, Dean testified, Haldeman and Ehrlichman displayed a greatly increased interest in Magruder's problem. Dean testified he kept them informed on the strategy being developed to create the appearance that involvement in the break-in stopped at Liddy. Haldeman and Ehrlichman, according to Dean, frequently asked him how Magruder was progressing with the FBI investigation and his preparation for the grand jury. Dean said he also received calls concerning Magruder's status from Larry Higbee, Haldeman's staff assistant. Ehrlichman, however, denies he used Dean as a liaison man to keep informed about Magruder. Magruder testified, and Mitchell confirmed, that he, Magruder, volunteered to develop a cover-up story that would conceal his involvement and leave Liddy as the top figure in the Watergate conspiracy. He said it was important that involvement be stopped at Liddy since, quote, if it got to me, it would go higher, unquote. The cover-up story, Magruder testified, was developed during a series of meetings from the time of the break-in until his second grand jury appearance, most of which were in Mitchell's office. Attending the meetings were Mitchell, LaRue, MaryAnn, Dean, and himself. At some point prior to his second grand jury appearance on August 18, 1972, a rationale was developed to justify Liddy's expenditure of almost $200,000. Magruder testified that the story invented involved exaggerating, quote, to the tune of $230,000, unquote, the amount of money spent on certain legitimate activities for which Liddy was responsible. Magruder said that Porter was willing to help him on the cover-up story, quote, so he took care of, in effect, $100,000, and I took care of, in effect, $150,000, by indicating that Mr. Liddy had legal projects for us in the intelligence field, unquote. Magruder worked on this story with Mitchell, Dean, LaRue, and MaryAnn. Quote, my primary contacts on the story were Mr. Dean and Mr. Mitchell, Magruder told the committee. Dean agrees. Ehrlichman, during a meeting with the president and Haldeman on April 14, 1973, stated that Mitchell had admitted being present when Dean helped Magruder prepare false testimony for the grand jury. Porter testified he agreed to join in the false cover-up story when Magruder swore to him that neither Magruder nor anyone higher than Liddy in the campaign or the White House had any involvement in the Watergate break-in. Porter said Magruder told him the problem was with the amount of money spent, that Liddy was authorized to spend the money for certain dirty tricks, but, quote, nothing illegal, unquote, and that the figures could be very embarrassing to the president, Mitchell, Haldeman, and others. Magruder told Porter that his name was suggested as someone whom, quote, we can count on to help in this situation, unquote. Together they agreed that Porter would falsely tell the FBI and the grand jury that $100,000 of the money Liddy spent was for the purpose of infiltrating radical groups that could endanger the personal safety of the surrogate speakers for whom Porter was responsible. Dean testified he informed Haldeman and Ehrlichman of Magruder's fabricated story and Porter's corroboration. Ehrlichman, however, contended that Dean did not apprise him of such information. LaRue testified that during June, July, and August he attended meetings at which Magruder discussed his cover-up story, which LaRue knew to be false. LaRue said his motivation in helping prepare this fake account was a desire to do all in his power to keep secret information regarding the connection between the burglary and CRP. Mitchell testified that he listened to rehearsals of Magruder's story, which he knew to be perjurious. Prior to their appearances before the grand jury, Magruder and Porter gave the false cover-up story to FBI agents. When Magruder made his first grand jury appearance on July 5, 1972, he testified only as to the organization of the CRP. However, when called for his second appearance on August 18, 1972, he was aware he was a target of its investigation. The day before his grand jury appearance, he was briefed by lawyers for CRP and Mr. MaryAnn. Ehrlichman informed the president of these activities during an April 15, 1973 meeting, stating that, quote, apparently MaryAnn was able to get around and coach witnesses, unquote. He, quote, was very heavy-handed, unquote, and asked the witnesses, quote, to say things that weren't true, unquote. Magruder, before his second appearance, was interrogated for approximately 2 hours by Dean and approximately 1/2 hour by Mitchell. Dean, fully aware of the false story Magruder was going to tell, played, quote, devil's advocate, unquote, asking Magruder questions the prosecutor might ask. On August 18, 1972, Magruder gave the false cover-up story to the grand jury. After Magruder's appearance, Dean, at Haldeman's request, called Assistant Attorney General Henry Peterson to ask how Magruder's testimony had gone. Dean testified Peterson said Magruder, quote, had made it through by the skin of his teeth, unquote. According to Peterson, who subsequently informed the president of this call during an April 16, 1973 meeting, he later called Dean back to give him Assistant U.S. Attorney Earl Silbert's evaluation. Quote, Magruder had been a good witness in his own behalf, unquote, but that no one believed, quote, the story about the money, unquote. Dean repeated Peterson's comments to Mitchell, Magruder, and Haldeman. Dean testified that Haldeman was, quote, very pleased, unquote, because the White House strategy to, quote, stop the involvement at Liddy, unquote, was succeeding. Magruder was called before the grand jury a third time in early September to testify concerning entries in his diary reflecting meetings in Mitchell's office on January 27th and February 4th, among Liddy, Magruder, Dean, and Mitchell. Magruder testified he met with Mitchell and Dean to arrive at an explanation for these diary entries. The story finally developed that the first meeting on January 27th had been canceled, and that at the second, the participants discussed the new election law. The presence at the meeting of Liddy, counsel for CRP, and of Dean, counsel to the president, gave some credence to this account. An initial suggestion that the diary entries be erased was abandoned when it was recognized that erasures could be discovered by the FBI. Magruder testified he gave this false story to the grand jury when he appeared. H. Participation of White House and CRP personnel in FBI interviews. White House and CRP officials took other steps to keep abreast of and interfere with the Watergate investigation. When White House staff personnel were interviewed by FBI agents, Dean or his assistant, Fred Fielding, attended the interviews. Also, in most cases when FBI agents interviewed CRP staff persons, CRP counsel O'Brien or Parkinson were present. And on October 12th, the White House received 82 FBI investigative reports relating to Watergate. The interest in and preparation for the FBI interview of Kathleen Chenow, the secretary for the Plumbers, is illustrative of the concern and activity in the White House regarding the FBI's investigation. Dean testified that, when the FBI indicated its interest in Chenow, she was in London. Dean discussed the Chenow matter with Ehrlichman and suggested that someone go to London and explain to her that she should not reveal to the FBI Hunt's and Liddy's activities with the Plumbers. With Ehrlichman's approval, Fielding flew to London and brought Chenow back to Washington on first-class airline accommodations paid for by the White House. Fielding and Young briefed Chenow before her FBI interview and were present when the FBI questioned her. Moreover, special arrangements were developed to prevent top White House officials from directly testifying before the grand jury. Certain officials, Colson, Krogh, Young, Chapin, and Strachan, were permitted to give their testimony to the prosecutors at the Department of Justice and were therefore not exposed to direct questioning by grand jurors. When Dean asked Peterson to repeat this special procedure for Maurice Stans, Peterson at first refused. Under direction from the president, Ehrlichman then approached Peterson and Kleindienst to prevent Stans from appearing before the grand jury. Although both told Ehrlichman he could not dictate policy to the Justice Department, they agreed to make another concession for Stans and permitted his interrogation by the prosecutors, with no grand jurors present. In considering the FBI investigation, it is important to note that neither the FBI nor other Department of Justice personnel interviewed Robert A. Reisner, the administrative assistant to CRP Deputy Director Magruder. The first time Reisner was subpoenaed by any investigative body was on or about March 30, 1973, when he was subpoenaed by this committee. The failure to question Reisner was a crucial omission because, as Magruder later testified, the cover-up might have ended months earlier if Reisner had been interrogated. I. The President's statement of August 29th, the so-called Dean Report. On August 29, 1972, President Nixon, at a press conference, told the American people that Dean had conducted a, quote, complete investigation, unquote, for the White House, which enabled the president to declare, quote, I can state categorically that no one in the White House staff, no one in this administration presently employed, was involved in this very bizarre incident, unquote. The president was briefed for this press conference by Ehrlichman and Ziegler. Dean testified before the committee that there was no, quote, Dean report, unquote, that he never made the investigation referred to by the president. To the contrary, Dean testified, far from investigating, he was spending most of his time participating in the cover-up on instructions from Haldeman and Ehrlichman as liaison between the White House and CRP. The edited presidential conversations of a March 20, 1973 telephone call between the president and Dean cast further light on the president's August 29th statement. In the March 20th telephone call, the president suggested to Dean that he prepare some kind of report that would appear complete but would be, quote, very incomplete, unquote, which the president could use for public release and to reassure the cabinet. Dean asked, quote, as we did when you, back in August, made that statement that, unquote, and the president replied, quote, that's right, unquote. J. The September 15th meeting between Dean and the president. The grand jury returned indictments against Liddy, Hunt, McCord, Barker, Sturgis, Martinez, and Gonzalez on September 15th, charging a number of crimes arising out of the Watergate break-in. The cover-up had worked, and the indictments had stopped with Liddy. Higher CRP and White House officials were not yet exposed. John W. Hushen, the Justice Department's Director of Public Information, declared on that day that the department had concluded its investigation, stating, quote, we have absolutely no evidence to indicate that any others should be charged, unquote. Hushen's comments were followed the next day by those of Attorney General Kleindienst, who said that the investigation by the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office had been, quote, one of the most extensive, objective, and thorough, unquote, in many years. That same day, Assistant Attorney General Peterson denied there had been a, quote, whitewash, unquote, and cited statistics to prove the thoroughness of the investigation. On September 15th, after the indictments were issued, the president summoned Dean to the Oval Office. Haldeman was also present. Dean testified, quote, the president told me that Haldeman had kept him posted on my handling of the Watergate case. The president told me I had done a good job and he appreciated how difficult a task it had been. And the president was pleased that the case had stopped with Liddy. I told him that all that I had been able to do was to contain the case and assist in keeping it out of the White House. I also told him that there was a long way to go before this matter would end, and that I certainly could make no assurances that the day would not come when this matter would start to unravel, unquote. According to Dean, other topics discussed at the meeting included the bugging of the 1968 Nixon campaign, the date of the criminal trial, progress in the various Watergate civil suits, press coverage of Watergate, a GAO audit, the Patman Committee's inquiry, use of the IRS to attack administration, quote, enemies, unquote, and post-election plans to place officials responsive to White House requirements in the IRS and other federal agencies. He said the president also asked him, quote, to keep a good list of the press people giving us trouble because we will make life difficult for them after the election, unquote. When he left the meeting, Dean said he was, quote, convinced, unquote, that the president was aware of the cover-up. Haldeman gave a different version of this meeting. He denied any contemporaneous knowledge of the cover-up or that he had informed the president of such activities. He testified that the president merely showed his satisfaction as to Dean's investigative work, which had shown no involvement of White House personnel in the break-in. Haldeman confirmed that the 1968 bugging of the Nixon campaign was discussed along with the civil suit, the GAO audit, the Patman Committee investigation, and use of the IRS. Alexander Butterfield's testimony before the committee revealed that there is a complete tape recording of what was said by the participants at the September 15th meeting. This fact was corroborated by Haldeman, who informed the committee that he had in fact listened to the tape. The committee on July 17, 1973, requested the president to provide the committee with the tape recording of this meeting, among others. When the president refused this on July 23, 1973, the committee issued a subpoena to the president for this and other tape recordings. The president on July 25, 1973, refused to comply with this subpoena, and the matter was taken to court. See Chapter 9. The Select Committee has now received, along with the American public, an edited, unauthenticated partial transcription of the tape recording of this conversation and others, prepared by the White House. These transcripts are not conclusive proof as to the contents of these conversations. They contain a number of deletions, and portions of the taped conversation are alleged to be inaudible or unintelligible. Also, transcripts cannot provide voice tone and inflections, which at times are crucial to understanding the meaning of speakers' words. Moreover, the presidential version of the September 15th meeting differs in significant respects from that purportedly prepared by the House Judiciary Committee, which has a copy of the actual recording. At the least, however, the presidential transcripts are useful as White House versions of what occurred, and thus, with the caveat that they are not the best evidence available, they have been utilized by the committee in the preparation of this report. The transcript of the September 15th meeting supports many aspects of Dean's testimony. Thus, the transcript begins with the president's greeting Dean, quote, "You had quite a day today, didn't you? You got Watergate on the way, didn't you?" Unquote. Dean replied, quote, "We tried," unquote, and then in answer to Haldeman's question, quote, "How did it all end up?" unquote, answered, quote, "I think we can say well at this point," unquote. Footnote. The purported House version also has Dean responding, quote, "Quite a 3 months," unquote. End of footnote. Shortly thereafter, the following colloquy occurred. Dean: 3 months ago, I would have had trouble predicting there would be a day when this would be forgotten, but I think I can say that 54 days from now, nothing is going to come crashing down to our surprise. President: That what? Dean: Nothing is going to come crashing down to our surprise. President: Oh, well, this is a can of worms, as you know, a lot of this stuff that went on. And the people who worked this way are awfully embarrassed. But the way you have handled all this seems to me has been very skillful, putting your fingers in the leaks that have sprung here and sprung there. Footnote. The purported House version reads, quote, "But the way you've handled it, it seems to me, has been very skillful, because you putting your fingers in the dike every time that leaks have sprung here and sprung there," unquote. End of footnote. Dean: Well, as I see it, the only problems we may have are the human ones, and I will keep a close watch on that. President: Union? Dean: Human. Haldeman: Human frailties. Dean: People get annoyed, some finger-pointing, false accusations. President: You mean on this case? Dean: On this case. There's some bitterness between the Finance Committee and the Political Committee. They feel they're taking all the heat, and all the people upstairs are bad people, not being recognized. President: We are all in it together. This is a war. We take a few shots and it will be over. We will give them a few shots and it will be over. Don't worry. I wouldn't want to be on the other side right now, would you? The transcript also records significant discussion relating to possible hearings proposed by Congressman Wright Patman, chairman of the House Banking and Currency Committee. Dean: The Patman Committee is the last forum where we may have the least problem right now. Kennedy has already said he may call hearings of the Administrative Practices Subcommittee. As these committees spin out oracles, we used to get busy on each one. I stopped doing that about 2 months ago. We just take one thing at a time. Footnote. The purported House version reads, quote, "As this case has been all along, you spin out horribles that you can conceive of, and so we just don't do that. I stopped that about 2 months ago," unquote. End of footnote. President: You really can't sit and worry about it all the time. The worst may happen, but it may not. So you just try and button it up as well as you can and hope for the best. And remember, basically, the damn business is unfortunately trying to cut our losses. Footnote. The House version allegedly states in part, quote, "And remember that basically the damn business is just one of those unfortunate things. We're trying to cut our losses," unquote. End of footnote. Dean: Certainly that is right, and certainly it has had no effect on you. That's the good thing. Haldeman: No, it has been kept away from the White House and, of course, completely away from the president. The only tie to the White House is the Colson effort they keep trying to pull in. Dean: And, of course, the 2 White House people of lower level indicted, 1 consultant and 1 a member of the domestic staff. That is not very much of a tie. Haldeman: That's right. The edited transcript does not contain a statement by Dean as he testified that, quote, all that I have been able to do was to contain the case and assist in keeping it out of the White House, unquote, and that, quote, there was a long way to go before this matter would end, and I certainly could make no assurances that the day would not come when this matter would start to unravel, unquote. Although the edited transcript also does not reflect a discussion between the president and Dean regarding the use of the IRS respecting administration enemies, or any specific reference to an IRS investigation of DNC Chairman Lawrence O'Brien, the reconstruction of this meeting prepared by White House counsel Fred Buzhardt and submitted to the committee confirms that there was such a discussion at the September 15th meeting. Moreover, the transcript indicates that the final portion of the conversation is deleted. End of Section 5. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 6 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Dennison, Portland, Maine. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. Section K. Payoffs to Watergate Defendants. Subsection 1. Early payoff discussions. As already noted, on June 20 or 21, Liddy met with LaRue and MaryAnn and told them of commitments made to provide bail, legal expenses, and family support funds for the Watergate defendants. MaryAnn said he also discussed Hunt's request to CRP for legal fees with CRP counsel Kenneth Parkinson and Paul O'Brien, and with William Bittman, Hunt's attorney. MaryAnn said he thought this request was blackmail and should not be paid. He said he had no other discussions regarding payment of money to the defendants. Dean, however, testified that MaryAnn suggested that the CIA assist regarding financial support for the defendants. This discussion concerning the CIA, Dean said, arose at a meeting among Dean, MaryAnn, and Mitchell, during which Mitchell suggested that Dean contact Ehrlichman and Haldeman to have the White House request CIA financial assistance for the defendants. Dean did meet with General Walters on June 26, June 27, and June 28, and asked Walters whether the CIA would provide financial assistance for bail, legal defense, and family support. Walters answered in the negative. Subsection 2. The activities of Herbert Kalmbach and Tony Ulasewicz. On June 28, Dean testified he met with Mitchell, LaRue, and MaryAnn and informed them that the CIA would not provide financial assistance. According to Dean, LaRue then indicated that Stans had only limited cash, $70,000 or $80,000, and that much more would be needed. Dean testified that Mitchell asked him to obtain Haldeman's and Ehrlichman's approval to use Herbert Kalmbach to raise the necessary money. Mitchell denied being at this meeting and asked Dean to acquire Kalmbach's services. Dean testified he conveyed the suggestion to Haldeman and Ehrlichman, who told him to contact Kalmbach. During an April 14, 1973 meeting among the President, Ehrlichman, and Haldeman, Haldeman confirmed this fact, stating, quote, "We, Ehrlichman and Haldeman, referred him, Dean, to Kalmbach," unquote. As a result, Dean called Kalmbach on June 28, 1972, and told him that Haldeman, Ehrlichman, and Mitchell had requested that he come to Washington as quickly as possible. Kalmbach immediately flew to Washington and met with Dean on June 29. Dean knew Kalmbach did not wish to engage in further fundraising. In order to persuade Kalmbach to take this new assignment, Dean said he told Kalmbach all he knew respecting the break-in and suggested that the scandal might involve the president himself, although he did not know this for a fact. He told Kalmbach that Haldeman, Ehrlichman, and Mitchell felt it very important that he raise the money and instructed Kalmbach to contact LaRue as to the amounts needed and the timing. Kalmbach confirmed that he met with Dean on June 29 and was asked by Dean to assume the fundraising assignment. He said Dean stressed that the assignment required absolute secrecy and indicated that if it became known, it might jeopardize the campaign. Kalmbach said that in giving him this assignment, Dean indicated he spoke for others, not only for himself. He said that although Dean did not use Haldeman's or Ehrlichman's name, he knew Dean reported to Ehrlichman and worked for Haldeman. And since Dean was counsel to the president, Kalmbach believed Dean had authority to ask him to undertake this task. Stans testified he met with Kalmbach on June 29 and gave him $75,000 after being informed that the money was needed for a special White House project. Stans said that Kalmbach stated he was asking for the money on, quote, high authority, unquote. According to both Kalmbach's and Stans' testimony, Kalmbach did not inform Stans how the money would be used. Kalmbach distributed the money through Tony Ulasewicz, who had been hired originally by John Ehrlichman, for White House assignments. Ulasewicz was unable to deliver the money to either Douglas Kati or Paul O'Brien, the first two contacts Kalmbach suggested, because of their reluctance to receive funds under the conditions set by Ulasewicz. The third contact, William Bittman, Hunt's attorney, after an initial rejection, agreed to accept $25,000 in cash in a brown envelope placed on a ledge in a telephone booth in his law office building. Ulasewicz wanted to deliver the full amount received from Stans, $75,000, but Bittman only wanted his initial fee of $25,000. The delivery of these funds was typical of the procedure Ulasewicz used on future occasions. He placed the envelope containing the $25,000 in the telephone booth and called Bittman to retrieve it. Bittman described the color of the suit he was wearing. Ulasewicz hid and watched until Bittman came out of the elevator, went to the booth, took the envelope, and went back into the elevator. Ulasewicz then left the building. After making this delivery to Bittman, Ulasewicz received a call from Kalmbach at another telephone booth. Kalmbach gave Ulasewicz a telephone number and told him to contact the, quote, writer, unquote, or the, quote, writer's wife, unquote, code names for Hunt and Mrs. Hunt. Ulasewicz, using his alias Mr. Rivers, called Mrs. Hunt. He asked her what sums of money would be needed for the various defendants. Mrs. Hunt gave Ulasewicz figures for a 5-month period that covered salaries for Hunt, McCord, and Liddy, $3,000 a month for each. Family support for Barker, Sturgis, Gonzalez, and Martinez, totaling about $14,000, and a separate $23,000 to Barker, which included, quote, $10,000 bail, $10,000 under the table, and $3,000 for other expenses, unquote. Mrs. Hunt also told Ulasewicz what would be required for legal fees. The lawyers for Hunt, McCord, Liddy, and Barker were each to receive $25,000. An additional $10,000 in legal fees for each of the remaining 3 defendants, Sturgis, Gonzalez, and Martinez, was also required. These were only the initial requirements. The total sum Mrs. Hunt was requesting was in the vicinity of $400,000 to $450,000. This, of course, was very much above the $75,000 Ulasewicz had received from Kalmbach. Ulasewicz kept Kalmbach informed, respecting his discussions with Mrs. Hunt. Ulasewicz arranged with Mrs. Hunt the supply of $40,000 as a, quote, down payment, unquote. Ulasewicz placed the $40,000 for Mrs. Hunt in a locker at National Airport in Washington and telephoned her instructions to pick up the key to the locker, which would be scotch-taped under the ledge in a telephone booth at the airport. The key was placed exactly 5 minutes before Mrs. Hunt arrived to retrieve it. Again, Ulasewicz assumed a position where he could observe the telephone booth unseen. He saw Mrs. Hunt, whose clothing was known to him, go to the telephone booth, retrieve the key, open the locker, and remove the money. Kalmbach came to Washington on July 19 to meet with Dean and LaRue and receive an additional amount of money from LaRue. According to Kalmbach, the amount was $40,000. LaRue, however, estimated $20,000. This money came from the $81,000 which Sloan and Stans had removed from Stans' safe and given to LaRue. Kalmbach testified that he took the $40,000 to New York and gave it to Ulasewicz. After the July 19 meeting, Kalmbach became concerned over the clandestine nature of the funding operations, which he found distasteful. Dean, at that meeting, had asked Kalmbach to raise additional funds for the Watergate defendants, and Kalmbach had determined to talk to Ehrlichman about it. He wanted Ehrlichman's assurances as to the propriety of the assignment. Until that time, he had distributed funds given him by Stans or LaRue. Now he was being asked to seek an outside contributor. On July 26, Kalmbach traveled to Washington and met with Ehrlichman. He found Ehrlichman familiar with the fundraising assignment he had received from Dean. He explained to Ehrlichman that the secrecy of the operation and the various activities connected with it disturbed him. Kalmbach said he remembered vividly the meeting with Ehrlichman because, "I looked at him and I said, 'John, I am looking right into your eyes. I know Jeannie and your family. You know Barbara and my family. You know that my family and my reputation mean everything to me, and it is just absolutely necessary, John, that you tell me, first, that John Dean has the authority to direct me in this assignment and that I am to go forward on it.'" Kalmbach said Ehrlichman declared, "Herb, John Dean does have the authority. It is proper, and you are to go forward." Ehrlichman also emphasized the need for the secrecy, stating that if the press were to learn of these activities, quote, "they would have our heads in their laps," unquote. This satisfied Kalmbach. He left the meeting and later obtained an additional $30,000 from LaRue, which he transmitted to Ulasewicz. Ehrlichman denied that he reassured Kalmbach, but did recall a conversation where secrecy was discussed and that Kalmbach told him, quote, "Mr. Ulasewicz was carrying money back and forth," unquote. Kalmbach said he returned to California and raised an additional $75,000 in cash from a private contributor, Thomas V. Jones, chairman of Northrop Corporation. Mr. Jones did not know the intended use of the money and apparently believed he was making a campaign contribution to the president. Kalmbach notified Ulasewicz to come to California and meet him in front of the Airporter Inn near Kalmbach's office in Newport Beach. Kalmbach picked Ulasewicz up in his car. They drove a distance, parked, and Kalmbach gave the cash to Ulasewicz. Ulasewicz told the committee that while in California, he warned Kalmbach that, quote, "something here is not kosher," unquote. That, quote, "it's definitely not your ballgame, Mr. Kalmbach," unquote. He told Kalmbach that because of the increasing size of the money demands and other surrounding circumstances, it was time for both of them to get out of the project. Kalmbach testified that in mid-August, Dean and LaRue contacted him again seeking additional funds. He decided, however, that he would not participate further in this assignment. Kalmbach told the committee that one factor that disturbed him and led him to quit was the newspaper stories about Watergate appearing in the press. On September 19, at LaRue's urgent request, Ulasewicz flew to Washington from New York and delivered the remaining funds Kalmbach had given him, $53,000 to Mrs. Hunt, $29,000 to LaRue. This terminated Ulasewicz's and Kalmbach's activities respecting the funding of the Watergate defendants. Kalmbach testified that after these funds were delivered by Ulasewicz to Mrs. Hunt and LaRue, he arranged a meeting with Dean and LaRue in Dean's office to reconcile with LaRue the amount of money distributed in the operation. He testified that the total amount received by him and dispersed through Ulasewicz was approximately $220,000. As soon as he had made the reconciliation with LaRue, Kalmbach destroyed his notes by shredding and burning them in Dean's office. LaRue took over the raising of funds and their distribution to the Watergate defendants. His contact became William Bittman, Hunt's attorney. However, because of the rising demands for money, it was soon necessary for LaRue to find additional funds. Subsection 3. The Hunt to Colson telephone call. In late November 1972, Hunt called Colson to complain about the failure of the White House and CRP to meet their monetary commitments. Colson recorded the conversation, and a copy of its transcript is entered in the record as Exhibit Number 152. In this call, Hunt, among other things, stated, "There is a great deal of unease and concern on the part of 7 defendants. But there is a great deal of financial expense that has not been covered, and what we have been getting has been coming in very minor jibs and drabs, and Parkinson, who has been the go-between with my attorney, doesn't seem to be very effective, and we are now reaching a point of which these people have really got to. This is a long-haul thing, and the stakes are very high, and I thought that you would want to know that this thing must not break apart for foolish reasons. All right, now we've set a deadline now for a close of business on the 25th of November for the resolution on the liquidation of everything that is outstanding. We are protecting guys who are really responsible, but now that's that. And of course, that's a continuing requirement. But at the same time, this is a two-way street. And as I said before, we think that now is the time when a move should be made, and surely the cheapest commodity available is money. These lawyers have not been paid. There are large sums of money outstanding. That's the principal thing. Living allowances which are due again on the 31st of this month, we want that stuff well in hand for some months in advance. I think these are all reasonable requests. They're all promised in advance and reaffirmed from time to my attorney and so forth. So in turn, I've been giving commitments to the people who look to me." Colson gave a copy of the tape recording to Dean. On November 15, Dean, Ehrlichman, and Haldeman met at Camp David to discuss the conversation and the increasing, threatening demands transmitted through Hunt's lawyer to Paul O'Brien. Dean testified that his instructions from Haldeman and Ehrlichman were to meet with Mitchell, play the tape, and tell him to take care of these problems. Dean went to New York, played the tape for Mitchell, but received no indication from Mitchell that he would take any action. Subsection 4. The $350,000 White House Fund. Prior to April 7, 1972, $350,000 in cash previously kept in Sloan's safe at CRP had been sent to the White House at Haldeman's request, purportedly for pulling purposes. Strachan had received the money in Sloan's office and had taken it to the White House. Haldeman had arranged for a person he trusted, not identified with the White House, to keep the funds in a private bank account. According to Dean's testimony, in the first week of December, Mitchell called Dean and told him that a portion of this $350,000 must be used to meet the demands by Hunt and others. Mitchell indicated that the money used would be later replaced. Mitchell asked Dean to obtain Haldeman's approval for this action. Dean conveyed Mitchell's message to Haldeman. Although both Dean and Haldeman were reluctant to use this money, they had no alternative. Haldeman authorized Dean to inform Strachan to deliver the money to CRP. Strachan testified that, at first, he delivered only $40,000 of the $350,000 to LaRue. Haldeman confirmed this delivery when, in an April 14, 1973 meeting with the president, he stated, quote, "Then they got desperate for money, and being desperate for money took back, I think that it was $40,000, unquote. But this delivery, Dean testified, did not satisfy the demands that, quote, continued to be relayed by Mr. Bittman to Mr. O'Brien, who, in turn, would relay them to Mr. Mitchell, Mr. LaRue, and myself. I, in turn, would tell Haldeman and Ehrlichman of the demands, unquote. Dean testified that the demands reached the crescendo point shortly before the trial in early January. He said that O'Brien and LaRue came to his office and told him of the seriousness of the problem. Also, he said, Mitchell called him to instruct that once again he should ask Haldeman for the necessary funds. Dean said he called Haldeman, told him of Mitchell's request, and recommended that they deliver the entire balance of the $350,000 to LaRue. Haldeman acquiesced, according to Dean, and said, quote, send the entire damn bundle to them, but make sure we get a receipt for $350,000, unquote. Dean testified he called Strachan and told him to take the money to LaRue. In a meeting on April 14, 1973, Haldeman told the president that he had given the balance of the $350,000 to LaRue because, quote, they needed money, and we wanted to get rid of money. It seemed it was of mutual interest in working it out, unquote. In an April 16, 1973 meeting, Haldeman told the president that his participation in payments to the defendants, in my viewpoint, wasn't to shut them up, but that is a hard case for anybody to believe, I suppose, unquote. Subsection 5. Additional pressures by Hunt. Severe pressure from Hunt for additional funds came after the Watergate trial and prior to his sentence. Hunt testified that he requested his attorney, Mr. Bittman, to arrange a meeting between Hunt and O'Brien. Hunt told O'Brien when they met that his legal fees amounted to approximately $60,000 and that he was also concerned about the future of his family and desired to have the equivalent of 2 years' subsistence available to them before his incarceration. Although Hunt testified he did not intend any threat, he told the committee, and I put it to Mr. O'Brien that I had engaged, as he might or might not know, in other activities, which I believed I described as seamy activities for the White House. I do not believe that I specified them. However, I did make reference to them. The context of such references was that if anyone was to receive benefits at that time, in view of my long and loyal service, if not hazardous service, for the White House, that certainly I should receive priority consideration. Hunt said O'Brien suggested that he send a memorandum to Colson. Hunt did not want to write a memorandum, but thought he should contact Colson to explain his situation to him. Bittman contacted Colson's office and arranged for Colson's law partner, David Shapiro, to meet him on February 16, 1973. Hunt testified he told Shapiro substantially the same things he told O'Brien, including a reference to his, quote, seamy activities, unquote, for the White House. Hunt was very disappointed with the meeting since Shapiro did not appear sympathetic. Hunt said he made it clear to Shapiro that he wanted the money prior to the date of his sentence so he could make, quote, prudent distribution of that among the members of my family, my dependents, taking care of insurance premiums and that sort of thing, that it would have to be delivered to me before I was in jail, unquote. Hunt testified that on March 20 or 21, just prior to his sentence, he received $75,000 in cash. LaRue admitted making the payment to Hunt after approval from Mitchell. Subsection 6. The March 21 meeting in the Oval Office. The indictment returned against Haldeman, Ehrlichman, Colson, Mitchell, Strachan, MaryAnn, and Parkinson alleges that the final payment to Hunt by LaRue was made on March 21, 1973, not March 20. Shortly after Dean, Haldeman, and the president discussed Hunt's demands for money. According to the edited presidential transcripts, it now appears that the conversation Dean testified he had with the president on March 13, 1973, concerning Hunt's demand actually occurred on the morning of March 21, Although in his testimony before the committee, Dean insisted that he correctly placed this conversation on March 13. In this conversation, Dean said he told the president, quote, that there were money demands being made by the 7 convicted defendants and that the sentencing of these individuals was not far off. It was during this conversation that Haldeman came into the office. After this brief interruption by Haldeman's coming in, but while he was still there, I told the president about the fact that there was no money to pay these individuals to meet their demands. He asked me how much it would cost. I told him that I could only make an estimate that it might be as high as $1 million or more. He told me that that was no problem, and he also looked over at Haldeman and repeated the same statement. He then asked me who was demanding the money, and I told him it was principally coming from Hunt through his attorney. The conversation then turned back to the question from the president regarding the money that was being paid to the defendants. He asked me how this was done. I told him I didn't know much about it, other than the fact that the money was laundered so it could not be traced, and then there were secret deliveries. I told him I was learning about things I had never known before, but the next time I would certainly be more knowledgeable." Unquote. Dean also testified that money matters were discussed during his morning meeting with the president on March 21. The edited transcript of the March 21 meeting demonstrates that Dean's recollection as set forth in his testimony of his principal meeting with the president concerning the hush money demands from the Watergate defendants was in a large part accurate. The following portions of the edited transcript supplied by the president are particularly illustrative. Dean: "So that is it. That is the extent of the knowledge. So where are the soft spots on this? Well, first of all, there is the problem of the continued blackmail, which will not only go on now, but it will go on while these people are in prison, and it will compound the obstruction of justice situation. It will cost money. It is dangerous. People around here are not pros at this sort of thing. This is the sort of thing mafia people can do, washing money, getting clean money, and things like that. We just don't know about those things because we are not criminals and not used to dealing in that business." President: "That's right." Dean: "It is a tough thing to know how to do." President: "Maybe it takes a gang to do that." Dean: "That's right. There is a real problem as to whether we could even do it. Plus, there is a real problem in raising money. Mitchell has been working on raising some money. He's one of the ones with the most to lose. But there is no denying the fact that the White House, in Ehrlichman, Haldeman, and Dean, are involved in some of the early money decisions." President: "How much money do you need?" Dean: "I would say these people are going to cost $1 million over the next 2 years." President: "We could get that. On the money. If you need the money, you could get that. You could get $1 million. You could get it in cash. I know where it could be gotten. It is not easy, but it could be done. But the question is, who the hell would handle it? Any ideas on that?" Dean: "That's right. Well, I think that is something that Mitchell ought to be charged with." President: "I would think so too. What do you think? You don't need $1 million right away, but you need $1 million. Is that right?" Dean: "That is right." President: "You need it in cash, don't you? I am just thinking out loud here for a moment. Would you put that through the Cuban committee?" Dean: "No." President: "It is going to be checks, cash, money, etc. How if that ever comes out? Are you going to handle it? Is the Cuban committee an obstruction of justice if they want to help?" Dean: "Well, they have priests in it." President: "Would that give a little bit of a cover?" Dean: "That would give some for the Cubans and possibly Hunt. Then you've got Liddy. McCord is not accepting any money. So he's not a bought man right now." President: "Okay, go ahead." President: "Just looking at the immediate problem, don't you think you have to handle Hunt's financial situation damn soon?" Dean: "I think that is... I talked to Mitchell about that last night and President: "It seems to me we have to keep the cap on the bottle that much, or we don't have any options." Dean: "That's right." President: "Either that or it all blows right now." "Talking about your obstruction of justice, though, I don't see it. Dean: Well, I have been a conduit for information on taking care of people out there who are guilty of crimes. President: Oh, you mean like the blackmailers? Dean: The blackmailers, right. President: Well, I wonder if that part of it can't be, I wonder if that doesn't, let me put it frankly, I wonder if that doesn't have to be continued. Let me put it this way, let us suppose that you get the $1 million and you get the proper way to handle it. You could hold that side? Dean: Uh-huh. President: It would seem to me that would be worthwhile. Another way to do it then, Bob, and John realizes this, is to continue to try to cut our losses. Now we have to take a look at that course of action. First, it is going to require approximately $1 million to take care of the jackasses who are in jail. That could be arranged. But you realize that after we are gone, and assuming we can expend this money, then they are going to crack and it would be an unseemly story. Frankly, all the people aren't going to care that much. Dean: They're going to stonewall it as it now stands, excepting Hunt. That's why his threat. Haldeman: It's Hunt's opportunity. President: That's why for your immediate things you have no choice but to come up with the $120,000 or whatever it is, right? Dean: That's right. President: Would you agree that that's the prime thing, that you damn well better get that done? Dean: Obviously, he ought to be given some signal anyway. President: Expletive deleted. Get it. In a way that, who is going to talk to him? Colson? He is the one who is supposed to know him. At this meeting and at the afternoon meeting on March 21, other alternatives to paying hush money were considered, including certain public disclosures. During the afternoon meeting, with regard to public disclosures, the participants perceived no viable, quote, option, unquote, which would not precipitate revelation of the cover-up. At the close of the afternoon March 21 meeting, the president, telling Dean, Haldeman, and Ehrlichman he had to leave, concluded with an unanswered question. President: What the hell does one disclose that isn't going to blow something? Subsection 7. Other relevant presidential meetings concerning payoffs. The following morning, on March 22, 1973, Dean met with Haldeman, Ehrlichman, and Mitchell in Haldeman's office. At the beginning of this meeting, Dean said, Ehrlichman asked Mitchell whether Hunt's money problem had been resolved. Dean said Mitchell replied he didn't think it was a problem. Mitchell denied this discussion took place. Ehrlichman recalls a conversation on March 22 when Dean, not Ehrlichman, asked Mitchell, without specific reference to Hunt, quote, "Is that matter taken care of?" unquote. Mitchell's answer, Ehrlichman says, was something like, quote, "I guess so," unquote. Dean's version is supported by the edited presidential transcripts. The transcripts show that in a meeting between the president and Dean in the Oval Office on April 16, 1973, Dean recalled that a few days after the March 21 meeting, he met with Haldeman, Ehrlichman, and Mitchell. Dean said Ehrlichman asked him, quote, "Well, is that problem with Hunt straightened out?" unquote. Dean said he told Ehrlichman to ask Mitchell, who in turn replied, quote, "I think the problem is solved," unquote. The conversation between the president and Dean continued. President: "That's all?" Dean: "That's all he said." President: "In other words, that was done at the Mitchell level." Dean: "That's right." President: "But you had knowledge. Haldeman had knowledge. Ehrlichman had knowledge. And I suppose I did that night. That assumes culpability on that, doesn't it?" Also relevant is an April 17, 1973 conversation among the president, Haldeman, and Ehrlichman. President: "Well," inaudible, "I suppose then we should have shut it off. 'Cause later on you met in your office and Mitchell said that was taken care of." Haldeman: "The next day. Maybe I can find the date by that." President: "Yeah, and Dean was there and said, what about this money for Hunt? Wasn't Dean there?" Haldeman: "No, what happened was Ehrlichman and Dean and Mitchell and I were in the office, in my office, and we were discussing other matters, and in the process of it, Mitchell said, he turned to Dean and said, 'Let me raise another point. Have you taken care of the other problem?' The Hunt problem? But we all knew instantly what he meant. Dean kind of looked a little flustered and said, well, no, I don't know where that is, or something. And Mitchell said, well, I guess it's taken care of, and so we assumed from that Mitchell had taken care of it, and there was no further squeak out of it. So I now assume that Mitchell took care of it. Just prior to the above exchange, the president recalled his discussion with Dean on March 21 about the possibility that it might require $1 million to meet the blackmail demands from Watergate defendants. Haldeman inaccurately recalled to the president that he, the president, had told Dean, quote, once you start down the path with blackmail, it's constant escalation, unquote. Then Haldeman said, quote, they could jump and then say, yes, well, that was morally wrong. What you should have said is that blackmail is wrong, not that it's too costly, unquote. At the same meeting, the following colloquy took place between the president and Haldeman. Haldeman, we left it, that we can't do anything about it anyway. We don't have any money, and it isn't a question to be directed here. This is something relates to Mitchell's problem. Ehrlichman has no problem with this thing, with Hunt. And, Ehrlichman said, expletive removed, quote, if you're going to get into blackmail, to hell with it, unquote. President, good, unintelligible. Thank God you were in there when it happened, but you remember the conversation. Haldeman, yes, sir. President, I didn't tell him to go get the money, did I? Haldeman, no. Some of the participants involved in the payments to defendants, Haldeman, Ehrlichman, Kalmbach, told the committee that payments were authorized, not to buy the silence of the defendants, but solely to create a defense fund for the Watergate burglars, a fund which they said they believed was legitimate. And in April 14, 1973, meeting between the president and Haldeman, the following colloquy took place. Haldeman, that was the line they used around here, that we've got to have money for their legal fees and family. President, support. Well, I heard something about that at a much later time. President, and frankly, not knowing much about obstruction of justice, I thought it was perfectly proper. Would it be perfectly proper? Ehrlichman, the defense of the president. Barragans? Ehrlichman, the Chicago 7. President, the Chicago 7? Haldeman, they have a defense fund for everybody. This evidence must be considered in light of the contrary evidence presented above. As indicated, none of those who authorized or participated in the making of the payments to the Watergate defendants used their own money. To the contrary, they used campaign funds contributed by others who had no knowledge that their money was being employed to pay the legal fees of the Watergate defendants and to support their families. Also relevant is the clandestine nature of the payoffs, which were made with $100 bills and placed in, quote, drops, unquote, by an unseen intermediary using a code name. Even the president recognized that the payoffs smacked of cover-up. In an April 27 meeting with Henry Peterson, the secret payments of money to the Watergate defendants were discussed. Henry Peterson, once you do it in a clandestine fashion, it takes on the elements, President, elements of a cover-up. Henry Peterson, that's right, and obstruction of justice. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Dennison, Portland, Maine. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. Section L. Representations concerning executive clemency. Only the President of the United States can grant executive clemency in a manner involving a federal crime. The evidence reveals that during the latter part of 1972 and in early January 1973, prior to the first Watergate trial, promises of executive clemency were made to certain Watergate defendants in a further effort to maintain their silence. These promises of executive clemency were made with representation that they were authorized by high officials close to the president. Ehrlichman testified that he discussed executive clemency with the president as early as July 1972. According to Ehrlichman, the president did not even want members of the White House staff to discuss clemency with anyone involved in the case, much less to offer it. The president, in a statement on August 15, 1973, confirmed Ehrlichman's statement that he told Ehrlichman in July that under no circumstances could executive clemency be considered for participants in the Watergate affair. Subsection 1. Representations to James McCord. McCord testified that in late September or early October 1972, Gerald Alch, his attorney, met with William Bittman, who represented Hunt. After this meeting, McCord said, Alch told McCord that executive clemency, financial support, and rehabilitation would be made available to the Watergate defendants. Alch denied in his testimony before the committee that he transmitted these assurances of executive clemency to McCord. To the contrary, he testified, he told McCord, Jim, it can be Christmas, Easter, and Thanksgiving all rolled into one, but in my opinion, the president would not touch this with a 10-foot pole. So do not rely on any prospect of executive clemency. McCord testified Hunt also told him that executive clemency would be granted and, quote, spoke in terms as though it had already been committed, unquote. Mr. McCord said these assurances from Hunt were made in late September or October, while Hunt and McCord were at the courthouse. McCord stated that discussions involving executive clemency also occurred with Hunt's wife, and that from September to December, Mrs. Hunt pressured McCord to remain silent and accept the proposal for executive clemency, which he declined. McCord was told that similar proposals were made to Barker, Gonzalez, Martinez, Sturgis, and Liddy. More direct promises of executive clemency came to McCord after he sent an anonymous letter on December 31 to Jack Caulfield, which dramatically warned that, quote, if Helms goes and if the Watergate operation is laid at the CIA's feet where it does not belong, every tree in the forest will fall. It will be a scorched desert. The whole matter is at the precipice now. Just pass the message that if they want it to blow, they are on exactly the right course. I'm sorry that you will get hurt in the fallout, unquote. McCord had become increasingly alarmed over what he considered efforts by his attorney and persons at CRP and the White House to have him falsely assert, as a defense to the criminal charges against him, that the break-in was part of a CIA mission. Caulfield, who believed the letter came from McCord, immediately telephoned its contents to Dean's assistant, Fred Fielding, and later gave the letter to Dean. Dean discussed the problem with Paul O'Brien. O'Brien reported the matter to Mitchell, who directed O'Brien to have Caulfield determine McCord's intentions. On January 8, 1973, Dean asked O'Brien to communicate to McCord's lawyer that a friend of McCord's would contact McCord, which O'Brien did. O'Brien also told Hunt's lawyer, Bittman, about the conversation with Dean. Later that day, McCord and Alch visited Bittman's office, and after Alch met with Bittman alone, Alch told McCord that he would receive a call that evening from a White House, quote, friend, unquote. The initial contact with McCord was made by Caulfield through Tony Ulasewicz, who telephoned McCord in the early morning hours of January 9, 1973, and told him to go to a nearby phone booth to receive a message. McCord complied and heard a voice, unfamiliar to him, say, quote, plead guilty. 1 year is a long time. You will get executive clemency. Your family will be taken care of, and when you get out, you will be rehabilitated and a job will be found for you. Don't take immunity when called before the grand jury. After delivering the message, Ulasewicz reported McCord's apparent satisfaction to Caulfield. In the meantime, according to Dean, O'Brien and Mitchell both contacted Dean and told him that since Hunt had received an assurance of executive clemency, discussed below, McCord and the others were similarly entitled. Mitchell and O'Brien felt Caulfield could most effectively carry that message to McCord. Dean testified that he called Caulfield, told him to see McCord in person, and gave him a clemency message for McCord similar to the one transmitted to Hunt through Bittman. Mitchell's testimony before the committee indicated he knew in January 1973 that Dean asked Caulfield to talk to McCord to ascertain McCord's plans. But Mitchell does not remember contemporaneously learning that Caulfield had offered McCord clemency. Caulfield arranged a meeting with McCord on the George Washington Parkway in Virginia, the first of several, through another telephone call from Ulasewicz to McCord at the telephone booth near McCord's home. This meeting took place on January 12. McCord testified that Caulfield then urged him to plead guilty, receive clemency, and be rehabilitated afterward. According to McCord, Caulfield said that he carried the clemency message, quote, from the very highest levels of the White House, unquote. McCord said he was told by Caulfield that the president would be apprised at the next meeting and that Caulfield said, quote, I may have a message to you at our next meeting from the president himself, unquote. Caulfield testified that on January 13, Dean advised him to stress to McCord the sincerity of the clemency offer. When Caulfield asked if the offer came from the president, Dean replied it came, quote, from the top, unquote. Caulfield said that he assumed this implied Ehrlichman speaking for the president because Dean rarely made decisions without Ehrlichman's input. Caulfield, however, never had personal discussions with the president on this matter and had no personal knowledge that the president authorized a clemency offer to McCord. On January 14, Caulfield again met with McCord on the George Washington Parkway and told McCord that his efforts to develop, as a defense to the criminal charges against him, his claims of government wiretaps of certain phone calls he had made to foreign embassies would not be successful. McCord became very concerned and was assured that he would receive clemency after 10 or 11 months imprisonment. Caulfield on this occasion told McCord, the president's ability to govern is at stake. Another Teapot Dome scandal is possible, and the government may fall. Everybody else is on track but you. You are not following the game plan. Get closer to your attorney. There followed 2 telephone conversations on January 15 and January 16, during which McCord indicated to Caulfield that he had no desire to talk to him further and suggested that if the White House wanted to be honest, it should look into McCord's perjury charges against Magruder and his claims as to the tapping of his 2 embassy calls. However, a final meeting was arranged between McCord and Caulfield on the George Washington Parkway for January 25. McCord testified that at this meeting, Caulfield repeated the offers of clemency, financial support, and rehabilitation. According to McCord, Caulfield discouraged his hopes for White House action on his wiretap defense and cautioned him that if he made public allegations against high administration officials, the administration would undoubtedly defend itself. McCord interpreted this as a, quote, personal threat, unquote, to his safety, but stated his willingness to take the risk. Caulfield testified that in this final meeting, he concluded that McCord was definitely going to speak out on the Watergate burglary and would probably make allegations against White House and other high officials. Caulfield said he told McCord, Jim, I have worked with these people and I know them to be as tough-minded as you and I. When you make your statement, don't underestimate them. If I were in your shoes, I would probably be doing the same thing. Subsection 2. Representations to Howard Hunt. On December 8, 1972, Hunt's wife, Dorothy, died in an airplane crash in Chicago. 3 weeks later, on December 31, Hunt sent a letter to Colson that stated, I had understood you to say that you would be willing to see my attorney, Bill Bittman, at any time. After my wife's death, I asked him to see you, but his efforts were unavailing. And though I believe I understand the delicacy of your overt position, I nevertheless feel myself even more isolated than before. My wife's death, the imminent trial, my present mental depression, and my inability to get any relief from my friends on whom I had in good faith relied. I can't tell you how important it is under the circumstances for Bill Bittman to have the opportunity to meet with you, and I trust that you will do me that favor. There is a limit to the endurance of any man trapped in a hostile situation, and mine was reached on December 8. I do believe in God. Not necessarily a just God, but in governance of a divine being. His will, however, is often enacted through human hands, and human adversaries are arraigned against me. Colson sent Dean a copy of the letter with a note that asked, "Now, what the hell do I do?" Dean testified that on January 2, 1973, Paul O'Brien called him, and with some urgency requested that Dean meet with him concerning serious problems with Hunt. When Dean met with O'Brien that evening, O'Brien told Dean that Hunt wished to plead guilty, but before changing his plea, Hunt wanted White House assurance of executive clemency. On January 3, Colson called Dean to say that he did not want to meet with Bittman. Dean testified he went to Ehrlichman and told him the situation. Ehrlichman, according to Dean, asked Colson to meet with Bittman, which Colson did. After meeting with Bittman that same day, Colson met with Dean and Ehrlichman in Ehrlichman's office. Dean testified that Colson was upset and said it was imperative to offer Hunt executive clemency. Dean said Ehrlichman indicated he would speak to the president about it and directed Colson not to address the president on the subject. Ehrlichman testified that at this meeting he told Dean and Colson of his July 1972 conversation with the president, where the president had stressed that no one in the White House was to discuss or offer clemency. The next day, according to Dean, Ehrlichman confided to Dean that he had given Colson an affirmative answer regarding clemency for Hunt, and that Colson had again met with Bittman. On January 5, Colson reported his second meeting with Bittman to Ehrlichman and Dean. Colson said he gave Bittman a general assurance respecting clemency rather than a firm commitment, saying that although a year is a long time, clemency usually comes around Christmas. Dean said he expressed the feeling that the other defendants would expect the same type of arrangement and that Ehrlichman said the same assurance would apply to all. According to Dean, Colson after the meeting told Dean he had ignored Ehrlichman's instructions and discussed clemency with the president. Ehrlichman confirms that in January he met with Colson and Dean to discuss the Hunt-Bittman request for help. Ehrlichman said the main purpose of the meeting was to attempt to deal with Hunt's depressed state of mind and to determine how best to aid him. But, Ehrlichman testified, he made it clear to Colson that under no circumstances could executive clemency be offered Hunt. His version of the January 5 meeting was that Colson gave Dean and Ehrlichman, quote, the strongest kinds of assurances that he had not made any sort of commitment, unquote. However, Hunt did change his plea to guilty at the opening of the trial on January 10. The edited presidential transcripts reveal that the following comments and recollections regarding clemency to Hunt were made at the March 21, 1973 meeting among the president, Haldeman, and Dean before Hunt was sentenced. Dean: Here's what is happening right now, what sort of brings matters to the unintelligible. 1. This is going to be a continual blackmail operation by Hunt and Liddy and the Cubans. No doubt about it. And McCord, who is another one involved. McCord has asked for nothing. McCord did ask to meet with somebody, with Jack Caulfield, who is his old friend, who had gotten him hired over there. And when Caulfield had him hired, he was a perfectly legitimate security man, and he wanted to talk about commutation and things like that. And as you know, Colson has talked indirectly to Hunt about commutation. All of these things are bad, in that they are problems. They are promises. They are commitments. They are the very sort of thing that the Senate is going to be looking most for. I don't think they can find them, frankly. President. Pretty hard. Dean. Pretty hard. Damn hard. It's all cash. President. Pretty hard, I mean, as far as the witnesses are concerned. As a matter of fact, there was a discussion with somebody about Hunt's problem on account of his wife, and I said, of course commutation could be considered on the basis of his wife's death, and that is the only conversation I ever had in that light. Dean. Right. President. You have the problem with Hunt and his clemency. Dean. That's right. And you're going to have a clemency problem with the others. They all are going to expect to be out, and that may put you in a position that is just untenable at some point. You know, the Watergate hearing's just over. Hunt now demanding clemency, or he is going to blow. And politically, it's impossible for you to do it. You know, after everybody. President. That's right. Dean. I am not sure that you will ever be able to deliver on the clemency. It may be just too hot. President. You can't do it politically until after the 74 elections, that's for sure. Your point is that even then you couldn't do it. Dean. That's right. It may further involve you in a way you should not be involved in this. President. No. It is wrong. That's for sure. And the second thing is, we are not going to be able to deliver on any of a clemency thing. You know, Colson has gone around on this clemency thing with Hunt and the rest. Dean. Hunt is now talking about being out by Christmas. Haldeman. This year? Dean. This year. He was told by O'Brien, who is my conveyor of doom back and forth, that hell, he would be lucky if he were out a year from now, or after Irvin's hearings were over. He said, how in the Lord's name could you be commuted that quickly? He said, well, that is my commitment from Colson. Haldeman. By Christmas of this year? Dean. Yeah. Haldeman. See, that is verbal evil. Colson that is your fatal flaw in Chuck. He is an operator in expediency, and he will pay at the time and where he is to accomplish whatever he is there to do. And that's, I would believe that he has made that commitment if Hunt says he has. I would believe he is capable of saying that. President. The only thing we could do with him would be to parole him like the unintelligible situation. But you couldn't buy clemency. Another relevant discussion occurred on April 14, 1973, when the President met with Haldeman and Ehrlichman. In a discussion of the possibility of executive clemency, the President said, "It's a shame. There could be clemency in this case, and at the proper time, having in mind the extraordinary sentences of Magruder, etc., etc. But you know damn well it is ridiculous to talk about clemency. They all knew that. Colson knew that. I mean, when you, Ehrlichman, talked to Colson and he talked to me." Dean met again with the President on April 15, 1973. By this time, Dean had retained counsel, gone to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and begun to give information about the cover-up. Dean testified he was somewhat shaken when he went to the meeting because he was acting to end the cover-up and knew there would be serious problems for the President. Dean said the most interesting event of the meeting came near the very end. He said the President, quote, got up out of his chair, went behind his chair to the corner of the Executive Office Building office, and in a nearly inaudible tone said to me he was probably foolish to have discussed Hunt's clemency with Colson, unquote. It was this conduct that led Dean to believe that this conversation was taped. As the committee learned later, there was, indeed, a taping system in operation. However, the President has informed the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia that, unknown to the President at the time, the recorder's tape had, quote, run out, unquote, just prior to the President's meeting with Dean, and that the meeting was thus not recorded. Subsequently, in an April 16, 1973 meeting, the President and Dean again discussed the subject of executive clemency for Hunt. Dean: all the obstruction is technical stuff that mounts up. President: well, you take for example the clemency bit. That is solely Mitchell apparently, and Colson's talk with Bittman, where he says he will do everything I can because as a friend. Dean: no, that was with Ehrlichman. President: Hunt? Dean: that was with Ehrlichman. President: Ehrlichman with whom? Dean: Ehrlichman and Colson and I sat up there. Colson presented his story to Ehrlichman regarding it, and then John gave Chuck very clear instructions on going back and telling him, quote, give him the inference he's got clemency, but don't give him any commitment. President: no commitment. Dean: right. President: that's all right. No commitment. I have a right to say here. Take a fellow like Hunt or a Cuban whose wife is sick or something and give them clemency for that purpose. Isn't that right? Dean: that's right. President: but John specifically said no commitment, did he? Dean: yes. President: and then Colson went on apparently to Dean: I don't know how Colson delivered it. President: to Hunt's lawyer. Isn't that your understanding? Dean: yes, but I don't know what he did or how. President: where did this business of the Christmas thing get out? John? What in the hell is that all about? That must have been Mitchell, huh? Dean: nope, that was Chuck again. President: that they would all be out by Christmas? Dean: no, I think he said something to the effect that Christmas is the time the clemency generally occurs. President: oh yeah. Well, I don't think that is going to hurt him, do you? Dean: no. President: clemency is one thing. He is a friend of Hunt's. I'm just trying to put the best face on it. But if it is the wrong thing to do, I have to know. Subsection 3. Representations to Jeb Magruder. Dean testified that on August 16, 1972, Magruder, concerned over his upcoming grand jury appearance, asked him, quote, what happens if this whole thing comes tumbling down? Will I get executive clemency? And will my family be taken care of? Unquote. Dean told Magruder that, quote, I am sure you will, unquote. But Magruder did not consider that statement to be a firm offer of executive clemency. On March 23, 1973, Chief Judge Sirica read aloud the sealed letter received from McCord. As noted, the letter charged that pressure had been exerted on the defendants to plead guilty and remain silent, that perjury had been committed during the Watergate trial, and that others than those adjudged guilty had participated in the Watergate operation. McCord indicated his desire to meet with Judge Sirica and elaborate further on his assertions. He stated that he lacked confidence in the FBI, the Department of Justice, and other such, quote, government representatives, unquote, and thus did not want to present his information to them. McCord, however, was willing to speak to representatives of the Select Committee. McCord's letter caused Magruder concern regarding his previous testimony. On March 25, Magruder presented his situation to CRP lawyers, and they advised him to retain counsel. Magruder testified that the lawyers apparently transmitted his concern to Mitchell because, on March 27, Mitchell phoned Magruder and asked Magruder to meet with him in New York. Magruder flew there that day and told Mitchell his worries. As Magruder recalled it, Mitchell assured him, quote, he would take care of things, that everything would be taken care of, unquote. According to Magruder, quote, everything, unquote, included a guaranteed salary and executive clemency. Mitchell confirmed the meeting with Magruder, as well as Magruder's discussion of the potential perjury charge against him. While Mitchell recalled offering to help Magruder, quote, in any conceivable way, unquote, he denied promising clemency. Mitchell also testified that, in their March 27 meeting, Magruder requested further assurance from someone still in the White House, and Mitchell suggested a meeting with Haldeman. Magruder testified that in January, when he became concerned he might be made a scapegoat, he went to Haldeman and said, quote, "I just want you to know that this whole Watergate situation and other activities was a concerted effort by a number of people, and so I went through a literal monologue on what had occurred," unquote. However, Haldeman testified, quote, "At no meeting with Magruder did he raise with me a monologue as he has described," unquote. Dean testified that on March 28, Haldeman called him at Camp David and asked him to return to Washington to meet with Mitchell and Magruder. Although Dean resisted, Haldeman persuaded him to participate. Dean said his meeting with Haldeman, Mitchell, and Magruder concerned how Dean planned to testify, if called before an appropriate body, regarding the January 27 and February 4, 1972 meetings in Mitchell's office. Dean said he would not agree to help support the perjured testimony already given by Magruder in this regard. Mitchell testified that at the meeting, Haldeman offered to help Magruder as a friend, but made no other commitments. Magruder recalled that Haldeman was careful to articulate that he, quote, "could make no commitments for the president," unquote. Because of Dean's stand and the advice of CRP lawyers, Magruder decided to retain personal counsel. The transcript of an April 14, 1973 meeting among the president, Haldeman, and Ehrlichman indicates the president's view as to how an inference of executive clemency could be given to Magruder in return for his claiming ultimate responsibility, along with Mitchell, for the Watergate affair. President: "I would also, though, I'd put a couple of things in and say, Jeb, let me just start here by telling you the president holds great affection for you and your family. I was just thinking last night, this poor kid." Haldeman: "Yeah, beautiful kids." President: "Lovely wife, and all the rest. It just breaks your heart. And say this is a very painful message for me to bring. I've been asked to give you, but I must do it, and it is that. Put it right out that way. Also, I would put that in so he knows I have personal affection. That's the way the so-called clemency's got to be handled. Do you see, John?" Ehrlichman: "I understand." Haldeman: "Do the same thing with Mitchell." Subsection 4. Representations to G. Gordon Liddy. The edited presidential transcripts contain a reference to a purported promise by Mitchell of a pardon or clemency to Liddy. The following passage is from the April 14, 1972 meeting among the president, Haldeman, and Ehrlichman. President: "He's not talking because he thinks the president doesn't want him to talk. Is that the point?" Ehrlichman: "According to them, Mitchell's given him a promise of a pardon." President: "Bittman?" Ehrlichman: "According to Colson and Shapiro." President: "I don't know where they get that. Mitchell has promised Liddy a pardon?" Ehrlichman: "Yes, sir." On pages 485 through 87, the following colloquy from the same meeting appears. President: "Colson to Bittman. I guess that's the only thing we have on that, except Mitchell apparently had said something about clemency to people." Haldeman: "To Liddy." President: "And Mitchell has has he ever discussed clemency with you?" Ehrlichman: "No." President: "Has he ever discussed it with you?" Haldeman: "Nope." President: Unintelligible: "We were all here in the room." Haldeman: "Well, may have said, look, we've got to take care of this." President: "But he's never said, look, you're going to get a pardon from these people when this is over. Never used any such language around here, has he, John?" Ehrlichman: "Not to me." Haldeman: "I don't think so." President: "With Dean, has he?" Ehrlichman: "Well, I don't know. That's a question I can't answer." President: "Well, but Dean's never raised it. In fact, Dean told me when he talked about Hunt, I said, John, where does it all lead? I said, what's it going to cost? You can't just continue this way. He said, about $1 million. Unintelligible. I said, John, that's the point. Unintelligible. Unless I could get them up and say, look, fellas, it's too bad, and I give you executive clemency like tomorrow. What the hell do you think, Dean? President: I mean, you think the point is Hunt and the Cubans are not going to sit in jail for 4 years, and they are not being taken care of. Haldeman: That's the point. Now where are you going to get the money for that? President: That's the reason this whole thing falls apart. It's that astonishes me about Mitchell and the rest. Ehrlichman: Big problem. Material unrelated to presidential actions deleted here. President: The word never came up, but I said, I appreciate what you're doing. I knew it was for the purpose of helping the poor bastards through the trial, but you can't offer that, John. You can't. Or could you? I guess you could. Attorney's fees? Could you go a support program for these people for 4 years? Ehrlichman: I haven't any idea. I have no idea. Subsection 5. Consideration of clemency for Dean and Mitchell. Comments by the President at an April 14, 1973 meeting with Ehrlichman indicated he considered executive clemency for Dean and Mitchell in return for Dean's and Mitchell's cooperation in the Watergate affair. President: One point. You are going to talk to Dean? Ehrlichman: I am. President: What are you going to say to him? Ehrlichman: Well, to get off this passing the buck business. President: John, that's... Ehrlichman: It is a little touchy, and I don't know how far I can go. President: John, that is not going to help you. Look, he, Dean, has to look down the road to one point. There is only one man who could restore him to the ability to practice law in case things go wrong. He's got to have that in the back of his mind. Ehrlichman: Uh-huh. President: He's got to know that will happen. You don't tell him, but you know and I know that with him and Mitchell there isn't going to be any damn question because they got a bad rap. End of Section 7. Section 8 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Dennison, Portland, Maine. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. Section M. Activities relating to other investigations and court proceedings. White House and CRP officials were also concerned that other investigations besides the grand jury proceeding might uncover the true facts relating to the Watergate break-in. Subsection 1. The Patman Hearings. On August 19, 1972, Representative Wright Patman, chairman of the House Banking and Currency Committee, ordered his committee staff to investigate the president's campaign finances, including the checks deposited in Barker's account. By early September, White House concern over the Patman Committee's investigation had mounted. Dean testified that from the beginning of this probe, the White House had two major fears. Quote, First, the hearings would have resulted in more adverse pre-election publicity regarding Watergate, and, second, they just might stumble into something that would start unraveling the cover-up, unquote. According to Dean, CRP counsel Parkinson was put in touch with Congressman Gary Brown, a committee member, to persuade Brown to help limit the scope of the committee's hearings. On September 8, Brown sent a letter to Attorney General Kleindienst, which, according to Dean, Parkinson had drafted. The letter inquired as to the propriety of Stan's testimony before the committee, scheduled for September 14, in view of pending civil and criminal suits. Congressman Brown has filed a sworn statement with the committee denying that Parkinson drafted this letter, and Dean's statement, admittedly based on hearsay, has not been corroborated. The committee has found no evidence that Congressman Brown committed any improprieties. The Justice Department, according to Dean, declined at this time such a suggestion to recommend that Stans not be required to testify being of the view such a suggestion would appear part of a concerted effort to block the hearings. Nonetheless, Parkinson informed the committee that Stans would not appear in order to avoid prejudicing pending criminal investigations. In the last week of September, Dean took an active role in White House efforts to hinder the work of the Patman investigation. After Patman announced on September 25 that he would hold a vote on October 3 on issuing subpoenas to witnesses, Haldeman suggested that Dean talk to John Connolly about blocking the committee's hearings. Connolly, Dean said, responded that Patman's only, quote, soft spot, unquote, was a rumor that he had not reported large contributions from lobbyists. Dean then asked Parkinson to investigate the reports filed by members of the committee with the clerk of the House concerning campaign contributions. Parkinson furnished such a report on September 26, which Dean said he did not use. Dean next persuaded Henry Peterson, chief of the Criminal Division of the Department of Justice, to write committee members to dissuade them from issuing subpoenas. Peterson, in an October 2 letter to the members, asked that they delay their investigation because it might jeopardize fair criminal trials. On October 3, the committee voted not to hold hearings. However, on October 10, Patman announced that his committee would convene in 2 days in another attempt to investigate the Watergate affair. Patman requested Dean, Mitchell, McGregor, and Stans to appear. Dean declined to appear, claiming executive privilege. The others declined on advice of counsel, and Patman did not reconvene the committee. Subsection 2. The civil suits. A counteroffensive was likewise mounted regarding the civil suits brought by the Democratic National Committee against CRP. Dean testified that around September 9 or 10, both Haldeman and Colson relayed to him a request from the president that a counteraction be filed against the Democrats, quote, as quickly as humanly possible, unquote. On September 13, CRP filed a $2,500,000 countersuit against the DNC for abuse of process, and on September 14, Stans brought a $5 million libel suit against Lawrence O'Brien, DNC chairman. Dean testified that when he met with the president on September 15, the various civil cases were discussed. Dean stated he told the president that CRP lawyers were handling both the DNC suit and one filed by Common Cause. He said Judge Ritchie had been helpful in slowing down these civil cases. The president was informed as to the status of the CRP abuse of process suit and the Stans libel action. Haldeman's testimony and the edited transcripts support Dean's testimony in this regard. The edited transcripts at page 60 contain the following exchange. Dean: You might be interested in some of the allocations we got. The Stans libel action was assigned to Judge Ritchie. President: Expletive deleted. Dean: Well, now that is good and bad. Judge Ritchie is not known to be one of the inaudible on the bench. That is considered by me. He is fairly candid in dealing with people about the question. He has made several entrees off the bench, one to Kleindienst and one to Romer McPhee, to keep Romer abreast of what his thinking is. He told Romer he thought Murray ought to file a libel action. President: Did he? Haldeman: Can he deal with this concurrently with the court case? Dean: Yeah. The fact that the civil case drew to a halt, that the depositions were halted, he is freed. Haldeman: It was just off for a few days, wasn't it? Dean: It did more than that. He had been talking to Silbert, one of the assistant U.S. attorneys down here. Silbert said, We are going to have a hell of a time drawing these indictments because these civil depositions will be coming out and the grand jury has won out on this civil case, but it is nothing typical. Subsection 3. CIA investigative materials. According to Dean, shortly after the Select Committee was created, Ehrlichman urged him to have the CIA retrieve from the Department of Justice certain photographs which came from a CIA camera supplied Hunt that Hunt had returned to the agency. The pictures included one of Liddy posed in front of Dr. Fielding's office, which was burglarized. Dean said Ehrlichman wanted the photographs and accompanying documents retrieved, quote, before the Senate investigators got a copy of the material, unquote. Dean further testified he sought to obtain the photographs from Henry Peterson, claiming they had nothing to do with Watergate. Peterson told Dean that the Justice Department had received a letter from Senator Mansfield asking preservation of all evidentiary materials that might have any relationship to Watergate. Peterson stated he would be willing to return the materials to the CIA if it requested such action and leave a card in the department's file indicating what he had done. Subsequently, General Walters of the CIA visited Dean to state that he was opposed to retrieving the material under those circumstances, and the idea was dropped. Subsection 4. Other activities relating to the Select Committee. Evidence received by the Select Committee demonstrates considerable concern on the part of certain White House officials as to how to deal with the Select Committee, which, Dean said, was viewed as an uncontrollable, if not hostile, body that presented new and possibly more dangerous problems than the criminal trials. Item A. The La Costa meeting. A major meeting of White House officials to develop strategy regarding the Select Committee took place at the La Costa Resort Hotel, south of San Clemente, on February 10 and 11, 1973. Attending the meeting were Haldeman, Ehrlichman, Dean, and Richard Moore. Dean stated that the meeting at La Costa was wide-ranging, involving an evaluation of Select Committee members and the White House strategy for dealing with the committee. According to Dean, the basic strategy was, the White House will take a public posture of full cooperation, but privately will attempt to restrain the investigation and make it as difficult as possible to get information and witnesses. A behind-the-scenes media effort would be made to make the Senate inquiry appear very partisan. The ultimate goal would be to discredit the hearings and reduce their impact by attempting to show that the Democrats have engaged in the same type of activities. Dean said a special program was planned to handle press coverage of the Senate hearings. Haldeman, he said, suggested that Pat Buchanan be used as a press watchdog. Buchanan would prepare speeches on biased press coverage, write op-ed articles, attend the hearings, and be the White House spokesman to take pressure off Ronald Ziegler in his daily briefings. Moore and Haldeman, however, recollect that it was Dean who suggested this role for Buchanan. Special plans were made as to CRP activities regarding the hearings. It was decided that CRP would increase its legal and public relations staff and that Paul O'Brien and Ken Parkinson would be responsible for handling CRP witnesses called to testify. Ehrlichman testified it was generally concluded that CRP, with Mitchell returning as its head, would operationally be the best entity to deal with the Select Committee hearings. Dean said that toward the end of the meeting on February 11, Ehrlichman raised the, quote, bottom line, unquote, question, quote, would the 7 Watergate defendants remain silent through the Senate hearings, unquote. This was important, Dean said, since their entire strategy rested on the continued silence of the Watergate defendants. Dean told Haldeman and Ehrlichman there were still demands for more money. Richard Moore, Dean said, was therefore assigned to go to New York to see Mitchell, quote, simply to lay it out that it was Mitchell's responsibility to raise the necessary funds for these men, unquote. Moore confirmed this testimony. Dean, in a sort of by-the-way reference, said he had been told by the lawyers, and I think that was the way he put it, but I cannot be precise about his language, that they may be needing some more money, and did we have any ideas? Someone said, isn't that something that John Mitchell might handle with his rich New York friends? It was suggested that since I would be meeting with Mr. Mitchell, I should mention this when I saw him, and I said I would. Ehrlichman also confirms that Moore was sent to New York to see Mitchell about raising money for the Watergate defendants whose sentences were pending. When Moore broached the issue with Mitchell, Mitchell said, according to Moore, quote, get lost, unquote, or, quote, tell them to get lost, unquote, Mitchell confirms that he declined Moore's fundraising suggestion. He testified that the, quote, general tenor of the subject matter was that the money was for the payment for the support and the legal fees of the people that were involved in the Watergate, unquote. Moore, Ehrlichman, and Haldeman provided further confirmation and elaboration of Dean's testimony concerning the La Costa discussion. Moore testified that at this meeting, the participants discussed preparation for the Select Committee hearings, executive privilege, a possible White House statement on Watergate in advance of the hearings, manpower for CRP to cope with the hearings, and the pending lawsuits. Ehrlichman testified that the La Costa meeting was called, quote, because the president had asked who was handling the preparation of the White House case for the Senate Select Committee hearings, and what planning was being done, and what was the White House position going to be on matters like executive privilege, and there were no answers to those questions, unquote. Ehrlichman admitted that the La Costa group discussed steps to affect the Select Committee's resolution and also evaluated members of the committee. He also confirmed that a strategy to block or delay the hearings was discussed, including a proposal to seek judicial delay. Haldeman basically concurred in Moore's recollections of the La Costa meeting. The interest of the White House in affecting the outcome of the Select Committee's hearings is further demonstrated by numerous passages in the edited presidential transcripts where the president, Ehrlichman, Haldeman, and Dean discussed various ways to deal with the upcoming hearings to limit the Select Committee's effectiveness and to, quote, cut the losses, unquote, of the White House. The meeting of February 28, 1973 between the president and Dean at pages 55 to 76, which is subsequently discussed. Part B. Documentary and other evidence indicating the White House strategy. In support of his testimony concerning White House preparations for the hearings, Dean submitted to the committee a February 9, 1973, quote, eyes only, unquote, memorandum from Haldeman to Dean, emphasizing the need for a minority counsel to the Irvin Committee, who was a, quote, real tiger, not an old man or a softhead, unquote. Also, Haldeman indicated therein that Dean would instruct Kleindienst to order the FBI to prepare a file on the, quote, 1968 bugging, unquote, of candidate Richard Nixon in preparation for a counteroffensive. Haldeman, under questioning, authenticated this memorandum. Another memorandum supplied by Dean was from Lawrence Higbee, Haldeman's assistant to Dean, dated February 10, 1973. This document emphasized the need, quote, to get a thorough itemization as quickly as possible of all the disruptions that occurred in the campaign for our Watergate tactics with the Irvin Committee, unquote. A demonstration of the strong counteroffensive Haldeman was planning is found in a memorandum from Haldeman to Dean dated February 10, 1973. We need to get our people to put out the story on the foreign or communist money that was used in support of demonstrations against the president in 1972. We should tie all 1972 demonstrations to McGovern and thus to the Democrats as part of the peace movement. The investigation should be brought to include the peace movement which leads directly to McGovern and Teddy Kennedy. This is a good counteroffensive to be developed. We need to develop the plan on to what extent the Democrats were responsible for the demonstrations that led to violence or disruption. There is also the question of whether we should let out the Fort Wayne story now, that we ran a clean campaign compared to theirs of libel and slander, such as against Rebozo, etc. We could let Evans and Novak put it out and then be asked about it to make the point that we knew and the president said it was not to be used under any circumstances. In any event, we have to play a very hard game on this whole thing and get our investigations going as a countermove. Haldeman accepted responsibility for the contents of this memorandum. Dean testified the White House feared the Senate hearing might force the Justice Department into further criminal investigations that would lead back to the White House. It was important, Dean said, that the president meet with Kleindienst and, quote, bring him back in the family to protect the White House, unquote. Dean indicated he felt the president should, quote, solicit Kleindienst's assistance during the hearings and, if anything should develop during the hearings, to not let all hell break loose in a subsequent investigation, unquote. The proposed meeting between the president and Kleindienst was to be a, quote, stroking session, unquote. In a February 22, 1973 talking paper, which Dean submitted to Haldeman for transmittal to the president, the following recommendations were made respecting this proposed meeting. Kleindienst should be asked to remain in office until at least 1 full year from this date, i.e., until after the Watergate hearings have passed, because the hearings may well result in a request for additional action by the Department of Justice. We can't afford bitterness at Justice, nor can we risk a new Attorney General being able to handle some of the potential problems. Kleindienst should be asked to follow the hearings closely and keep us appraised of any potential problems from a Department of Justice standpoint. Kleindienst should be given the feeling that he is an important member of the team, and it is not merely because of these hearings that he is being asked to stay on. Kleindienst confirmed that he met with President Nixon in late February and that the president requested him to stay at his post until the investigation was over. Several days later, on February 28, the president personally expressed to Dean his concern over the upcoming Select Committee hearings. The president stated his hope that the committee would have one, quote, big slam-bang thing for a whole week, unquote, after which, quote, interest in the whole thing will fall off, unquote. Dean warned the president that, I think this is going to be very different. It will be hot. I think they are going to be tough. I think they're going to be gory in some regards. But I'm also convinced that if everyone pulls their own oar in this thing, and all those we've got with various concerns, we can make it through these things and minimal people will be hurt. And they may even paint themselves as being such partisans. The president said he hoped the committee would, quote, be partisan rather than for them to have a facade of fairness and all the rest, unquote. The February 28 meeting concluded with President Nixon telling Dean that he expected Mitchell, quote, won't allow himself to be ruined by Watergate. He will put on his big stone face before the committee, but I hope he does, and he will, unquote. Dean expressed concern that the Select Committee was out to get him, a notion the president discounted. The president, however, did indicate a belief that the Select Committee was, quote, after, unquote, Haldeman, Colson, or Ehrlichman. Subsection 5. Henry Peterson's communications to the president. The edited transcripts of presidential conversations show that Henry Peterson, chief of the Justice Department's Criminal Division, served as a conduit for a constant flow of information from the grand jury, and the prosecutors first to Dean and then to the president. The transcripts also demonstrate that the president kept Haldeman and Ehrlichman informed of what he learned from Peterson. Peterson's conduct raises a serious question as to whether high Department of Justice officials can effectively administer criminal justice where White House personnel, or the president himself, are the subjects of the investigation. The conflict of interest is apparent, and a committee recommendation deals directly with this issue. Early in the Watergate investigation, in 1972, Peterson had kept Dean informed. Dean told the president during their morning March 21 meeting that Peterson had made him, quote, totally aware, unquote, of relevant information with respect to the prosecutorial effort. There is no doubt that I was totally aware of what the Bureau, FBI, was doing at all times. I was totally aware of what the grand jury was doing. I knew what witnesses were going to be called. I knew what they were asked, and I had to. The president asked Dean, quote, "Why did Peterson play the game so straight with us?" unquote. Dean replied, "Because Peterson is a soldier. He kept me informed. He told me when we had problems, where we had problems, and the like. He believed in you, and he believes in this administration. This administration made him. I don't think he had done anything improper, but he did make sure that the investigation was narrowed down to the very, very fine criminal thing, which was a break for us. There is no doubt about it." Dean assured the president during this meeting that Peterson is, quote, "the only man I know that really could tell us how this could be put together so that it did the maximum to carve it away with a minimum of damage to individuals involved," unquote. Later, in April 1972, Peterson and the president met on several occasions to discuss the progress of the Watergate investigation. At one session, Peterson assured the president that the investigation would not reach him because the Department of Justice had no jurisdiction to investigate the president. "I've said to U.S. Attorney Harold H. Titus, quote, 'We have to draw the line. We have no mandate to investigate the president. We investigate Watergate,' unquote." He continued, "My understanding of law is, my understanding of our responsibilities is that if it came to that, I would have to come to you and say, 'We can't do that.' The only people who have jurisdiction to do that is the House of Representatives, as far as I'm concerned." Peterson, however, at an April 17 meeting told the president that, "Mr. President, if I thought you were trying to protect somebody, I would have walked out." Peterson's role as a conduit of secret grand jury information is illustrated by his telephone conversation of April 16, 1973, with the president from 8:58 p.m. to 9:14 p.m. The conversation began, "President, I just want to know if there are any developments I should know about, and, second, that, of course, as you know, anything you tell me, as I think I told you earlier, will not be passed on." Henry Peterson: "I understand, Mr. President." President: "Because I know the rules of the grand jury." Peterson then began to relate to the president secret information before the grand jury. He relayed to the president the factual details of the investigation, even indicating where there were gaps. Thus, he told the president that Dean, quote, "got in touch with Kalmbach to arrange for money, the details of which we really don't know as yet." The next morning, April 17, from 9:47 to 9:59 a.m., the president met with Haldeman and discussed strategy for dealing with the Watergate affair. In the course of that conversation, the president, who had been informed that the Justice Department did not know the details of Kalmbach's arrangement for money, said to Haldeman, "Another thing, if you could get John Ehrlichman and yourself to sit down and do some hard thinking about what kind of strategy you're going to have with the money, you know what I mean." The president also told Haldeman, "Well, be sure that Kalmbach is at least aware of this, that LaRue has talked very freely. He is a broken man." Peterson had informed the president on April 16, 1973, that Dean had said that Liddy, quote, "confessed to Dean," unquote, on June 19, 1972, and that Dean then told Ehrlichman what Liddy had said. The next morning, the president told Haldeman, "Dean met with Liddy on June 19th. Must have been when he did it. He was in California in January, but that's irrelevant. But they keep banging around and banging around. The prosecution gets out the damn stuff. Did John talk with you about it?" Haldeman: "Yeah, he mentioned it. Dean did tell us that story in Ehrlichman's office last week or 2 weeks ago." President: "But not to go all through this." Haldeman: "I don't think so." The transcript of the President-Peterson meeting of April 17 provides another example of Peterson's briefing the president on information received by the prosecutors and grand jury. This conversation also shows that Peterson was giving the president tactical advice as to the posture the White House should strike during the investigation. During this conversation, the president told Peterson not to tell him, quote, anything out of the grand jury unless you think I need to know it. If it corroborates something or anybody here, I need to know it. Otherwise, I don't want to know about it, unquote. The president then asked, quote, I guess it would be legal for me to know, unquote, and Peterson responded, quote, well, yes, I think it is legal for you to know, unquote. Peterson subsequently left this meeting. Haldeman and Ehrlichman appeared, and the president proceeded then to relay to them the information obtained from Peterson. At least by April 27, Peterson's constant contact with the White House created suspicions among the Department of Justice Watergate investigators. Peterson admitted to the president on April 27, we had a kind of crisis of confidence night before last, and in effect it concerned me, whether or not they were at ease with my reporting to you, and I pointed out to them that I had very specific instructions, discussed that with them before on that subject. As a consequence, I kind of laid into Harold Titus yesterday, and it cleared the air a little bit, but there is a very suspicious atmosphere. They are concerned and scared. End of Section 8. Section 9 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Dennison, Portland, Maine. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. Section N. The beginning of the unraveling of the cover-up. The cover-up began publicly to unravel when McCord broke his silence on March 21, 1972, with his letter to Judge Sirica, which was read in open court on March 23. It was soon learned that McCord had accused Magruder of perjury, and Mitchell, Magruder, and Dean of participating in planning the Watergate break-in. Even before McCord broke his silence, Magruder and Dean were concerned about the viability of the cover-up. Magruder, according to his testimony, expressed his concerns to Haldeman as early as January 1973, and to Mitchell and Dean in March. Dean voiced his fears to the president on several occasions. Subsection 1. The February 28 meeting. According to Dean, he met with the president on February 28, 1973, and, after discussion of a number of matters, informed him that he, Dean, was involved in the post-June 17 activities regarding Watergate. I briefly described to him why I thought I had legal problems, and that I had been a conduit for many of the decisions that were made, and therefore could be involved in an obstruction of justice. Dean said the president did not accept his analysis, wanted no details, and told him not to worry because he had no legal problems. The edited presidential transcript of this meeting does not, in significant respects, bear out Dean's recollection of this meeting. However, in Dean's meeting with the president on March 21, he did tell the president that he could go to prison for obstruction of justice since he was acting as a conduit in the payments of money to the defendants. The president discounted this possibility, as Dean has testified, on the ground that Dean was acting as a lawyer. This conversation is quite similar to the one Dean testified took place on February 28, and it thus appears from these unauthenticated transcripts that Dean placed this discussion with the president on the wrong date when he testified before the Select Committee. Nonetheless, there are certain statements during the February 28 meeting that can be construed as referencing the cover-up, then in progress. President: I feel for those poor guys in jail, particularly for Hunt, and with his wife dead. Dean: well, there is every indication they are hanging in tough right now. President: what the hell do they expect, though? Do they expect clemency in a reasonable time? What would you advise on that? Dean: I think it is one of those things we will have to watch very closely. For example. President: you couldn't do it, say, in 6 months. Dean: no, you couldn't. This thing may become so political as a result of these hearings that it is a vendetta. This judge may go off the deep end in sentencing and make it so absurd that it's clearly injustice that they have been heavily. Dean: Well, we have come a long road on this thing now. I had thought it was an impossible task to hold together until after the election, until things started falling out, but we have made it this far, and I'm convinced we are going to make it the whole road and put this thing in the funny pages of history books rather than anything serious, because actually, President, it will be somewhat serious, but the main thing, of course, is also the isolation of the president. Dean: Absolutely, totally true. President: Because that, fortunately, is totally true. Dean: I know that, sir. President: Expletive deleted. Of course, I am not dumb, and I will never forget when I heard about this, adjective deleted, forced entry and bugging. I thought, what in the hell is this? What is the matter with these people? Are they crazy? I thought they were nuts. A prank. But it wasn't. It wasn't very funny. I think that our Democratic friends know that too. They know what the hell it was. They don't think we'd be involved in such. President: But I think it is very important that you have these talks with our good friend Kleindienst. Dean: That will be done. President: Tell him we have to get these things worked out. We have to work together on this thing. I would build him up. He is the man who can make the difference. Also point out to him what we have. Expletive deleted. Colson's got characterization deleted. But I really, the stuff here, let's forget this. But let's remember, this was not done by the White House. This was done by the committee to re-elect, and Mitchell was the chairman, correct? Dean: That's correct. President: And Kleindienst owes Mitchell everything. Mitchell wanted him for attorney general, wanted him for deputy, and here he is. Now, expletive deleted, Baker's got to realize this, and that if he allows this thing to get out of hand, he is going to potentially ruin John Mitchell. He won't. Mitchell won't allow himself to be ruined. He'll put on his big stone face. But I hope he does, and he will. There is no question what they are after. What the committee is after is somebody at the White House. They would like to get Haldeman, or Colson, or Ehrlichman. Dean: Or possibly Dean. You know, I'm a small fish. President: Anybody at the White House they would. But in your case, I think they realize you are the lawyer, and they know you didn't have an adjective deleted thing to do with the campaign. Dean: That's right. President: That's what I think. Well, we'll see you. Subsection 2. The March 13 meeting. Dean's testimony was that the money demands by Hunt and how to meet them, and the promise of clemency to Hunt, were discussed with the president and Haldeman at this meeting. This testimony is not supported by the edited presidential transcripts of this meeting. It appears from that document and Haldeman's testimony that Dean confused his morning meeting with the president on March 21, where Hunt's money demands and clemency were discussed, with the events of March 13. Nevertheless, the March 13 transcript is significant because it shows that, on that date, Dean revealed at least some of the aspects of the cover-up to the president. Some illustrative passages from the edited presidential conversations follow. President: Who's going to be the first witness up there? Dean: Sloan. President: Unfortunate. Dean: No doubt about it. President: He's scared? Dean: He's scared. He's weak. He has a compulsion to cleanse his soul by confession. We are giving him a lot of stroking. Funny thing is, this fellow goes down to the courthouse here before Sirica, testifies as honestly as he can testify, and Sirica looks around and called him a liar. He just said, Sloan just can't win. So Kalmbach has been dealing with Sloan. Sloan is like a child. Kalmbach has done a lot of that. The person who will have a greater problem as a result of Sloan's testimony is Kalmbach and Stans. So they are working closely with him to make sure that he settles down. Dean: Kalmbach is solid? President: He will. How does he tell his story? He has a pretty hard row to hoe. He and Stans have. Dean: He will be good. Herb is the kind of guy who will check not once or twice on his story. Not 3 times, but probably 50 to 100 times. He will go over it. He will know it. There won't be a hole in it. Probably he'll do his own Q&A. He will have people cross-examine him from 10 ways. He will be ready, as Maury Stans will be ready. President: Mitchell is now studying, is he? Dean: He is studying. Sloan will be the worst witness, I think. Magruder will be a good witness. This fellow, Bart Porter, will be a good witness. They have already been through grand jury. They have been through a trial. They did well. Dean: Chapin didn't know anything about the Watergate. President: Don't you think so? Dean: Absolutely not. President: Strachan? Dean: Yes. President: He knew. Dean: Yes. President: About the Watergate? Dean: Yes. President: Well, then he probably told Bob. He may not have. Dean: He was judicious in what he relayed, but Strachan is as tough as nails. He can go in and stonewall and say, I don't know anything about what you are talking about. He has already done it twice, you know, in interviews. President: I guess he should, shouldn't he? I suppose we can't call that justice, can we? Dean: Well, it is a personal loyalty to him. He doesn't want it any other way. He didn't have to be told. He didn't have to be asked. It just is something that he found was the way he wanted to handle the situation. President: But he knew. He knew about Watergate. Strachan did? Dean: Yes. President: I will be damned. Well, that is the problem in Bob's case. Not Chapin then, but Strachan. Strachan worked for him, didn't he? Dean: Yes. They would have one hell of a time proving that Strachan had knowledge of it, though. President: Who knew better, Magruder? Dean: Magruder and Liddy. President: Oh, I see. The other weak link for Bob is Magruder. He hired him, etc. Dean: That applies to Mitchell, too. President: Is it too late to go to the hangout road? Dean: Yes, I think it is. The hangout road. President: The hangout road. Inaudible. Dean: It was kicked around Bob and I and... President: Ehrlichman always felt it should be hangout. Dean: Well, I think I convinced him why he would not want to hang out either. There is a certain domino situation here. If some things start going, a lot of other things are going to start going, and there can be a lot of problems if everything starts falling. So there are dangers, Mr. President. I would be less than candid if I did not tell you there are. There is a reason for not everyone going up and testifying. President: I see. Oh, no. I didn't mean to have everyone go up and testify. Dean: Well, I mean they're just starting to hang out and say, here's our story. President: I mean put the story out, PR people. Here is the story, the true story about Watergate. Dean: They would never believe it. Subsection 3. The March 21 meeting. On March 21, 2 days before McCord's letter to Judge Sirica became public, Dean met with the president to give him a report of his knowledge of the Watergate facts and to explain the implications of those facts. Dean's testimony before the Select Committee was as follows. He told the president that, quote, there was a cancer growing on the presidency and that if the cancer was not removed, the president himself would be killed by it, unquote. He told the president that the cancer must be excised immediately because it was growing more deadly every day. He then gave the president a broad overview of the Watergate affair, including a description of the meetings in January and February 1972 in Mitchell's office. He told the president he did not know how the plan was approved, but that he was informed that Mitchell and Haldeman, the latter through Strachan, had received illegal wiretap information. Dean informed the president of the highlights of the cover-up, including the use of Kalmbach by Ehrlichman, Haldeman, and Mitchell to raise hush money to pay the Watergate defendants. He spoke of Magruder's false story before the grand jury and of his role in assisting Magruder to commit perjury. He told the president that for the cover-up to continue, it would require even more perjury and more money. Certain portions of the edited presidential transcript for this meeting relating to hush money and clemency have been previously presented in this report. The following quotations provide further indication of the tenor of the conversation at that meeting. President: Magruder is unintelligible. Dean: Yeah, Magruder is totally knowledgeable on the whole thing. President: Yeah. Dean: All right now. We have gone through the trial. I don't know if Mitchell has perjured himself in the grand jury or not. President: Who? Dean: Mitchell. I don't know how much knowledge he actually had. I know that Magruder has perjured himself in the grand jury. I know that Porter has perjured himself in the grand jury. President: Who is Porter? Unintelligible. Dean: He is one of Magruder's deputies. They set up this scenario, which they ran by me. They said, "How about this?" I said, "I don't know. If this is what you're going to hang on, fine." Dean: Now, what has happened post-June 17? I was under pretty clear instructions not to investigate this, but this could have been disastrous on the electorate if all hell had broken loose. I worked on a theory of containment. President: Sure. Dean: To try to hold it right where it was. President: Right. Dean: Liddy said if they all got counsel instantly and said we will ride this thing out. All right, then they started making demands. We have to have attorney's fees. We don't have any money ourselves, and you are asking us to take this through the election? All right, so arrangements were made through Mitchell initiating it, and I was present in discussions where these guys had to be taken care of. Their attorney fees had to be done. Kalmbach was brought in. Kalmbach raised some cash. President: They put that under the cover of a Cuban committee, I suppose. Dean: Well, they had a Cuban committee, and they had some of it was given to Hunt's lawyer, who in turn passed it out. You know, when Hunt's wife was flying to Chicago with $10,000, she was actually, I understand after the fact now, was going to pass that money to one of the Cubans, to meet him in Chicago and pass it to somebody there. President: Unintelligible. But I would certainly keep that cover for whatever it is worth. Dean: That's the most troublesome post thing because 1. Bob is involved in that. 2. John is involved in that. 3. I am involved in that. 4. Mitchell is involved in that. And that is an obstruction of justice. Dean told the committee that he informed the president on March 21 that he did not believe that all of the 7 defendants would maintain their silence forever and that one or more would likely break rank. The transcripts reveal an extended discussion about various individuals capable of, quote, blowing, unquote, and about others who were, quote, solid, unquote. The edited transcripts indicate that Dean told the president, quote, I know, sir, I can just tell from our conversation that these are things you have no knowledge of, unquote. The president replied, quote, You certainly can, unquote. These last remarks are consistent with Richard Moore's testimony that Dean had said to him that the president was not aware of White House cover-up activity. According to the edited transcripts, the president shortly thereafter told Dean, President: Let's come back to this problem. What are your feelings yourself, John? You know what they are all saying. What are your feelings about the chances? Dean: I am not confident that we can ride through this. I think there are soft spots. President: You used to be. Dean said that in this meeting he told the president that because he did not think they could carry the cover-up any further, it was important for the president to get out in front of revealing the true facts. The edited transcript released by the president reveals the following exchange. President: So what you really come to is what we do. Let's suppose that you and Haldeman and Ehrlichman and Mitchell say, we can't hold this. What then are you going to say? What are you going to put out after it? Complete disclosure, isn't that the best way to do it? Dean: One way to do it is for you to tell the Attorney General that you finally know. Really, this is the first time you are getting all the pieces together. But this recommendation was not followed. Dean testified that, despite his full disclosures to the president, a meeting with the president, Haldeman, Ehrlichman, and Mitchell the following day, March 22, focused entirely on the White House's relationship with the Select Committee. particularly in regard to the assertion of executive privilege. The edited transcript of that meeting shows that this was the principal subject of discussion. Dean testified that he then became convinced that there would be no effort to stop the cover-up. Subsection 4. The Camp David Trip. Dean testified that on March 23, 1973, after McCord's letter was read in open court, the president called Dean and, referring to McCord's letter, said, quote, "Well, John, you were right in your prediction," unquote. The president suggested that he go to Camp David to analyze the situation. According to Dean, when he arrived at Camp David, he received a telephone call from Haldeman, who instructed him to write a report on everything he knew about Watergate. While Dean indicated this was his first instruction to put his knowledge in writing, the edited transcript of the March 21st afternoon meeting indicates that the president, at that meeting, asked Dean to write a report on Watergate. Dean said he spent that day and the next thinking about the entire matter and concluded that the true facts must be publicly revealed because the situation would not improve, only worsen. He said he had several telephone conversations with Richard Moore, trying out ideas as to how the president could make the whole truth public. He said Moore seemed receptive but suggested he get Haldeman's reaction. Dean spoke to Haldeman and concluded he was, quote, "intrigued but not overwhelmed," unquote, by the idea of public revelation. Dean said, quote, "It was becoming increasingly clear that no one involved was willing to stand up and account for themselves," unquote. Dean, at Camp David, did write a report but decided not to give it to Haldeman or the president when he returned. Subsection 5. Dean's initial contacts with prosecutors and the Select Committee. On March 28, Haldeman asked Dean to return to Washington to meet with Mitchell and Magruder. Although Dean did not wish to do so, Haldeman insisted. Dean testified he had the distinct impression that Haldeman was, quote, "backpedaling fast," unquote, that he was in the process of uninvolving himself even if it meant sacrificing others. The March 28 meeting between Dean, Mitchell, and Magruder has been discussed earlier in this report. Magruder was concerned that everyone stick to the cover-up story Magruder had given the grand jury as to the entries in Magruder's diary for the meetings in Mitchell's office on January 27 and February 4, 1972. Dean testified he refused to perpetuate this false story. On March 30, Dean retained an attorney, and on April 2, he and his attorney met with the U.S. attorneys. Dean told them he was willing to come forward with everything he knew about the Watergate affair. Shortly afterward, Dean began providing information to the Select Committee under a special arrangement approved by the committee, whereby he would speak only with the chief counsel to allow him to evaluate the information Dean could provide to determine whether the committee should offer Dean, quote, "use," unquote, immunity. Subsection 6. The Ehrlichman investigation. As indicated above, when Dean returned from Camp David, he did not submit a written report on Watergate to the president or Haldeman. Because of this, Haldeman said, the president on March 30 ceased dealing with Dean on Watergate and transferred the White House Watergate investigation to Ehrlichman. It appears, however, from the edited presidential transcripts that this account of the genesis of the Ehrlichman, quote, "investigation," unquote, was developed during an April 16, 1973 meeting among the president, Haldeman, and Ehrlichman. According to the transcript, the president asked Haldeman and Ehrlichman how the, quote, "scenario worked out," unquote. Ehrlichman and Haldeman advised the president that the White House's position should be that the Watergate investigation was taken from Dean and given to Ehrlichman because Dean failed to write a report. According to this, quote, "scenario," unquote, it was Ehrlichman's report to the president that led the president to contact Kleindienst and Peterson on April 15 to inform them of his knowledge of the Watergate facts. Ehrlichman, however, told the committee he did not conduct a thorough investigation of the Watergate matter, but only interviewed several White House and CRP officials, including Mitchell, O'Brien and Magruder. He testified he gave an oral report to the president on April 14, 1973, that was based on these few interviews. Ehrlichman testified that after his report, the president directed him to, quote, advise the Attorney General, unquote, of his findings. Ehrlichman telephoned Kleindienst at 5:15 p.m. on April 14 and related to him the contents of his report to the president. As will subsequently appear, the prosecution already possessed much of the evidence Ehrlichman offered. Subsection 7. The attempt to have Mitchell take the blame. Dean testified that his first meeting to give information to the federal prosecutors was scheduled for April 8. He said he felt obliged to tell Haldeman of his intentions and thus telephoned him that morning at San Clemente. Haldeman advised Dean against this course, saying, quote, once the toothpaste is out of the tube, it's going to be very hard to get it back in, unquote. Dean ignored Haldeman's advice and met with the prosecutors that afternoon. Moreover, Magruder in early April began talking with the prosecutors. His first substantive conversation with them was on April 14. Dean, according to his testimony, then began avoiding Haldeman and Ehrlichman. He did, however, have several conversations with them between April 9 and April 14, 1973. Certain of these discussions, according to Dean, involved a strategy to persuade Mitchell to, quote, step forward, unquote, and take the blame. Dean's testimony that this strategy existed is corroborated by the edited transcript of the April 14 meeting among the president, Ehrlichman, and Haldeman. This transcript basically portrays a discussion as to how to persuade Mitchell and Magruder, whom they evidently believed involved, to assume responsibility for the Watergate affair and proclaim that the White House was in no way involved. Various methods of persuasion were discussed. One was to suggest to both Mitchell and Magruder, without being specific, that clemency would be possible. The president instructed Ehrlichman to tell Mitchell and Magruder that, quote, the president holds great affection for you and your family, unquote. He added, quote, that's the way the so-called clemency's got to be handled, unquote. The April 14 conversation also indicates discussion regarding the dismissal of Dean, who was then talking to the federal prosecutors. From the conversation, it appears that the strategy to sacrifice Mitchell was motivated by the information Ehrlichman had received that Hunt was going to testify before the grand jury. Ehrlichman reported that Colson was very concerned about Hunt's possible testimony because, quote, once Hunt goes on, that's the ballgame, unquote. The president summarized Colson's advice to the White House as, quote, get busy and nail Mitchell in a hurry, unquote. The president, Ehrlichman, and Haldeman decided to appeal to Mitchell's loyalty and enlist his aid in limiting the unraveling of the cover-up. The president instructed Ehrlichman and Haldeman to approach Mitchell by saying, quote, there's nobody that can really do it except you, unquote. The president wanted Mitchell to testify that, quote, nobody in the White House is involved, etc., and so on, unquote. Subsection 8. The president's April 15 meeting with Kleindienst and Peterson. Meanwhile, U.S. Attorney Titus and Assistant U.S. Attorneys Earl Silbert, Donald Campbell, and Seymour Glanzer were outlining for Henry Peterson their discoveries in the case, which were largely based on information they were obtaining from Magruder and Dean. According to Peterson, he subsequently arranged for Kleindienst to meet with these prosecutors on the evening of April 14. An all-night session ensued, and the next day, a Sunday, Peterson and Kleindienst briefed the president on the evidence they had received, which indicated a massive cover-up. Both Peterson and Kleindienst said the president expressed no sign to them that Dean or anyone else had already imparted such information. Peterson testified he urged the president to dismiss Haldeman and Ehrlichman because of their apparent involvement in the cover-up, but not Dean, since Dean was cooperating with the prosecutors in its unraveling. Subsection 9. Further meetings between the President and Dean. On the evening of April 15, 1973, Dean said he met with the President to inform him of his discussions with the prosecutors. He testified he told the President his conduct was not, quote, an act of disloyalty, unquote, but an action he believed necessary because, quote, I felt this matter had to end, unquote. The President asked whether he had received immunity and he advised that no deal had been made. Dean stated the President instructed him not to discuss national security matters or presidential conversations with the prosecutors. He said the President then attempted to clarify his earlier March 21 comment that it would be no problem to raise $1 million in hush money. Dean said the President told him he had only been joking when he made that remark. Contrary to Peterson's advice, the President decided that Dean should leave the White House, but that Haldeman and Ehrlichman should stay. Dean testified that on April 16, the President called him into the Oval Office and gave him 2 letters prepared for his signature. Quote, one letter requested the acceptance of Dean's resignation. The other letter requested an indefinite leave of absence, unquote. Both letters cited, quote, my involvement in the Watergate matter, unquote, as cause for departure. Dean testified he refused to sign either letter. The President then, Dean said, requested Dean to prepare his own letter of resignation, which Dean agreed to do. However, late in the day, Dean said he informed the President that he would not resign unless Ehrlichman and Haldeman followed suit. The edited transcripts of these meetings confirmed Dean's testimony in large part. At the first meeting, the President told Dean he would have to say something about Dean's resignation, quote, or otherwise they will say, what the hell? After Dean told you all of this? What did you do? You see? Unquote. The following colloquy then took place. President, but what is your feeling on that? See what I mean? Dean, well, I think it ought to be Dean, Ehrlichman, and Haldeman. President, well, I thought Dean at the moment. Dean, all right. President, and what I would think we would want to do is to have it in 2 different forms here. It seems to me that your form should be to request an immediate leave of absence. That would be one thing. The other, of course, would be a straight resignation. Dean, President, first, what I would suggest is that you sign both. Dean, what I would like to do is draft up for you an alternative letter, putting in both options, and you can just put them in the file, short and sweet. President, all right, fine. I had dictated something myself, all my own. If you can give me a better form, fine. I just want to do it either way. Do you? Or do you want to prepare something? Dean, I would like to prepare something. Later that day, Dean returned with his draft. Dean, I wrote, quote, Dear Mr. President, inasmuch as you have informed me that John Ehrlichman and Bob Haldeman have verbally tendered their requests for immediate and indefinite leave of absence from the staff, I declare I wish also to confirm my similar request as having accepted a leave of absence from the staff, unquote. Well, I think there is a problem. President, you don't want to go if they stay. Dean, there is the problem for you of the scapegoat theory. President, you mean making use of it? Dean, that's right. Subsection 10. The question of immunity for Dean. In the evening of April 17, 1973, President Nixon told the nation, I have expressed to the appropriate authorities my view that no individual holding in the past or at present a position of major importance in this administration should be given immunity from prosecution. Dean testified that when the President issued his statement on April 17, in which he was quite obviously trying to affect any discussions I was having with the government regarding my testimony by inserting the phrase therein regarding, quote, no immunity, unquote, and combined with the fact that he had requested that I sign a virtual confession on Monday of that week, I decided that indeed I was being set up. The edited presidential transcripts provide some support for Dean's intimation that the president did not want him to receive immunity because of concern over his testimony. On the afternoon of April 17, the president expressed his concern over the threat Dean posed. President: I'm not ruling out kicking him, Dean, out, but you got to figure, what the hell does Dean know? What kind of blackmail does he have? Later that afternoon, the president, observing that, quote, Dean is the only one who can sink Haldeman or Ehrlichman, unquote, informed Haldeman and Ehrlichman he had told Assistant Attorney General Peterson, quote, specifically that nobody should be granted immunity in any case, unquote. He told them, quote, I want you to go forward at all costs to beat the damn rap. They'll have one hell of a time proving it, unquote. On April 18, Peterson testified, the president called him to inquire whether Dean had been immunized. After checking with Dean's lawyer and Mr. Silbert, Peterson assured the president that Dean had not received immunity. The president told Peterson he had a tape of an April 15 conversation with Dean in which Dean said he had been immunized. The president offered to let Peterson hear the tape, but Peterson refused. On April 19, the president met with Haldeman's and Ehrlichman's lawyers, John J. Wilson and Frank Strickler. The following passage from the edited transcript of this conversation is significant. President: Then you got to remember Dean, as I have said, is a loose cannon. Wilson: I know he is. President: The damnedest charges you've ever heard. Some of them are unbelievable. Wilson: Yes. President: This fellow that was sitting in here and who in the office of the president, a very bright young guy, but he now wants to drag them down with him. Wilson: Yes, oh, he's bad. President: They must have told him what I think, have told Dean, that if he can get Haldeman and Ehrlichman, he gets immunity. Now, on that point, do you want Peterson to give him immunity or not? Wilson: President: Dean. Wilson: Well, President: Should he? Wilson: as I understood, they were hung up on that right now. President: They are. Wilson: Now. President: See, that's why I put out a statement that no major figure should be given immunity. Wilson: Let me tell you, President, basically because I think it would look bad if unintelligible from our standpoint. The edited transcripts also demonstrate that Secretary of State Rogers agreed with the president that it would look bad to give Dean immunity. On April 19, 2 days after the president's no immunity statement, Dean issued a public statement that he would not be made a, quote, scapegoat, unquote, in the Watergate affair. On the same day Dean made this statement, White House aide Stephen Bull was asked to investigate Dean's awareness of the White House taping system. In his testimony during the Watergate tapes hearings before Judge Sirica, Bull was unable to recall who instructed him to make this check. He ascertained from a White House Secret Service official that Dean did not know about the system. As former presidential assistant Alexander Butterfield testified, very few individuals were cognizant of the secret taping system. On Easter Sunday, April 22, according to Dean, the president telephoned to wish him Happy Easter. Dean characterized this as a, quote, stroking, unquote, call. Subsection 11. The President's April 30 statement. On April 30, 1973, President Nixon addressed the American public on Watergate, declaring he accepted full, quote, responsibility, unquote, for the abuses that had transpired. The President announced the resignations of Haldeman and Ehrlichman, quote, two of my closest associates in the White House, unquote, and, quote, two of the finest public servants it has been my privilege to know, unquote. He also revealed the resignations of Kleindienst and Dean, and his selection of Elliot Richardson as Kleindienst's replacement. The president stated that Dean's resignation had been requested. The president also claimed in this address that he had begun an, quote, intensive, unquote, new investigation into the Watergate matter on March 21. The background of this statement is found in the edited presidential transcript of a meeting on April 17. President: The next part is what I'm concerned about. I began new inquiries, shall we say? Ehrlichman: Well, I don't know. President: I began new inquiries into this matter as a result of serious charges, which were reported publicly and privately. Should we say that? Ehrlichman: Publicly, comma, which in some cases were reported publicly. President: 4 weeks ago why don't we say, shall we set a date? That sounds a hell of a lot stronger if we set a date. Ehrlichman: All right. President: On March 21, I began new inquiries. Strike that. I ordered an investigation. New inquiries throughout the government. On May 17, the committee opened its public hearings into the Watergate burglary and its aftermath. By August 7, 1973, when the first phase of hearings ended, the Gemstone Plan, the break-in, the details of the cover-up, and much more had been revealed. End of Section 9. Section 10 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Dennison, Portland, Maine. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1, Section 10. Section 3, Recommendations. Recommendation 1. The committee recommends that Congress enact legislation to establish a permanent Office of Public Attorney, which would have jurisdiction to prosecute criminal cases in which there is a real or apparent conflict of interest within the executive branch. The public attorney would also have jurisdiction to inquire into, with power to gain access to executive records, the status and progress of complaints and criminal charges concerning matters pending in or involving the conduct of federal departments and regulatory agencies. The public attorney would be appointed for a fixed term, e.g. 5 years, be subject to Senate confirmation, and be chosen by members of the judicial branch to ensure his independence from executive control or influence. In each of the nation's 2 major scandals during the past half-century, Teapot Dome and Watergate, the appointment of a special prosecutor was essential to preserve the integrity of the criminal justice system and public confidence in the rule of law. In both situations, the office was created after serious abuses had occurred. The evidence gathered by the Select Committee indicates that unmonitored executive, investigative, and prosecutorial agencies may be reluctant to expose wrongdoing in the executive branch. It is thus essential that an independent public attorney's office be created to investigate and prosecute where conflicts of interest in the executive branch exist. This office should be given power to inquire fully into corruption in the executive branch and have access to all records relating to such corruption. The operations of the current Special Prosecution Force demonstrate the effective role such an entity can play. The preventative role this office could fulfill must be emphasized. Permanent status for this office could help ensure responsible action by executive branch officials who have primary responsibility to administer and enforce the law. Indeed, it is reasonable to speculate that the existence of a public attorney's office might have served as a deterrent against some of the wrongful acts that comprise the Watergate scandal. Because of this preventative role, it is unwise to wait until another national crisis to reinstitute the Office of Special Prosecutor. It is far better to create a permanent institution now than to consider its wisdom at some future time when emotions may be high and unknown political factors at play. The public attorney we recommend would not be only a, quote, special prosecutor, unquote, but an ombudsman having power to inquire into the administration of justice in the executive branch. With a power of access to executive records, he could appropriately respond to complaints from the public, the Congress, the courts, and other public and private institutions. If he became aware of misconduct in the executive branch, he could assume the role of special prosecutor. The public attorney should also be required to make periodic reports to Congress on the affairs of his office and the need for new legislation within his jurisdiction, a function that should be of great assistance to the relevant congressional oversight committees. The Attorney General should find such an office advantageous in cases involving charges against administration officials or persons otherwise close to high executive officers, particularly where a proper exercise of discretion not to prosecute would give rise to public suspicion of cover-up. Such cases could be referred by the Attorney General to the public attorney. The public attorney would also have jurisdiction to prosecute all criminal cases referred to it by the Federal Elections Commission, which is elsewhere recommended in this report. It is not anticipated that there would be substantial jurisdictional disputes between the Justice Department and the public attorney. The statute establishing the public attorney should grant him discretionary jurisdiction in any situation where there is a reasonable basis to conclude that a conflict of interest exists. He should have exclusive jurisdiction over criminal cases referred to him by the Federal Elections Commission. As to cases where a jurisdictional dispute cannot be resolved, provision should be made for special judicial determination on an expedited basis. Deciding such jurisdictional disputes would be well within the competence of the courts, for the question would primarily be one of statutory interpretation. The present immunity statute would have to be amended to allow the independent prosecutor to grant, quote, use, unquote, immunity without the consent of the Attorney General. The procedure by which the public attorney obtains immunity should be made similar to that applicable to congressional requests for immunity. The Attorney General would be informed of an immunity request, but he could only delay the immunity, not prevent it. Similarly, the Attorney General would inform the public attorney of his immunity decisions. The public attorney would have the power to delay, not prevent, immunity. To guarantee true independence from the executive branch, the public attorney should be appointed for a fixed term, e.g., 5 years. He should be removable only by the appointing authority, described below, for gross improprieties. Because it is highly important that the special prosecutor act solely in the interest of justice and not for personal benefit, he should be ineligible for appointment or election to federal office for a period of 2 years after his term expires or he resigns or is removed. Crucial to the independence of the public attorney is the appointing authority. If the appointing authority is vested in the President or the Attorney General, who is responsible to the President, the appearance of political influence would remain even if the public attorney has an extended tenure. The argument in favor of presidential appointment is that criminal prosecution is an executive function and there is a presumption of regularity respecting the exercise of presidential power that should not be disregarded because of the unique abuses of Watergate. But Watergate at least teaches that the abuse of power must be anticipated. The committee's recommendation that responsibility for appointment of the public attorney should rest with the judicial rather than with the executive would establish a check against future abuse of power. The Constitution allows the vesting of the appointment power in others besides the chief executive. Article 2, Section 2, Paragraph 2, Clause 2 provides, "The Congress may, by law, vest the appointment of such inferior officers as they think proper in the President alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments." The few cases interpreting this clause support a plan by which the public attorney is appointed by the courts of law. The leading case is Ex parte Seibold, 100 U.S. 371, 1879. Congress, pursuant to the Enforcement Acts of 1870 and 1871, vested the appointment of election supervisors in the circuit courts. The Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of this appointment power, observing that there could be other appointments which Congress might want a court to make, such as a marshal. Quote, "The marshal is preeminently the officer of the courts." Unquote. Apparently, the only limitation on the court's appointment power is that the office involved must not be of, quote, "such incongruity to the judicial function as to excuse the courts from performance of the appointing function or to render their acts void," unquote. Since a prosecutor is more an officer of the court than a marshal or election supervisor, it is difficult to contend that the appointment of a public attorney is, quote, "incongruous," unquote, to the judicial function. The District Court for the District of Columbia relied heavily on ex parte Siebold in upholding the constitutionality of a provision of the D.C. Code which required the members of the Board of Education to be appointed by the judges of that court. Hobson v. Hansen, 265 F. Sup. 902, DDC 1967, the court read the congruity requirement of ex parte Siebold narrowly. The limitation which is referred to in Siebold is not an affirmative requirement that the duty of the officer be related to the administration of justice. It is a negative requirement that the duty may not have, quote, "such incongruity," unquote, with the judicial function as would void the power sought to be conferred. In short, given the clear congruity between the public attorney's tasks and the judicial function, it should be constitutional for the Congress to vest the appointment power in the judicial branch. See also Rice v. Ames, 180 U.S. 371, 1901. Congress has power to authorize circuit courts to appoint commissioners to handle extradition matters. Russell v. Thomas, 21 Fed Cases 12, 162, 1874. Congress has power to authorize courts to appoint U.S. commissioners of insolvency. Birch v. Steele, 165 F. 577, Fifth Circuit, 1908. Congress has power to authorize courts to appoint referees in bankruptcy. While it is thus constitutional to vest the appointment of a public attorney in the judicial branch, the question remains as to what part of the judicial branch should have this power. It would be a safer constitutional scheme if the appointing authority were in no way involved in hearing the cases to be prosecuted by the public attorney. If a district judge, for example, was directly responsible for appointing a public attorney to prosecute certain individuals before that same district judge, questions respecting an appearance of partiality and the lack of due process might be raised. In Hobson v. Hansen, 265 F. Sup. 902, DDC 1967, the court recognized possible due process problems but stated that the official act of participating in the selection of board members does not in and of itself preclude on due process grounds the ability of the judge to decide fairly the merits of litigation challenging the validity of the performance by a board member of his duties as such. If in a particular case such a challenge were made, its soundness on due process grounds would depend on the circumstances bearing thereon, and not on the mere fact that the judge had performed the duty reposed upon him by Congress in Section 31 to 101, 265 F. Sup. 918. The possible problems raised in Hobson were also discussed in United States v. Solomon, 216 F. Sup. 835, SDNY 1963. The Solomon Court upheld the validity of 28 U.S.C. Section 506, now 28 U.S.C. Section 546, which permitted the district court to appoint a U.S. attorney when a vacancy occurs to serve until that vacancy is filled by the president. But the court emphasized that the judicial appointment was temporary in holding that the, quote, "statutory scheme for the temporary appointment by the judiciary of the U.S. attorney comports in all respects with due process of law," unquote. The court was apparently concerned that if it also had the power to remove the prosecutor it appointed, there might be a, quote, "nexus between court and prosecutor too close to comport with due process," unquote. Although the concerns expressed in Solomon were dictum, it would be the wiser course to avoid an appointment procedure that would involve active judges who might hear cases brought by a prosecutor they appointed and could remove. To avoid these constitutional problems and to create an office of public attorney that is not only truly independent, but also appears truly independent, the Congress should vest the appointment power as follows. The Chief Justice should be given the power and duty to select 3 retired circuit court judges who, in turn, would appoint the public attorney. After the Chief Justice makes the initial appointment of the 3 circuit court judges, his responsibilities would be ended. The 3 retired circuit court judges, who would not sit on any cases, either at trial or in an appellate capacity, in which the public attorney's office was involved, would make the actual appointment, which would be subject to confirmation by the Senate. The public attorney could be removed only by the 3 retired circuit court judges and only upon a finding of gross improprieties. At the end of the 5-year period, the Chief Justice would appoint or reappoint 3 retired circuit court judges and they, in turn, would choose a new public attorney, or reappoint the outgoing public attorney for 1 additional term only. Although Canon 5 of the Code of Judicial Conduct discourages extrajudicial assignments in controversial matters, it does permit assignments dealing with the administration of justice. Thus, the acceptance of an appointment by a senior judge to a public attorney supervisory committee would be permissible under the canons. A senior judge accepting the appointment would not receive any additional salary because of such service. Recommendation 2. The committee recommends that, in connection with its revision of the Federal Criminal Code, Congress should treat as a separate federal offense with separate penalties any felony defined in the code, except those felonies that specifically relate to federal elections, that is committed with the purpose of interfering with or affecting the outcome of a federal election or nominating process. The purpose of this proposal is primarily to establish, as a separate federal crime, the commission of certain traditionally common law offenses such as burglary and larceny, where these crimes are committed with the intent of interfering with or affecting a federal election or nominating process. To understand this proposal, it is necessary to comprehend the workings of the 3 main proposed revisions of the Criminal Code now before Congress. H.R. 10047, the Brown Commission proposal, S. 1400, the Administration's proposal, and S. 1, the proposal of the staff of the Criminal Procedure Subcommittee of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Each of these proposals would make certain traditional common law offenses, usually prosecutable only in the state courts, federal offenses in certain circumstances, for example, if the victim is a federal public servant or if the property that is the subject of the offense is federally owned. Each proposal defines the various common law crimes that will become federal crimes triable in federal courts in the proper circumstances. In each case, the list is lengthy. As noted, the proposal the committee offers is to make various common law crimes federal offenses prosecutable in federal courts when the offenses are conducted with the intent to interfere with or affect a federal election. It would thus add another jurisdictional base for the federal courts to those already suggested by the existing revisions. For example, that the crime is against a federal employee. The proposal also establishes a separate offense all other violations of federal criminal law, except those laws that specifically relate to federal elections, where the offense is committed with intent to interfere with or affect a federal election or nominating process. The committee feels that the amendment it proposes is needed. Under existing law, the DNC burglary and the break-in of Dr. Fielding's office could not be tried in a U.S. District Court under a burglary indictment. The defendants in the Fielding break-in matter were prosecuted on conspiracy and perjury counts. Adoption of the above proposal would not add redundancy to the criminal law. Rather, it would allow the prosecution of crimes in which there is a federal interest in federal courts. and it would allow the prosecutor to present an election-related offense to the jury in proper perspective, that is, as an attempt to violate the integrity of a federal election or nominating process. Such a statute would carry appropriate penalties to indicate the gravity of corrupt interference with the federal electoral process. For example, a fine up to $25,000 and/or imprisonment up to 5 years. Recommendation 3. The committee recommends that Congress enact legislation making it unlawful for any employee in the executive office of the President or assigned to the White House directly or indirectly to authorize or engage in any investigative or intelligence-gathering activity concerning national or domestic security not authorized by Congress. The evidence received concerning the establishment, by direction of the President, of a special investigative unit in the White House, the Plumbers, and the operations of the Plumbers illustrates the danger to individual rights presented by such secret investigative activity. By statute, Congress has already established various professional investigative agencies to serve the executive's legitimate investigative needs. For example, the CIA, the FBI, the Secret Service. These bodies are wisely restricted in their jurisdiction and authority by stringent statutory provisions, and are answerable not only to the executive, but also to special oversight committees of Congress. Thus, our free society is served, not controlled, by its police agencies. No president should be allowed to circumvent these agencies and erect a secret White House investigative operation, such as the Plumbers, not subject to statutory controls and congressional oversight. If any agency charged with investigative efforts is deficient, the president should reform it, not create a substitute. Under the proposed recommendation, it would be a criminal offense for anyone in the White House or the executive office of the president to perform investigative or police functions relating to internal or national security matters, unless existing statutory law already authorizes such functions, as with the Secret Service. Similarly, it would be illegal for anyone in the executive office of the president or on the White House staff to employ any person to conduct such functions. Recommendation 4. The committee recommends that the appropriate congressional oversight committees should more closely supervise the operations of the intelligence and law enforcement, quote, community, unquote. In particular, these committees should continually examine the relations between federal law enforcement and intelligence agencies and the White House, and promptly determine if any revision of law is necessary relating to the jurisdiction or activities of these agencies. From its beginning, the Central Intelligence Agency has been prohibited from performing police and internal security functions within the United States. Thus, 50 U.S.C. Section 403 D3 explicitly provides that the agency shall have no police, subpoena, law enforcement powers, or internal security functions. Notwithstanding this clear and long-standing prohibition, the Select Committee produced evidence that the White House sought and achieved CIA aid for the Plumbers and unsuccessfully sought to involve the CIA in the Watergate cover-up. These efforts on the part of the White House underline the need for constant and vigorous congressional oversight. The congressional committees charged with the responsibility for the CIA should thus consider the need for hearings to determine if more explicit statutory language would be useful to restrain the CIA to its legitimate sphere of operation. As for law enforcement agencies, testimony of the former acting director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Patrick Gray, and others regarding White House attempts to interfere with the FBI's investigation of the Watergate affair, as well as evidence received by the committee as to efforts by the White House to influence IRS operations, indicate that similar oversight functions should be strengthened with regard to the FBI, IRS, and other similar agencies. Recommendation 5. The committee recommends that Congress amend 1. The false declaration prohibition of 18 U.S.C. Section 1623 to make it equally applicable to congressional proceedings under oath. 2. Section 1621 of Title 18 to provide that once the oath has been properly administered by a congressman in a public or private congressional hearing, it is not a defense to a perjury charge that subsequently a quorum was absent or no congressman was present when the perjurious statement was made. 1. The false declaration prohibition of 18 U.S.C. Section 1623C in effect provides that to sustain a perjury conviction regarding statements made under oath to a court or grand jury or in a civil deposition, the government must only show that two statements made under oath in any of these forums are inconsistent. This provision should be made equally applicable to congressional proceedings under oath. There is no policy justification for granting proceedings in other forums a greater protection from perjury than given congressional investigations. 2. Under Section 1621 of Title 18, as interpreted by the courts, it appears that conviction for perjury before a congressional body will not lie in the absence of a quorum when the offending statement was made. See Christoffel v. United States 338 U.S. 84, 1949, which concerned a House subcommittee and the analogous District of Columbia perjury statute, D.C. Code Section 22 to 2501. The Select Committee has found it necessary to conduct numerous executive sessions under oath where a senator was not present for the entire hearing. To require a senator or congressman to be present at all times during executive sessions stifles vigorous, far-reaching investigations because there is simply not enough congressional time available. Section 1621 of Title 18 should thus be amended to provide that in regard to a perjury charge relating to congressional testimony under oath, it is not a defense that there was no quorum or no congressman present when the perjurious statement was made. When a witness has been placed under oath, he is on fair notice that his testimony must be truthful. A civil litigant can depose a witness under penalty of perjury without a judge present, and the law should not require that, in order to sustain a perjury charge regarding congressional testimony, a congressman be present. The fact that a congressman is required to place a witness under oath should provide ample protection against possible harassment by staff investigators. See 2 U.S.C. Section 191, Oath to Witnesses. The present recommendation is not intended to require a witness to answer questions when a quorum of the congressional committee is not present. It relates only to a witness who has been sworn when a quorum is present and who chooses to respond to questions in the absence of a quorum. Recommendation 6. The committee recommends that the Congress refrain from adopting proposed revisions of Title 18, which would unjustifiably broaden the present defenses to criminal charges of official mistake of law and execution of public duty. The committee supports the predominant rule of law adopted in the American Law Institute's Model Penal Code that any reliance on a mistake of law or superior orders must be objectively reasonable to constitute a valid defense. There are several proposals before the Congress: H.R. 10047, Sections 521 and 532, and S1, Sections 303 and 1 to 306b, which would expand the present common law defense of official mistake of law and execution of public duty. Under existing law, a public official who can show that conduct taken in the course of his duties resulted from an objectively reasonable mistake of law or reliance upon superior orders has a valid defense to a criminal charge relating to that conduct. See Perkins on Criminal Law 2 ed. 1969, pages 921 to 2. The proposed drafts would apparently erect as a defense to a criminal charge a subjective, good-faith reliance by a public official on an official grant of permission or interpretation of the law. Under the proposals, it appears that the defense would still lie even if the official grant of permission or interpretation of the law were oral and secret. These proposed revisions were drafted before the Select Committee's hearings, which presented substantial relevant evidence bearing on this issue. The Select Committee rejects the broadening of this defense incorporated in the proposals now before Congress. The committee recognizes that the proposed revisions are based on extensive studies of the present criminal law that range far beyond the scope of the committee's own investigation. However, based on its experience, the committee believes that the present law, as reflected in the American Law Institute's Model Penal Code, is adequate to meet all legitimate claims of official mistake of law or public duty and should not be expanded. Recommendation 7. The committee recommends that the appropriate committees of Congress study and reconsider Title III of the Omnibus Crime and Safe Streets Act of 1968 for the purpose of determining whether the electronic surveillance provisions contained in that act require revision or amendment. The committee's investigation has revealed incidents of unlawful violations of privacy through electronic surveillance, some of which were committed directly or indirectly under the auspices of the entities of government in whose trust Congress placed the protection of privacy by the provisions of Title III of the Safe Streets Act of 1968. The restrictions contained in that act have proved inadequate to protect individuals against unjustified invasions of privacy. A thorough reevaluation of this legislation, including a factual investigation of federal wiretapping practices, is necessary. Under the 1968 Act, a special commission was to be appointed by the President 5 years after the effective date of the Act. The President has now appointed this commission for the purpose of evaluating the strengths and deficiencies of this legislation. However, the committee believes that in light of the facts revealed in its investigation of a scandal in the executive branch unforeseen by Congress when it enacted the 1968 Act, it is essential that the appropriate committees of Congress make their own investigations and evaluations of the experience under the new federal electronic eavesdropping law. It appears to be inappropriate to rely solely on a presidential commission, which must report to the same administration under which violations of privacy took place. An important issue for consideration is whether national security electronic surveillance should require prior court approval. Both the Supreme Court and the Congress have left this matter unresolved. In United States v. U.S. District Court 407 U.S. 297, 1972, the court firmly rejected the government's claim that warrantless electronic searches in domestic security cases were a reasonable exercise of presidential power. Justice Lewis Powell's opinion for a unanimous Supreme Court concluded that, quote, prior judicial approval is required, unquote, for domestic security surveillance. The issue arose in a case in which the Attorney General had authorized wiretaps, quote, to gather intelligence information deemed necessary to protect the nation from attempts of domestic organizations to attack and subvert the existing structure of the government, unquote. The court said that although the Fourth Amendment's requirement of a warrant before a search is not absolute, the prior judgment of an independent magistrate is the norm. Quote, Fourth Amendment freedoms cannot be properly guaranteed if domestic security surveillances may be conducted solely within the discretion of the executive branch, unquote. Although Justice Powell carefully limited his opinion to, quote, the domestic aspects of national security, unquote, and expressed no opinion on, quote, the issues which may be involved with respect to activities of foreign powers or their agents, unquote. He did state, quote, nor do we believe prior judicial approval will fracture the secrecy essential to official intelligence gathering. Judges may be counted upon to be especially conscious of security requirements in national security cases, unquote. But see Laird v. Tatum, 408 U.S. 1, 1972, in which the Supreme Court, 5-4, failed to find a justifiable controversy so as to permit a decision on the merits of the Army's surveillance of civilian political activity. In view of the fact that the court has left unanswered the question whether warrants are necessary with respect to intelligence regarding foreign activities, it is clear that Congress should address itself to the question whether prior judicial approval should be required for all wiretaps and other electronic surveillance. The Select Committee so recommends. In the wiretap case just discussed, Justice Powell suggested that, quote, Congress may wish to consider protective standards for foreign intelligence wiretaps, which differ from those already prescribed for specified crimes in Title III of the 1968 Crime Control Act. Different standards may be compatible with the Fourth Amendment if they are reasonable both in relation to the legitimate need of government for intelligence information and the protected rights of our citizens, unquote. While the Supreme Court has not ruled on the validity of warrantless wiretaps not involving U.S. citizens to achieve foreign intelligence, at least 2 courts of appeals have held that such surveillance does not violate the Fourth Amendment. See United States v. Brown, 484, F. 2D 418, 5th Circuit, 1973, and United States v. Dellinger, 472, F. 2D 340, 7th Circuit, 1972. There is no justification totally to prohibit the executive from conducting such surveillance, but when it is done within the United States, it is preferable that a warrant be obtained prior to the wiretap. Congress should take cognizance of Justice Powell's invitation to the wiretap case and address itself to this issue. Suitable legislation should establish procedures permitting the courts under designated standards to authorize surveillance of foreign powers. A basic standard that could be employed is whether there is reason to believe that information of importance to the nation's security would be obtained. To obviate possible disclosure of such activities, Congress could establish special procedures to be followed. This could be done easily and effectively by a provision that all such warrants be issued by a single judge, perhaps the Chief Judge of the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. Staff work could be performed by the Department of Justice so that only the judge himself need see the warrant and supporting material. And special procedures should be established to protect the rights of American citizens who might be overheard. In net, the need is for prior judicial approval under guidelines that will protect national security. There should be no constitutional barrier to such legislation. As Justice White said in his concurring opinion in the wiretap case, quote, the United States does not claim that Congress is powerless to require warrants for surveillance which the President otherwise would not be barred by the Fourth Amendment from undertaking without a warrant, unquote. In fact, the wiretap case is a direct holding by the Supreme Court that Congress can limit the executive's power to tap without a warrant. In a footnote to Justice White's opinion, he indicated that the Justice Department, speaking through Assistant Attorney General Robert MaryAnn, accepted the view that Congress does have such power. End of Section 10.
Section 11 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois. Final Report of the Senate's Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1, Section 11. Chapter 2, Campaign Practices. Introduction. The campaign to re-elect President Nixon in 1972 was expensive, intense, and long. It began in late March 1969, soon after the president's inauguration, when John Ehrlichman, counsel to the president, hired Jack Caulfield to gather political intelligence and derogatory information on individuals considered to be unfriendly to the new administration. Caulfield and Ehrlichman interviewed a former New York City policeman, Anthony T. Ulasewicz, in late May 1969, and hired him to conduct investigations. Ulasewicz was paid secretly by Herbert Kalmbach, the president's personal attorney, from an unused reserve of 1968 Nixon campaign funds. The establishment of an offensive intelligence gathering capability in the White House occurred, then, before many members of the administration had even moved into their Washington offices. Other intelligence gathering capabilities later initiated included the Plumbers, the efforts of Colson and Hunt, the activities of Donald Segretti and others, and the Gemstone Conspiracy. In the Caulfield-Ulasewicz operation, as in several other examples of campaign practices investigated by the Select Committee, serious questions are raised as to what the President knew, approved, or condoned, and what his ethical and legal responsibility should be for the campaign conduct of his subordinates. This report focuses on the presidential campaign practices that raise substantial questions of legality, propriety, or ethics, and that may, in the words of S. Resolution 60, quote, indicate the necessity or desirability of new congressional legislation to safeguard the electoral process by which the President of the United States is chosen, unquote. Section 1A. The report is not an exhaustive compendium of every campaign practice investigated by the Select Committee. Rather, it is a selection of those incidents that raise particularly serious questions of campaign propriety and ethics that, consequently, frame most clearly questions about the advantages and disadvantages of remedial legislation. Running through the various topics raised below are several themes that merit serious discussion by Congress, for they raise fundamental questions about how our system of free elections should be run. First, the 1972 presidential campaign was replete with abuses of positions, power, and prerogatives, particularly by White House personnel. The political advantages held by an incumbent president are immense, and they were constantly used and abused by this administration. A corollary to the abuse of presidential incumbency for political gain is the considerable extent to which objectionable campaign practices were conceived, encouraged, and controlled by high-level presidential aides. This was true from the early days of the first term, when there was no campaign organization, and it continued to be so through the 1972 election. Another important theme is the misuse of large amounts of money, especially difficult to trace cash that was held in secret places in the White House and elsewhere. The problem with cash in political campaigns is not, of course, unique to the campaign practices facet of the Select Committee's investigation. Cash contributions and funds played key roles in virtually all aspects of the 1972 presidential election. The misuse of cash in various campaign practices, as in other areas, demonstrates the need for strict regulation of its use in political campaigns. Another recurring theme was the search for intelligence information on political opponents, which was initiated with the hiring of Caulfield and Ulasewicz. This intelligence gathering is central to the first part of this report. White House-inspired political activities 1968 through 1971. In addition to Caulfield and Ulasewicz, this part summarizes the campaign activities of E. Howard Hunt, the Plumbers, and the various improper uses and attempted uses of federal agencies by White House staff members. For example, evidence shows that the White House attempted to use the Internal Revenue Service to harass persons perceived as political enemies. In addition, some of the public relations efforts which were initiated in the White House led to practices which were deceptive and misleading to the public. The White House also attempted to mislead and deceive the press on numerous occasions. While legislation in this area is inadvisable, examples of White House attempts to mislead the press were quite frequent during the last month of the 1972 campaign and helped to explain the attitude within the White House and some of the tactics employed to re-elect Mr. Nixon. With the above areas as background, the second half of the report outlines what happened in the campaign itself, beginning with the strategy of the campaign to re-elect President Nixon. A basic theme of this strategy was to attack Democratic opponents and prospective opponents frequently during the primaries. Such an attack strategy was a key ingredient in the 1972 Nixon campaign. Although many people contributed to this strategy, its broad outlines were best explained by White House speechwriter Patrick Buchanan, whose memorandums are summarized below in this report. The strategy, though not improper in itself, was ultimately converted by others into gross abuses and unethical manipulations of the electoral process by persons who had little political experience and by persons, including some with considerable political experience, who had little respect for fair play in elections. The activities of Segretti and others, and of their superiors in the White House and at the Committee to Re-elect the President, are detailed below in this report. Their activities consisted primarily of surreptitious information gathering and disruption of Democratic campaigns. Finally, the report discusses allegations of unfair campaign practices directed at President Nixon's campaign. The staff did uncover some instances of improper activity directed at President Nixon's re-election campaign. The results of these investigations, however, show no pattern of illegal, improper, or unethical activities carried out or condoned by any Democratic aspirant or Democratic campaign organization. 1. White House-inspired political activities, 1968 through 1971, Part A, Caulfield and Ulasewicz. From the time Richard Nixon was inaugurated president in January 1969, the White House exhibited a strong desire for political intelligence that helped lead to the events in the campaign of 1972, which have been under investigation by the Select Committee. Shortly after President Nixon entered the White House on January 21, 1969, the decision was made in the White House to establish an in-house investigative capability that could be used by the president's staff for obtaining sensitive political information. Jack Caulfield was chosen to perform this function. Following a career in the New York City Police Department, Caulfield was hired in May 1968 by H.R. Haldeman to, quote, serve in the security area, unquote, during the 1968 campaign. Caulfield was responsible for securing staff quarters and working areas of the Nixon traveling campaign in 1968. Following the election, Caulfield was interviewed and subsequently turned down by John Mitchell for the position of Chief U.S. Marshal. Subsequently, in late March 1969, Caulfield met with John Ehrlichman at his White House office, and Ehrlichman asked if Caulfield were interested in setting up a private security entity in Washington, D.C., to provide investigative support for the White House. The next day, Caulfield called Ehrlichman with a counterproposal that he join the White House staff under Ehrlichman and, quote, besides providing liaison functions with the various law enforcement agencies, thereby be available to process any investigative request from the White House, unquote. Ehrlichman agreed, and Caulfield was placed on the White House payroll. Caulfield told Ehrlichman that he intended to use the services of Anthony Ulasewicz, a detective with the New York City Police Department who was nearing retirement. Ehrlichman wanted to meet Ulasewicz, and so in May 1969, Ulasewicz was interviewed by Ehrlichman and Caulfield in the VIP lounge at the American Airlines terminal of New York's LaGuardia Airport. Ehrlichman explained to Ulasewicz that he wanted discreet investigations done on certain political figures. During their brief conversation, Ehrlichman agreed to a one-year contract for Ulasewicz at $22,000 per year plus expenses, and Ulasewicz explained that he wanted to report to only one individual and to make no written reports of any kind. Following the meeting, Ehrlichman told Herbert Kalmbach, the president's personal attorney, to make arrangements to put Ulasewicz on the payroll. Ulasewicz was paid with surplus funds from the 1968 campaign, which were held in trustee accounts by Kalmbach. At 8 a.m. Sunday, June 29, 1969, Herbert Kalmbach met Jack Caulfield and Tony Ulasewicz at the Madison Hotel in Washington, D.C. Ulasewicz told Kalmbach he would use the alias Edward T. Stanley in his work, and Kalmbach agreed to send salary and expense checks to Ulasewicz's home twice a month. Samples of checks used to pay Ulasewicz are attached to this report. During the next 3 years, Kalmbach paid more than $130,000 for the Caulfield-Ulasewicz operation. Ulasewicz's complete travel records are available in the files of the committee, and a summary chronology of Ulasewicz's travels is appended to this report. Ulasewicz received all investigative assignments from Caulfield orally, whom he contacted discreetly by calling under the pseudonym of Mr. Stanley, so that no one at the White House would know his true identity. On July 8, 1969, Ulasewicz spoke with Kalmbach by telephone and agreed to use his own American Express card for air travel and other necessary expenses. Kalmbach directed Ulasewicz to apply for a second American Express card in the name of Edward T. Stanley, and Kalmbach agreed to guarantee payment on that account. Kalmbach also agreed to obtain telephone credit cards for Ulasewicz in his real name and in the name of Edward T. Stanley, thus allowing Ulasewicz to maintain his secrecy during the course of his upcoming investigations and inquiries. At about 1 a.m. on Saturday, June 19, 1969, Senator Edward Kennedy was involved in an automobile accident at Chappaquiddick, Massachusetts. Later that morning, as news reports of the accident reached the public, Caulfield was directed by Ehrlichman to send Ulasewicz to the scene of the accident as soon as possible. Ulasewicz flew to Boston on the Eastern Airlines shuttle on July 19 and rented a car for the trip to Martha's Vineyard and Chappaquiddick. Ulasewicz spent 4 days in the area on this first visit and reported back continually to Jack Caulfield in the White House, who passed the information on to Ehrlichman and others as it developed. Ulasewicz spent a good portion of the remaining summer and much of the fall of 1969 at Chappaquiddick, trying to dig up politically valuable information from Senator Kennedy's accident. Caulfield also gave Ulasewicz a variety of other assignments after the summer of 1969. During the next 3 years, Ulasewicz traveled to 23 states, gathering information on assignments from Caulfield. In 1969 and 1970, Caulfield stated that he got his directions from Ehrlichman and sometimes from other high-ranking White House officials, such as H.R. Haldeman, Lynn Nofziger, and occasionally Charles Colson. While Ulasewicz's investigations covered a variety of political opponents of the administration and potential threats to the president's re-elections in 1972, much of his attention focused on Senator Kennedy, Senator Muskie, Larry O'Brien, and columnist Jack Anderson. A list of the investigations and background checks conducted by Anthony Ulasewicz at the direction of Jack Caulfield is attached to this report. After Senator Muskie became the leading Democratic contender immediately following the 1970 congressional elections, many of Ulasewicz's investigations were directed toward discovering valuable political information on Senator Muskie. Ulasewicz usually worked alone on the assignments he was given by Caulfield. However, in December 1971, Anthony LaRocco, a former New York City police detective, was hired to assist Ulasewicz. LaRocco assisted Ulasewicz in 4 or 5 investigations in New York City from December 1971 until the 3rd week in January 1972, when Ulasewicz informed LaRocco that the operation was terminated. LaRocco received a total of about $1,500 for his work on behalf of the White House. 1. Electronic surveillance. There has been no evidence presented to the Senate Select Committee which indicates that either Ulasewicz or LaRocco engaged in any electronic surveillance in their assignments for the White House. However, Jack Caulfield was involved twice in the implementation and monitoring of electronic surveillance. The first occasion was in June 1969, when Ehrlichman called Caulfield into his office and said that there was an urgent need for a national security wiretap on the telephone of columnist Joseph Kraft. Caulfield said that Ehrlichman told him that he did not want to go through the FBI, since it was a sieve. Ehrlichman pressed Caulfield to place the tap on as soon as possible. Ehrlichman testified that he was sure that he discussed that tap with President Nixon. Caulfield contacted Jack Reagan, a former FBI agent and friend from the 1968 campaign for whom Caulfield had found a job at the Republican National Committee in 1969. Caulfield told Reagan he had a directive from Ehrlichman to place a wiretap on Kraft's phone because of a matter involving, quote, high-priority national security, unquote. Reagan and Caulfield drove to Kraft's residence and concluded from observation of the neighborhood and the location of the telephone lines that it could be a very difficult tap to install. Caulfield went back to Ehrlichman and explained the serious problems they would encounter in attempting to install the tap. Caulfield testified that Ehrlichman told him that the tap had to be installed. Reagan told Caulfield he could not implement the wiretap unless he had the pairs and cable numbers of the telephone lines in the Kraft home. Caulfield agreed to obtain the information and did so by requesting it from a friend of his in the Secret Service. Caulfield explained to the individual in the Secret Service that he needed the information as a matter of national security. The information was obtained for Caulfield, who in turn gave it to Reagan. Reagan also asked Caulfield about acquiring appropriate credentials from the telephone company to protect himself while implementing the wiretap, and to ensure the discretion of the assignment. Caulfield discussed the problem with Ehrlichman, who arranged for Caulfield to speak with John Davies of the White House staff. Caulfield told Davies he needed a telephone installer's card for a job concerning a, quote, national security matter, unquote, he had been given by Ehrlichman. Caulfield had the impression that Ehrlichman and Davies had already talked about the matter. Davies did provide a telephone installer's card to Caulfield, who in turn passed the card on to Reagan. About 1 week or 10 days after he made his initial request to Caulfield to implement the wiretap, Ehrlichman called Caulfield and directed him to desist from implementing the wiretap because J. Edgar Hoover would take care of it. Ehrlichman testified that the wiretap in 1969, quote, never happened, unquote. Caulfield then called Reagan to direct him not to implement the tap, but Reagan told him, quote, it's done, unquote. Caulfield testified that Reagan and an unidentified friend of his from New York had already come to Washington and installed a listening device on a telephone pole in the rear of Kraft's residence. Caulfield met with Reagan at the Congressional Hotel and told him he had been directed by Ehrlichman not to place the wiretap. Reagan explained to Caulfield how he and his friend had placed the tap and gave Caulfield a tape, which allegedly contained some conversation from Kraft's telephone. Reagan told Caulfield that Kraft's voice was not on the tape, and that the overheard conversation may have involved a maid. Caulfield testified that he took the tape from Reagan to his office, where he ran out about 40 or 50 feet of it and destroyed it by placing it in his burn bag. Caulfield kept the remaining tape in his office for about a month or two and then destroyed it and the reel itself by placing them in the burn bag in the White House. Caulfield claimed that neither he nor Ehrlichman nor anyone else ever listened to the tape that Reagan gave him. Reagan was paid no money for his work in placing the wiretap. Reagan, Ulasewicz, and Caulfield continued to be social friends after this incident in 1969, lunching together on numerous occasions when Reagan came to Washington. During 1969 and 1970, Reagan gave approximately 8 checks to Caulfield totaling about $800. While Caulfield had no recollection of the purpose of these payments, Reagan said they were to obtain information from police departments. Finally, there is no evidence at the present which indicates that Caulfield had Reagan conduct any other electronic surveillance. Reagan did, on occasion, ask Ulasewicz if he were interested in performing jobs for Reagan, but no actual work assignments developed from these suggestions. The second occasion when Caulfield was involved in electronic surveillance came in the fall of 1970, when Ehrlichman requested Caulfield to monitor the results of the Secret Service wiretap of F. Donald Nixon. Caulfield monitored the tap for about 3 weeks before the project was terminated. Ehrlichman refused to discuss the wiretap with the Select Committee, citing national security privilege. The Secret Service, at the direction of the White House counsel, would not allow agents involved to testify about the matter, claiming that it fell within the, quote, protective function, unquote, of the Secret Service and therefore was privileged. 2. Operation Sandwedge. In late 1970 and early 1971, Jack Caulfield began thinking about establishing a private security organization when he left the White House. In the winter and early spring of 1971, Caulfield recalled having frequent discussions about the idea with Miles Ambrose, then Commissioner of Customs. Ambrose had discussed the idea of private security business with Mike Ackrey, then Assistant Commissioner of the IRS. Sometime in late 1970 or early 1971, Ambrose introduced Ackrey to Caulfield. Caulfield told Ackrey that Ambrose and Caulfield were planning to open a private security firm in Washington, D.C. Ackrey had friends at Intertel, a private security firm in Washington, and thought that such a business might be a good means of retiring from federal service. Ackrey had said that at no time in these early discussions did Caulfield mention anything about a, quote, covert operation, unquote. Caulfield told Ackrey that Ambrose wanted to head the new organization, but that Caulfield was slowly trying to move him out of the picture. Sometime in the spring of 1971, Caulfield told John Dean he was thinking about leaving the White House staff to establish an investigative and security consulting corporation. Caulfield explained to Dean that the proposed firm could be operational by campaign time and could provide important help to the re-election campaign and to the Republican National Committee. Caulfield's basic idea was that the security firm would provide services for large corporations and that, with large fees from them, it would be able to provide free services to the 1972 re-election campaign. Dean advised Caulfield to secure the advice of an attorney because such a plan was filled with legal problems. In the meantime, Caulfield discussed his proposal seriously with Joe Woods, Mike Ackrey, Roger Barth, and Tony Ulasewicz. Joe Woods, the brother of Rosemary Woods, was a friend of Caulfield's from the 1968 campaign, whom Caulfield envisioned as the vice president of the new corporation who would head up the Chicago office. Caulfield also says he discussed the proposal with Rosemary Woods. He explained to her that he was interested in establishing a security entity and that, if he could get funding, he would be offering a principal position to her brother. Miss Woods only recalled that Caulfield came to her and explained that he wanted to set up, quote, sort of a PR, unquote, operation with her brother based in the Midwest. She testified she was opposed to the idea because she felt her brother was more qualified to head such a corporation than was Caulfield. Caulfield testified that Miss Woods had general knowledge that he could obtain information of a political nature, but that he never discussed specific details of Ulasewicz's operations with her. Caulfield said he requested Miss Woods' assistance in locating Donald A. Nixon on one occasion for Tony Ulasewicz. Miss Woods testified that she had no knowledge that Caulfield had an independent investigative capability in the White House. Caulfield also talked with Ulasewicz about forming a private security business. Ulasewicz's assignments had declined as 1971 progressed, and Caulfield had often talked with Ulasewicz about entering private business when Caulfield left the government. Caulfield envisioned Ulasewicz as head of the New York office of the new corporation, with primary responsibilities for offensive intelligence gathering. Ulasewicz subsequently rented an apartment at 321 East 48th Street, apartment 11C, New York City, that could be used as an office for the private detective agency. In the late summer of 1971, Caulfield met with Ærik, Barth, and Joe Woods for about 2 hours at his home to discuss the proposal. Following the meeting, Caulfield told Dean of the group's plans, and Dean asked Caulfield to commit the proposal to writing. Caulfield then drafted the memorandum entitled, quote, Operation Sandwedge, unquote. The document called for an offensive intelligence gathering operation, which would be clandestinely based in New York, and would be able to infiltrate campaign organizations and headquarters with, quote, undercover personnel, unquote. The offensive capability would also include a, quote, black bag, unquote, capability, quote, surveillance of Democratic primaries, convention meetings, etc., unquote, and, quote, derogatory information investigative capability worldwide, unquote. In addition, the memorandum outlined an operating cover for the entity. The new corporation would hire itself out to large Republican corporations, whose fees would finance the clandestine and offensive capability envisioned in the memorandum. Caulfield emphasized the clandestine nature of the operation. The offensive involvement outlined above would be supported, supervised, and programmed by the principals, but completely disassociated, separate foolproof financing, from the corporate structure, and located in New York in extreme clandestine fashion. Caulfield noted in the memorandum that Ulasewicz would head the clandestine operation in New York, claiming that, quote, his expertise in this area was considered the model for police departments throughout the nation, and the results certainly proved it, unquote. Woods would be in charge of the Midwestern office of the new corporation, heading covert efforts and acting as liaison to retired FBI agents, quote, for discreet investigative support, unquote, from the FBI. Mike Ærik would provide, quote, IRS information input, unquote, and other financial investigations that would help support the New York City operation. In testimony before the Select Committee, Caulfield claimed that, quote, black bag capability, unquote, meant the carrying of monies that might be collected in a political campaign. What I meant to propose by that was that Mr. Ulasewicz and anyone else that might be connected with such a proposed undertaking would have the capability to supervise the security of the carrying of monies which might be collected during the course of a campaign. However, earlier in his memorandum, on page 2, Caulfield discussed a former FBI agent who was known as a, quote, black bag, unquote, specialist, while at the FBI. Caulfield acknowledged that the term, quote, black bag specialist, unquote, meant an individual who specialized in breaking and entering for the purpose of placing electronic surveillance. In addition, Caulfield noted that the term, quote, bag job, unquote, in the intelligence community meant a burglary for the placement of electronic surveillance. Thus, it appears that the capability to which Caulfield was referring in his sandwich proposal was one of surreptitious breaking and entering for the purpose of placing electronic surveillance, quite similar in nature to the gemstone operation which ultimately evolved. This interpretation is further buttressed by the budgetary request for $15,000 for electronic surveillance equipment, noted in the attachment to the plan that was submitted to John Dean. In August or early September 1971, Caulfield brought Dean a copy of the Sandwedge Memorandum. Dean testified that Caulfield wanted to discuss the matter with John Ehrlichman and Attorney General John Mitchell. Dean recalled that the memo provided for, quote, bag men to carry money and engage in electronic surveillance, unquote. On September 17, 1971, Caulfield wrote a follow-up memorandum to John W. Dean in which he explained how the new security corporation could handle the security needs for the 1972 campaign and the Republican National Committee. In addition, Caulfield had lunch in September 1971 with Dean and Magruder to discuss, quote, Project Sandwedge, unquote. Dean discussed the Sandwedge proposal with Attorney General Mitchell. Mitchell said he was not interested in the proposal since he felt that the principal problems of the re-election campaign related to security against potential demonstrators. In addition, Dean testified that Mitchell wanted a lawyer to handle any such operation. In his testimony, Mitchell admitted to being aware of the concept that Caulfield was proposing, but he also claimed that he had never seen a copy of the Sandwedge memorandum. Mitchell did, however, talk to H.R. Haldeman about the Sandwedge operation, but said that Haldeman also disapproved of the operation because of, quote, the lack of experience, unquote, of the individuals involved. Mitchell did not, however, wish to discuss the proposal with Caulfield, and so Dean kept putting Caulfield off whenever Caulfield raised the subject. However, Caulfield also took the Sandwedge proposal to John Ehrlichman. Ehrlichman testified that Caulfield brought him a 3 or 4 page double-spaced typewritten prospectus concerning the establishment of a private security entity. Ehrlichman said he told Caulfield that he could not help him on the proposal. However, Ehrlichman mentioned Operation Sandwedge to Dean, and according to Dean, said that he would like to keep Tony Ulasewicz around during the campaign, even though he did not think much of Caulfield's grant proposal. Dean testified that Ehrlichman also informed him that Mitchell and Caulfield should meet to discuss Ulasewicz's future. Because of Attorney General Mitchell's lack of enthusiasm for Caulfield's project, Dean let the matter ride and did not give Caulfield a specific yes or no. However, in the fall of 1971, it was decided to switch the payments from Kalmbach to Ulasewicz to a cash basis. Therefore, Kalmbach gave Caulfield and Ulasewicz $50,000 in cash in the fall of 1971, which was meant to fund Ulasewicz's activities at least through the campaign of 1972. By November 1971, Caulfield knew that his proposal was going nowhere. However, he wanted to work as a scheduling aide to Attorney General Mitchell in the upcoming campaign, and therefore asked Dean to get him an appointment with Mitchell. Caulfield met with Attorney General Mitchell on November 24, 1971, just prior to the Attorney General's meeting with G. Gordon Liddy. Prior to the meeting between Caulfield and Mitchell, Caulfield directed Ulasewicz to go to New Hampshire and investigate the primary campaign of Congressman Pete McCloskey. This effort was designed in part to gather valuable political information for the potential New Hampshire primary, as well as to show Attorney General Mitchell the capabilities of Caulfield and Ulasewicz. Ulasewicz investigated the McCloskey campaign in New Hampshire from November 18 through November 21, 1971. While in New Hampshire, he interviewed a number of campaign workers and volunteers in the organization under his usual pretext of being a newspaper reporter. Ulasewicz's report on the New Hampshire campaign was forwarded over to the Attorney General, along with some follow-up reports that were written after a subsequent visit to the McCloskey campaign headquarters 2 weeks later. Mitchell discussed possible employment in the campaign with Caulfield at their meeting on November 24, 1971. However, Operation Sandwedge may not have been turned off at this meeting because Caulfield continued to refer to his intelligence-gathering capabilities as, quote, Operation Sandwedge, unquote. For example, in a memorandum dated December 11 through 12, 1971, Caulfield described, quote, a Sandwedge-engineered penetration of McCloskey's volunteer headquarters in Washington, D.C., unquote. This refers to a visit by Ulasewicz to the McCloskey headquarters to obtain information. The memo also refers to future arrangements to infiltrate the New Hampshire McCloskey campaign. In late December 1971, Mitchell asked Dean for a summary of Caulfield's and his agents' activities. Dean wrote Mitchell on January 12, 1972, that Caulfield had prepared a list of the activities so that Mitchell could review them in order to decide whether or not further funding would be made available for Mr. Ulasewicz. Mitchell stated that this memorandum was the last discussion of Sandwedge and that the proposal was finally killed then. Ulasewicz continued to be funded through cash payments after this time, but his political investigations dropped off considerably until after the break-in at the Democratic National Headquarters on June 17, 1972. Operation Sandwedge, as envisioned by Jack Caulfield, was a significantly similar precursor to the Gemstone Plan, which was later implemented in the campaign of 1972. The plans calling for the creation of an offensive intelligence gathering capability were basically what the Gemstone Plan was designed to do. The placement of infiltrators in campaigns, surveillance of the Democratic Convention and meetings, the creation of a, quote, derogatory information investigative capability, unquote, and the creation of a, quote, black bag, unquote, capability, were the very measures that the Gemstone Plan in fact carried out. Discussions of the Sandwedge proposal appear to have continued until at least January 12, 1972, a mere 2 weeks prior to the initial meeting in Attorney General Mitchell's office, when the Gemstone Plan was first revealed. The relationship between the Sandwedge proposal and the Gemstone Plan suggested by Jeb Magruder's statement. In November 1971, it was indicated to me that the project, Sandwedge, was not going to get off the ground, and consequently, G. Gordon Liddy came into the picture after that. 3. Other surveillance. Senator Edward M. Kennedy. Following his investigation of the accident at Chappaquiddick, Ulasewicz kept Senator Kennedy under physical surveillance on a selected basis. In the fall of 1971, John Dean testified that he received a call from Larry Higby, who said that Haldeman wanted 24-hour surveillance placed on Senator Kennedy and regular reports of his activities forwarded to the White House. Dean passed the request to Jack Caulfield, who emphatically stated that he thought 24-hour surveillance was a silly idea. Caulfield contended that it would require several men and might result in Senator Kennedy discovering he was under surveillance. In addition, the 24-hour surveillance could be easily misinterpreted as a threat on his life, and the police or FBI could be called in to investigate. Dean agreed with Caulfield's assessment of the idea and convinced Higby that the plan was unwise. As an alternative, Caulfield was directed to keep track of Senator Kennedy's activity and to pursue specific investigations that could turn up valuable political intelligence. As a result, many of the investigations listed above, conducted by Anthony Ulasewicz, were a result of this original directive from Haldeman. Other investigations of Senator Kennedy. There were other instances of White House-initiated investigations designed to discredit a potential presidential bid by Kennedy. In the summer of 1969, John Dean, then at the Justice Department, testified that he was instructed by Deputy Attorney General Richard Kleindienst to contact Cartha Deloche, Deputy Director of the FBI, and, quote, obtain from him information regarding the foreign travels of Mary Jo Kopechne, unquote. Kopechne was the woman who died in the Chappaquiddick auto accident. Kleindienst told Dean that the White House wanted this, quote, very important information, unquote. Dean obtained the information and passed it on to Caulfield at the White House. Dean was not sure why he was asked to be the courier of the FBI information, but he speculated before the Select Committee that he was chosen, quote, so that others could deny they had done so, should the matter become known, unquote. In another incident, in about July 1971, E. Howard Hunt, who was working part-time for the White House, discussed investigating Senator Kennedy with his employer, Robert Bennett, of Mullen & Company, a Washington, D.C. public relations firm. Hunt had been advised by Colson or Bennett to investigate Senator Kennedy's activities. Hunt had asked Bennett if he knew people with information on the Kennedys, and Bennett mentioned Clifton DeMotte, a General Services Administration employee in Rhode Island, who had worked in John Kennedy's 1960 campaign and was, Bennett believed, antagonistic toward the Kennedy family. Although Bennett testified that he warned Hunt that DeMotte might not know anything politically useful, Hunt says that he told Colson that he had been given, quote, credible information, unquote, that DeMotte was worth contacting. Hunt says Colson asked him to interview DeMotte without disclosing Hunt's White House connection. Hunt said he would need an alias, false documents, or perhaps a physical disguise for the interview, Hunt testified that Colson was wary of approaching the FBI or the Secret Service with such a request, and so he agreed to, quote, look into, unquote, obtaining the material from the CIA. General Robert Cushman, formerly Deputy Director of the CIA, testified that on July 7, 1971, he received a telephone call from Ehrlichman, in which Ehrlichman said, quote, Howard Hunt has been hired as a consultant to the White House on security matters, that he would be coming to pay me a visit, and could I lend him a hand, unquote. Alleged notes taken by Cushman's secretary during the telephone conversation show that Ehrlichman explained that Hunt was working for the president and should be given, quote, carte blanche, unquote, by Cushman. However, Cushman denies hearing any such language by Ehrlichman during their conversation. Hunt subsequently obtained the disguised materials, a driver's license, a wig, and a speech-altering device, after a meeting on July 22, 1971, with Cushman. Hunt testified that he then went to Rhode Island on or about July 28, 1971, and, in disguise, interviewed DeMotte. Colson and Hunt decided that the information obtained in the interview was, quote, useless, unquote. In another incident, Watergate figure Alfred Baldwin testified that he was assigned by James McCord to monitor visitors to Senator Kennedy's senatorial office for a brief period in May 1972. The purpose of this surveillance, Baldwin testified, was, quote, basically to determine what groups were in the area of the senator's office, unquote. End of section 11. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois. Section 12 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1, Section 12. B. The Plumbers. Another in-house investigative arm of the White House, quote, the Plumbers, unquote, conducted political as well as national security-related investigations during its existence in 1971. This report will not attempt to detail all facets of the Plumbers' actions. Excluded, for example, are David Young's declassification program, the investigation into the Salt Talk leaks, the Radford investigation, and responsibilities for retracing U.S. policy stands in Southeast Asia for the then ongoing peace negotiations. However, the investigation by the Plumbers of Daniel Ellsberg was reviewed by the committee primarily because of the political implications inherent in that investigation and its relationship to the cover-up. The following facts develop the origin and motivations of the Ellsberg assignment. On June 13, 1971, the New York Times published the first of a three-part series of what came to be known as, quote, the Pentagon Papers, unquote. President Nixon viewed this breach of national security with the utmost gravity, as the president related in his May 22, 1973 address to the nation. Therefore, during the week following the Pentagon Papers publication, I approved the creation of a special investigative unit within the White House, which later came to be known as the Plumbers. This was a small group at the White House, whose principal purpose was to stop security leaks and to investigate other sensitive security matters. The president went on to explain the choice of Daniel Ellsberg as a target of the Plumbers' investigation. At about this time the unit was created, Daniel Ellsberg was identified as the person who had given the Pentagon Papers to the New York Times. I told Mr. Crow that as a matter of first priority, the unit should find out all it could on his motives. Because of the extreme gravity of the situation, and not knowing then what additional national secrets Mr. Ellsberg might disclose, I did impress upon Mr. Crow the vital importance to the national security of his assignment. I did not authorize and had no knowledge of any illegal means to be used to achieve this goal. David Young and John Ehrlichman have also testified about the seriousness of the national security leaks leading to the creation of the plumbers. Supervision of this, quote, national security assignment of the utmost gravity, unquote, was first offered to Pat Buchanan, a presidential speechwriter, on July 6, 1971. Buchanan testified that his White House responsibilities consisted of political and public relations-related tasks, speechwriting, daily news summaries, and preparation for press briefings. The Ellsberg assignment was, in Buchanan's own words, quote, a waste of my time and my abilities, unquote. At about this same time, a low-key group to handle domestic and intragovernmental problems with leaks was also created in the White House, with Fred Malek in charge. Supervisory responsibilities for the plumbers ultimately fell on presidential assistant John D. Ehrlichman, with help from Charles Colson. Ehrlichman's assistant, Eagle Bud Crow, Jr., and former Kissinger aide David Young were given operational responsibility for the project, which employed both E. Howard Hunt and G. Gordon Liddy. Prior to his being hired, Hunt had a telephone conversation with Charles Colson about the Ellsberg matter. Part of that conversation was the following. Colson, let me ask you this, Howard, this question. Do you think, with the right resources employed, that this thing could be turned into a major public case against Ellsberg and co-conspirators? Hunt, yes, I do, but you've established a qualification here that I don't know whether it can be met. Colson, what's that? Hunt, well, with the proper resources. Colson, well, I think the resources are there. Hunt, well, I would say so, absolutely. Colson, then your answer would be we should go down the line to nail the guy cold? Hunt, go down the line to nail the guy cold. Yes. Colson, and that at this point, the profit to us isn't nailing any son of a bitch who would steal a secret document of the government and publish it or would conspire to steal, Hunt, or aid and assist in it. Colson, and that the case now can be made on the grounds where I don't see that we could lose. Hunt, it has to be made on criminal grounds, and Colson, it also has to be this case. Won't be tried in the court. It will be tried in the newspapers. So it's going to take some resourceful engineering to. Hunt added later in the conversation, quote, I want to see the guy hung if it can be done to the advantage of the administration, unquote. Colson had earlier commented, quote, we might be able to put this bastard into a hell of a situation and discredit the new left, unquote. With Colson's recommendation, Hunt was subsequently hired to work in the plumbers group. On July 9, 1971, Hunt and Colson telephoned retired CIA agent Lucien Conein. According to Hunt, Colson used the alias, quote, Fred Charles, unquote, and they attempted to elicit from Conein derogatory information about Ellsberg's activities in Vietnam. Then on July 28, 1971, Hunt wrote a memo to Charles Colson, which detailed an operational plan for, quote, neutralization of Ellsberg, unquote. The objective of the memo was to determine, quote, how to destroy his public image and credibility, unquote. Hunt proposed seeking CIA assistance in performing, quote, a covert psychological assessment/evaluation on Ellsberg, unquote. However, Eagle Crow and David Young were also concerned about Ellsberg's public image. They acknowledged the suggestion to obtain Ellsberg's psychiatric files in Hunt's, quote, neutralization, unquote, memorandum, in their August 3, 1971 memorandum to Charles Colson. In the meantime, as noted earlier, Hunt received disguise material from the CIA. CIA equipment and assistance in developing a psychological profile of Ellsberg overstepped the agency's legal bounds by being involved with domestic intelligence gathering and internal security. When it was determined that the initial CIA psychological profile was inadequate, a, quote, covert operation, unquote, was recommended to supplement the initial profile. This covert operation led to the break-in at Ellsberg's psychiatrist's office. Interestingly, according to Hunt, the psychiatrist's office had been pinpointed through what Hunt believed might have been FBI wiretaps made available to the plumbers. On August 11, 1971, Crow and Young wrote to Ehrlichman, "We would recommend that a covert operation be undertaken to examine all the medical files still held by Ellsberg's psychoanalyst, covering the 2-year period in which he was undergoing analysis." Ehrlichman approved the recommendation with the qualification of, quote, "if done under your assurance that it is not traceable," unquote. Ehrlichman maintained, however, that he had no specific prior knowledge of the Fielding break-in. His explanation of what he envisioned as the, quote, covert operation, unquote, offered the following alternatives. Now, if you are asking me whether this means that I had in my contemplation that there was going to be a breaking and entering, I certainly did not. I heard a remark by a member of the committee to the effect that there are only 2 ways that one can see a medical file, and that is either to get the doctor to violate his oath or to break or enter. Well, I know that is not so, and I imagine those of you who have been in private practice well recognize there are a lot of perfectly legal ways that medical information is leaked, if you please. And when I saw this, that is the thing that occurred to me, that by one way or another this information could be adduced by an investigator who was trained and who knew what he was looking for. Ehrlichman also offered a national security defense to the overall Ellsberg assignment in his testimony before the Select Committee. Ellsberg noted that a psychiatric profile would be invaluable in determining whether we were dealing here with a spy ring or just an individual kook, or whether we were dealing with a serious penetration of the nation's military and other secrets, in such an uncertain situation that a profile of this kind might, certainly not positively, but might add some important additional ingredients which would help to understand the dimensions of the problem. Ehrlichman, however, testified that he did not approve of an actual break-in to Dr. Fielding's office. In addition, David Young has testified that there were legitimate national security considerations for obtaining Ellsberg's psychiatric file. E. Howard Hunt, however, testified that, from the beginning, the Ellsberg assignment had strong political and public relations overtones. When asked what was to be done with the derogatory information about Ellsberg collected by Hunt and the other plumbers, Hunt replied, "My assumption was that it would be made available by Mr. Colson or someone in his confidence to selected members of the media." Ehrlichman's role in orchestrating this political use of the media emerges in his approval of the August 26, 1971, memorandum to him from David Young. The last question put to Ehrlichman by Young in the memorandum was, quote, 9. How quickly do you want to try to bring a change in Ellsberg's image? Unquote. David Young, who also testified about the national security need for the psychiatric file, added, "In connection with Issue 9, it is important to point out that with the recent article on Ellsberg's lawyer, Bodin, we have already started on a negative press image for Ellsberg. If the present Hunt/Liddy Project No. 1 is successful, it will be absolutely essential to have an overall game plan developed for its use in conjunction with the congressional investigation." I mentioned these points to Colson earlier this week, and his reply was that we should just leave it to him, and he would take care of getting the information out. I believe, however, that in order to orchestrate this whole operation, we have to be aware of precisely what Colson wants to do. Ehrlichman responded to this information the following day in a memorandum to Charles Colson. On the assumption that the proposed undertaking by Hunt and Liddy would be carried out and would be successful, I would appreciate receiving from you by next Wednesday a game plan as to how and when you believe the materials should be used. The allusion in the earlier Young memorandum to, quote, the recent article on Ellsberg's lawyer, unquote, referred to one of Colson's attempts to discredit Ellsberg and those around him in the press. Using FBI files, Howard Hunt developed a profile on Ellsberg's attorney, Leonard Bowden. Hunt took the materials to Colson and says he told him, "I find Bowden's name cropping constantly in these FBI reports." Described Bowden or his long background of associations with the extreme left, to put it mildly, and said I felt we had enough material here on him to put together an article of sorts. Colson and I certainly discussed it, because then the name Jerry Terhorst came into play. Hunt testified that Colson gave the materials developed by Hunt to Terhorst, a Detroit News reporter. Some months later, an article appeared in the Detroit News on the Ellsberg Defense Fund, and the attorneys involved, including Bowden, although Terhorst denied that Hunt's information was the basis for his article. White House resources were thus used to develop and disseminate derogatory material concerning Ellsberg as part of a negative public relations campaign against the administration's political opponents. C. Investigation of the Brookings Institution. From its early days in office, the Nixon administration was concerned about what President Nixon, in Patrick Buchanan's words, felt was the, quote, institutionalized power of the left, concentrated in the foundations that succor the Democratic Party, unquote. The Brookings Institution, an influential nonprofit public policy center in Washington, D.C., was of particular interest to Buchanan and others in the administration. In a March 3, 1970 memorandum to the President, Buchanan suggested that the administration encourage and assist the establishment of a Republican conservative counterpart to Brookings, which can generate the ideas Republicans can use, which can serve as a repository of conservative and Republican intellectuals, the way Brookings and others do for the Democrats. Although Buchanan envisioned no more than directing, quote, future funds away from the hostile foundations like Brookings, unquote, other presidential aides apparently envisioned stronger tactics. During the summer of 1971, Jack Caulfield testified that he and Charles Colson discussed a possible, quote, investigation, unquote, of Leslie Gelb, then at the Brookings Institution, and formerly a consultant to the National Security Council. Colson, like others in the White House, was concerned about the recent leak of the Pentagon Papers, and he had read that Brookings was planning a study of Vietnam based upon, quote, documents of a current nature, unquote. According to Caulfield, Colson wanted him to burglarize the institution to determine whether, through Gelb's former NSC associations, the institution had a copy of the papers. Caulfield remembered his conversation with Colson as follows. Mr. Colson called me into his office, which was a rather unusual procedure in and of itself, because I did not work for Mr. Colson. Indicated he had had discussions with people he did not identify in the presidential party out in San Clemente, and stated that there was a high priority need to obtain papers from the office of a gentleman named Leslie Gelb, who apparently worked at the Brookings Institute in Washington. And Mr. Colson indicated that he thought I could, in some fashion, obtain those papers. And I stated to Mr. Colson, how do you propose that I obtain these papers? In substance, the suggestion was that the fire regulations in the District of Columbia could be changed to have the FBI respond to a fire and obtain the file in question from Mr. Leslie Gelb's office. To Caulfield, the clear implication was to firebomb the institution. Caulfield left Colson's office and testified that he, quote, literally ran into the office of Mr. Dean and advised him that if he was not going to take the next plane out to San Clemente, I was, unquote. Caulfield told Dean that he thought Colson's instructions were, quote, insane, unquote. Dean agreed, and he flew immediately to California to, quote, tell Ehrlichman this entire thing was insane, unquote. Dean and Ehrlichman met at San Clemente. According to Dean, Ehrlichman agreed that the plan was unwise and called Colson and told him to drop the idea. Ehrlichman remembers meeting with Dean on the subject and calling someone, but he cannot remember whom he called. Dean then called Caulfield to tell him the plan had been squelched. Although Caulfield testified that Colson later told Caulfield the idea was only a joke, Caulfield, Dean, and Ehrlichman thought it was quite serious. In addition, Lynn Nofziger, then a White House aide who knew Caulfield well, remembered that, shortly after his meeting with Colson, Caulfield spoke with Nofziger about the plan and says he expressed shock that Colson would make such a suggestion. Nofziger says he told Caulfield not to follow Colson's directive. Although Colson's plan was not carried out, Ulasewicz visited the institution, at Caulfield's direction, from Dean, to determine the location of offices, security provisions, and so on. This cursory surveillance was done at about the time Dean went to California to see Ehrlichman. D. Yim Cable Incident. Another White House investigation involved an effort to tie President Kennedy to the 1963 assassination of South Vietnamese President Ngo Dinh Diem. Colson contended to Hunt that President Kennedy, a Catholic, had implicitly condoned the assassination of another Catholic head of state, Ngo Diem, of Vietnam. Such a theory had some political consequences if Senator Kennedy decided to run for president in 1972. Moreover, any Democratic candidate in 1972 might have suffered diminished popularity among the Catholic voters if such history were accepted. Early in his employment as a White House consultant, E. Howard Hunt testified that he was instructed by Charles Colson to become the White House's, quote, resident expert on the origins of the Vietnam War, unquote. Hunt proceeded to steep himself in the history of the Vietnam War, particularly the assassination of Diem. In his capacity as a White House official, Hunt interviewed some CIA sources, including retired Colonel Lucien Conein, an Indochina expert. David Young obtained access for Hunt to State Department secret cables from during the war to determine if there were any bias in the selectivity of the cables quoted in the Pentagon Papers. However, Hunt testified that he had a different assignment from Charles Colson, and that Colson stressed the need to Hunt of finding documentation to show, quote, that it was not the Nixon administration that got us involved in Indochina in the first place, unquote. Hunt succinctly characterized what Colson wanted to show with the cables as follows. I believe it was desired by Mr. Colson, or at least some of his colleagues, to demonstrate that a Catholic U.S. administration had, in fact, conspired in the assassination of a Catholic chief of state of another country. Hunt testified that he displayed the secret cables to Colson, explaining that they laid a strong but inconclusive case regarding Kennedy administration culpability in the Diem death. Hunt noted that certain cables appeared to be missing from the group he had been given, and so there was no hard evidence linking the Kennedy administration with the assassinations of Diem and his brother-in-law. Hunt characterized the ensuing conversation with Colson as follows. Well, Colson, said, "Do you think you could improve on that?" And I, Hunt, said, "Yes." I said, "I would need some technical assistance. I can't do a forgery on my own that will stand up." He said, "What would you need?" I said, "Possibly the Secret Service could help me. I would need typefaces and that sort of thing." I said I could prepare a credible text of plausible text or set of texts myself, but then we would run up against the typewriter problem. He said, "Well, this is too sensitive. We couldn't approach the Secret Service for that. You would have to do this all on your own. Why don't you see what you can do?" So, as I have stated in other forums, I set about with a razor blade and a paste pot and in effect produced 2 spurious cables. Hunt testified he later returned to Colson's office with the spurious cables. where Colson told him that the cables would be made available to a journalist. In September 1971, Colson contacted Life magazine investigative reporter William Lambert and mentioned to him the possible existence of the EM cables. Hunt met with Lambert in late September and showed him the forged cables but, at Colson's instructions, refused to allow Lambert to keep or photocopy them. For some time after this meeting, Lambert says he pressed Colson and Hunt for the original documents and interviewed numerous people in an attempt to confirm their authenticity. Finally, on April 28, 1973, Charles Morin, one of Colson's law partners, returned one of Lambert's calls. Lambert says that Morin told him the cable was a fake. Despite Morin's assertion, when Lambert met with Colson and his attorney the next day, Lambert said Colson denied ever seeing the forged cables and refused to confirm that some of them were forged. In addition to contacting Lambert, Hunt says that Colson also instructed him to show the entire set of cables, including the forgery, to Colonel Lucien Koenen. Koenen at the time was preparing to participate in a television documentary on the origins of the Vietnam conflict, and it was, quote, Colson's desire for Mr. Koenen to draw the conclusion that, in fact, the Kennedy administration had been implicitly responsible, for the assassination of EM, unquote. Colson and Koenen talked earlier on the telephone, with Hunt participating, about the fact that President Kennedy, himself a Catholic, had, in fact, his administration and he implicitly, had authorized the assassination of another Catholic, and thus would have some impact on the Catholic vote in the subsequent election, if there should be a Kennedy involved in the election. Even if Edward Kennedy were not the Democratic candidate, Hunt said, quote, the fabrication was intended to alienate the Catholic vote, unquote. E. ITT and Dita Beard. Columnist Jack Anderson reported on February 29, 1972, the existence of the now famous Dita Beard ITT memorandum, alleging that a $400,000 contribution to the Nixon campaign was tied to a favorable ruling by the Justice Department on ITT's antitrust problems. Concern about the document within the White House led to a number of activities, including clandestine investigations. Immediate administration reaction to the Anderson article was twofold. First, a White House action group of political and press advisors was assigned to set out the administration's public position and course of conduct in reaction to the allegations. And secondly, investigations were undertaken to determine the origin, accuracy, and authenticity of the Beard Memorandum. The White House public relations explanation of the ITT incident was extensive and will not be fully covered in this report. Nearly daily strategy meetings were held, which included Richard Moore, Charles Colson, John Dean, Bill Timmons, John Ehrlichman, Fred Fielding, and Wally Johnson. This group's responsibilities included preparing daily press briefing materials and developing a strategy for the upcoming Kleindienst confirmation hearings. The White House investigation of the ITT affair was two-pronged. Charles Colson conducted a review of internal White House contacts, correspondence, and memorandums to determine possible culpability of various persons in any possible wrongdoing surrounding administration ITT interaction. This investigation led to the celebrated Colson ITT memorandum to H.R. Haldeman. Second, Howard Hunt and personnel from some government agencies were used to investigate individuals related to the actual publication of the memo. The Colson ITT memorandum is divided into two parts. The first section discusses briefly the ongoing public relations effort to minimize the political impact of the Beard Memorandum. The second portion of Colson's memorandum details the administration involvement in the ITT antitrust settlement and the possible relation of the settlement to a campaign contribution promise. This second portion outlines the findings of Colson's internal investigation into White House misconduct in the ITT matter. Colson's findings were significant. The documents discovered in his investigation, Colson concluded, could, quote, undermine or contradict, unquote, previous testimony of administration officials. Colson determined that one document, quote, would once again contradict Mitchell's testimony and, more importantly, directly involve the president, unquote. The first sentence of the investigative portion of Colson's memorandum implied that an attempt to suppress White House involvement had been underway for some time. Certain ITT files which were not shredded have been turned over to the SEC. There was talk yesterday in the committee of subpoenaing these from ITT. Further, Colson acknowledged the existence of an important document relevant to the SEC investigation but concluded, quote, "We believe that all copies of this have been destroyed," unquote. Colson's memorandum also summarized the extent of knowledge various administration figures had about ITT. Neither Kleindienst, Mitchell, nor MaryAnn know of the potential dangers. I have deliberately not told Kleindienst or Mitchell, since both may be recalled as witnesses, and MaryAnn does not understand the problem. Only Fred Fielding, myself, and Ehrlichman have fully examined all the documents and/or information that could yet come out. Rather than disclose to law enforcement authorities or other concerned agencies what Colson's investigation had uncovered, the White House conducted further investigations of non-White House figures involved in the ITT matter. Robert MaryAnn testified that G. Gordon Liddy told him he transported ITT lobbyist Beard away from Washington, D.C. after the infamous memo was published. Subsequently, Colson dispatched E. Howard Hunt to Denver, Colorado, where Mrs. Beard was in a hospital, to interview her about the origin and authenticity of her memorandum. White House Congressional Liaison Wallace Johnson helped Colson and Hunt on the Did a Beard project, as Hunt explained. I was referred by him, Colson, to Mr. Wallace Johnson, who was the gentleman who actually dispatched me on the mission and prepared the aid memoir from which I talked subsequently to Mrs. Beard. Money was then provided for the trip from campaign funds held by G. Gordon Liddy. Following Hunt's interview with her, Mrs. Beard issued a statement claiming that the famous memo was a fraud. This statement was written by Bob Bennett, Hunt's employer at Mullen & Company. Some government agencies were also used in the White House investigation. For instance, acting FBI Director Patrick Gray transmitted a copy of the Beard memorandum to White House counsel John Dean. The memorandum, obtained in the FBI investigation, was subsequently used by Hunt in his interview of Beard. The White House was also curious about the relationship between Mrs. Beard and a secretary for columnist Jack Anderson. John Martin of the Internal Security Division, ISD, of the Department of Justice, said that he interviewed various people on the subject at the request of Robert MaryAnn, former head of ISD, and Charles Colson. F. The plan for an investigation of Arthur Bremer. On May 15, 1972, Alabama Governor George C. Wallace, then a contender for the presidency, was shot and seriously injured during a campaign speech in Maryland. E. Howard Hunt testified that Charles Colson called him into his office the morning following the assassination attempt and told Hunt that Wallace's assailant had been identified as Arthur Bremer of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Colson said that the press, quote, had trampled through his, Bremer's, apartment, unquote, and suggested that Hunt should go through the apartment to survey the contents. Colson explained to Hunt the purpose of the assignment as follows. In the past, when Mr. Kennedy was assassinated, when Jack Ruby was killed, and when Martin Luther King was killed, it was all immediately blazoned as a right-wing plot of some sort. We would like to know what kind of kook this guy is. What has he got up there in the way of literature? Is he a neo-Nazi? Hunt concluded, quote, I think that the thrust of that effort was to determine his political orientation or some motivation for what he did, unquote. When initially confronted with the assignment, Hunt says he strenuously protested and explained that the apartment was probably staked out or legally sealed by this time. Hunt testified that Colson then implied that a break-in could elude the stakeout and provide revealing information. Finally, according to Hunt, Colson canceled the entire operation. End of Section 12. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois.